What if the ones you trusted most were taken away and the bonds of loyalty were tested like never before? Today, we dive into a tale of courage, betrayal, and the fight for freedom. Welcome to Grimoire Audiobooks, where stories come alive. Today, we're exploring Captured by PotterGirl123, a fanfiction that adds gripping new layers to the Harry Potter universe. Disclaimer: as always, this audiobook is based on a fan-created story and is not part of the official Harry Potter canon. All rights to the original series belong to J.K. Rowling. This adaptation is for entertainment purposes and to celebrate the creativity of the fanfiction community. Captured takes us to a darker side of the wizarding world, where familiar characters face new and harrowing challenges. PotterGirl123 skillfully weaves a tale of tension, survival, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship amidst danger. If you love magical stories like this one and want to support the channel, consider joining as a channel member. Members get access to exclusive content, early uploads, and so much more. Your support helps us bring these stories to life. Now, without further ado, let's begin the intense and emotional journey of Captured. Captured by PotterGirl123. Emma POV. Summer was great. Coming home after second year was awkward though. Hermione and I debated on whether or not we should tell Mum and Dad about us being petrified. We decided against it. Mum would never let us return to Hogwarts. We wanted to because of Hogsmeade. Mione and I were excited about Hogsmeade and going there. My first letter from Harry was about him blowing up his aunt like a balloon. I laughed for a solid 10 minutes. Mrs. Weasley said that Hermione, me, and Harry could go with them to King's Cross. Of course, Mione and I agreed. Mum and Dad were good friends with the Weasley parents. They always got letters from Mr. Weasley on how to do Muggle stuff. Mione and I were really excited. Fred and I had so many pranks planned. Our letters were just about pranks. Our parents dropped us off at about 10, and right after we were dropped off, we had to go to Diagon Alley. I missed Fred and George though. They were already out. Mione and I brought our own money, so it wasn't a problem. In a flash, or that's what it felt like, we were in Diagon Alley. We were around shopping when Ron yelled Harry. Harry! Harry! I turned as well, and I saw him. I smiled. It had been so long. Harry rushed over. Finally, said Ron, grinning at Harry as he sat down. We went to the Leaky Cauldron, but they said you'd left, and we went to Flourish and Blots and Madame Malkin's, and to sum it up, we couldn't find you, and we're glad you're here, I interrupted, wondering how long Ron would ramble for. I got all my school stuff last week, Harry explained. And how come you knew I'm staying at the Leaky Cauldron? Dad, said Ron simply. So, Harry, about your aunt, I said, smirking. Did you really blow up your aunt, Harry? Said Hermione in a very serious voice. I didn't mean to, said Harry, while Ron and I roared with laughter. I just lost control. It's not funny, Ron, said Hermione sharply. Honestly, I'm amazed Harry wasn't expelled. So am I, Harry and I said at once. Forget expelled. I thought I was going to be arrested. He looked at Ron. Your dad doesn't know why Fudge let me off, does he? Probably 'cause it's you, isn't it? Shrugged Ron, still chuckling. Famous Harry Potter, and all that. I'd hate to see what the Ministry'd do to me if I blew up an ant. Mind you, they'd have to dig me up first, because Mum would have killed me. Anyway, you can ask Dad yourself this evening. We're staying at the Leaky Cauldron tonight, too, so you can come to King's Cross with us tomorrow. Hermione and Em are there as well. I nodded, beaming. Mum and Dad dropped us off this morning with all our Hogwarts things. Excellent, said Harry happily. So, have you got all your new books and stuff? Look at this, said Ron, pulling a long thin box out of a bag and opening it. Brand new wand. 14 inches, willow, containing 1 unicorn tail hair. And we've got all our books. He pointed at a large bag under his chair. What about those monster books, eh? The assistant nearly cried when we said we wanted 3. What's all that, Hermione? Harry asked, pointing at not 1 but 3 bulging bags in the chair next to her. I smirked. Well, I'm taking more new subjects than you, aren't I? Said Hermione. Those are my books for arithmancy, care of magical creatures, divination, the study of ancient runes, Muggle studies. What are you doing Muggle studies for? Said Ron, rolling his eyes at Harry. You're Muggle-born. Your mum and dad are Muggles. You already know all about Muggles. But it'll be fascinating to study them from the wizarding point of view, said Hermione earnestly. Are you planning to eat or sleep at all this year, Hermione? Asked Harry, while Ron and I sniggered. Hermione ignored them. Has she told anything to you about how she's going to live this year? Harry turned and asked. Nah, I'm as clueless as you. I smirked, thought I had full knowledge of how. Flashback. Mione, what are you pacing for? I asked, looking at her pacing across her room. Nothing, she said. I knew she was lying, though. What is? I asked. Okay, you can't tell anyone. But I'm taking a lot of classes this semester, so McGonagall is giving me a time turner, which will let me go to 2 classes at once. But don't tell, she told. I'm just waiting for it to arrive. Oh, okay, I said. I've still got 10 galleons, she said, checking her purse. It's my birthday in September, and Mom and Dad gave me some money to get myself an early birthday present. Me too, Mione. My birthday was in July, so I still have my birthday money. I got a beautiful red, gold, blue, and silver choker. How about a nice book? Said Ron innocently. And maybe jewelry for you. No, I don't think so, said Hermione and I composedly. I really want an owl. I mean, Harry's got Hedwig and's got Athena, and you've got Errol. I haven't, said Ron. Errol's a family owl. All I've got is Scabbers. He pulled his pet rat out of his pocket. And I want to get him checked over, he added, placing Scabbers on the table in front of him. I don't think Egypt agreed with him. I don't need any more jewelry, Ron. I laughed, but I might get some decor for my dorm. Scabbers was looking thinner than usual, and there was a definite droop to his whiskers. There's a magical creature shop just over there, said Harry. You could see if they've got anything for Scabbers, and there's a decoration store next to it, and Hermione can get her owl. So we paid for their ice cream and crossed the street to the magical menagerie while I went to the decor store. The store was very fancy. There were tapestries, lamps, and any form of decor you could ask for. I bought a red and gold tapestry that I custom designed that said Emma in blue and silver. I made my way to the magical menagerie. As I reached it, Hermione came out, but she wasn't carrying an owl. Her arms were clamped tightly around the enormous ginger cat. You bought that monster, said Ron, his mouth hanging open, who I didn't notice was behind me. He's gorgeous, isn't he? Said Hermione, glowing. He sure is, I said, stroking his soft fur. The cat's ginger fur was thick and fluffy, but it was definitely a bit bow-legged, and its face looked grumpy and oddly squashed, as though it had run headlong into a brick wall. Now that Scabbers was out of sight, however, the cat was purring contentedly in Hermione's arms. Want to hold him, Em? Mione asked. I glowed. I held him in my arms, and he was so soft. Hermione, that thing nearly scalped me, said Ron. Good job, I said. He didn't mean to, did you, Crookshanks? Said Hermione. Well, he should have, I added. And what about Scabbers? Said Ron, pointing at the lump in his chest pocket. He needs rest and relaxation. How's he going to get it with that thing around? That reminds me, you forgot your rat tonic, said Hermione, slapping the small red bottle into Ron's hand. And stop worrying. Crookshanks will be sleeping in my dormitory and Scabbers in yours. What's the problem? Poor Crookshanks, that witch said he'd been in there for ages. No one wanted him. Wonder why, said Ron sarcastically as we set off toward the Leaky Cauldron. I smacked his arm. We found Mr. Weasley sitting in the bar, reading the Daily Prophet. Harry, he said, smiling as he looked up. How are you? Fine, thanks, said Harry. We joined Mr. Weasley with our shopping. Mr. Weasley put down his paper, and Harry saw the now familiar picture of Sirius Black staring up at him. They still haven't caught him, then? He asked. No, said Mr. Weasley, looking extremely grave. They've pulled us all off our regular jobs at the Ministry to try and find him, but no luck so far. Sirius was what we talked about while Mione, Ron, and I walked around Diagon Alley. Would we get a reward if we caught him? Asked Ron. It'd be good to get some more money. Don't be ridiculous, Ron, said Mr. Weasley, who on closer inspection looked very strained. Black's not going to be caught by a 13-year-old wizard. It's the Azkaban guards who'll get him back. You mark my words. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley entered the bar, laden with shopping bags. There were people around her, so I went to go help her with the bags. Here, Mrs. Weasley, let me, I said, taking some bags. Thank you, dear, she said, smiling at me. Then my eyes were closed and had hands over them, but I instantly knew who it was. Fred, George, I missed you too, I said, rolling my eyes, but smiling. Damn it, Evangeline. How did you know? Fred sighed. I shrugged but laughed. I put my bags down and said, Wow, boys, haven't you given Percy a hard time yet? Percy was head boy. We definitely have Emma. Don't worry, George said, grinning. Ginny was there as well, who smirked at me. Ginny, stop, I said, blushing. Soon, it was her turn to blush. Ginny, who had always been very taken with Harry, seemed even more heartily embarrassed than usual when she saw him, perhaps because he had saved her life during our previous year at Hogwarts. She went very red and muttered hello without looking at him. Percy, however, held out his hand solemnly as though he and Harry had never met and said, Harry, how nice to see you. Hello, Percy, said Harry, trying not to laugh. Since I wasn't Harry, I laughed. I hope you're well, said Percy pompously, shaking hands. It was rather like being introduced to the mayor. Very well, thanks. Harry, said Fred, elbowing Percy out of the way and bowing deeply. Simply splendid to see you, old boys. Marvelous, said George, pushing Fred aside and seizing Harry's hand in turn. Absolutely spiffing. I cracked up and made fun of them to Mione, who was sitting next to me. Percy scowled. That's enough now, said Mrs. Weasley. Mum, said Fred, as though he'd only just spotted her, and seizing her hand, too. How really corking to see you. I said, that's enough, said Mrs. Weasley, depositing her shopping in an empty chair. Hello, Harry dear. I suppose you've heard our exciting news? She pointed to the brand new silver badge on Percy's chest. Second head boy in the family, she said, swelling with pride. And last, Fred muttered under his breath. I nodded, probably, I whispered back. I don't doubt that, said Mrs. Weasley, frowning suddenly. I noticed they haven't made you two prefects. What do we want to be prefects for? Said George, looking revolted at the very idea. It'd take all the fun out of life. Ginny giggled. You want to set a better example for your sister, snapped Mrs. Weasley. Ginny's got other brothers to set her an example, Mother, said Percy loftily. I'm going up to change for dinner. He disappeared, and George heaved a sigh. We tried to shut him in a pyramid, he told me. But Mum spotted us. My milk almost snorted out of my nose. Dinner that night was a very enjoyable affair. Tom the innkeeper put 3 tables together in the parlor, and the 7 Weasleys, Harry, Hermione, and I ate our way through 5 delicious courses. How are we getting to King's Cross tomorrow, Dad? asked Fred as they dug into a sumptuous chocolate pudding. "The Ministry's providing a couple of cars," said Mr. Weasley. Everyone looked up at him. "Why?" said Percy curiously. "It's because of you, Perce," said George seriously. "And there'll be little flags on the hoods, with HB on them." "For Humongous Big Head," said Fred. "True," I muttered. Everyone except Percy and Mrs. Weasley snorted into their pudding. "Why are the Ministry providing cars, Father?" Percy asked again, in a dignified voice. "Well, as we haven't got one anymore," said Mr. Weasley, "and as I work there, they're doing me a favor." His voice was casual, but I couldn't help noticing that Mr. Weasley's ears had gone red, just like Ron's did when he was under pressure. "Good thing, too," said Mrs. Weasley briskly. "Do you realize how much luggage you've all got between you? A nice sight you'd be on the Muggle Underground. You are all packed, aren't you?" I nodded to her. "Ron hasn't put all his new things in his trunk yet," said Percy, in a long, suffering voice. "He's dumped them on my bed. You'd better go and pack properly, Ron, because we won't have much time in the morning," Mrs. Weasley called down the table. Ron scowled at Percy. "Wow, Ron. How undignified," I said disapprovingly, but sarcastically. After dinner, everyone felt very full and sleepy. One by one, we made our way upstairs to their rooms to check their things for the next day. Ron and Percy were next door to Harry. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley shared. Hermione, Ginny, and I shared, and Fred and George. Soon Mione and I heard yelling, so I went to check it out. The door of number 12 was ajar and Percy was shouting. "It was here, on the bedside table. I took it off for polishing. I haven't touched it, all right?" Ron roared back. "What's up?" said Harry. I just noticed he was there as well. "Yeah, guys, what's wrong?" I asked. "My head boy badge is gone," said Percy, rounding on us. "So's Scabbers' rat tonic," said Ron, throwing things out of his trunk to look. "I think I might have left it in the bar." "You're not going anywhere till you've found my badge," yelled Percy. "I'll get Scabbers' stuff. I'm packed," Harry said to Ron, and he went downstairs. "I'm going to bed," I said. I left and went back to my room. "What was wrong?" said Mione. "Nothing," I muttered, and tried to sleep. Soon I was shook open by Fred. Come here, want to be part of a prank?" "Sure," I smirked, and got out of bed. Harry POV. I was halfway along the passage to the bar, which was now very dark, when I heard another pair of angry voices coming from the parlor. A second later, I recognized them as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's. I hesitated, not wanting them to know I'd heard them arguing, when the sound of my own name made me stop, then move closer to the parlor door. "Makes no sense not to tell him," Mr. Weasley was saying heatedly. "Harry's got a right to know. I've tried to tell Fudge, but he insists on treating Harry like a child. He's 13 years old, and Arthur, the truth would terrify him," said Mrs. Weasley shrilly. "Do you really want to send Harry back to school with that hanging over him? For heaven's sake, he's happy not knowing." "I don't want to make him miserable. I want to put him on his guard," retorted Mr. Weasley. "You know what Harry and Ron are like. Wandering off by themselves, they've ended up in the Forbidden Forest twice. But Harry mustn't do that this year. When I think what could have happened to him that night he ran away from home. If the night bus hadn't picked him up, I'm prepared to bet he would have been dead before the Ministry found him. But he's not dead, he's fine. So what's the point? Molly, they say Sirius Black's mad, and maybe he is, but he was clever enough to escape from Azkaban, and that's supposed to be impossible. It's been 3 weeks, and no one's seen hide nor hair of him, and I don't care what Fudge keeps telling the Daily Prophet, we're no nearer catching Black than inventing self-spelling wands. The only thing we know for sure is what Black's after, but Harry will be perfectly safe at Hogwarts. We thought Azkaban was perfectly safe. If Black can break out of Azkaban, he can break into Hogwarts. But no one's really sure that Black's after Harry. There was a thud on wood, and I was sure Mr. Weasley had banged his fist on the table. Molly, how many times do I have to tell you? They didn't report it in the press because Fudge wanted it kept quiet, but Fudge went out to Azkaban the night Black escaped. The guards told Fudge that Black's been talking in his sleep for a while now. Always the same words. He's at Hogwarts, he's at Hogwarts. Black is deranged, Molly, and he wants Harry dead. If you ask me, he thinks murdering Harry will bring you know who back to power. Black lost everything the night Harry stopped you know who, and he's had 12 years alone in Azkaban to brood on that. There was a silence. I leaned still closer to the door, desperate to hear more. Well, Arthur, you must do what you think is right. But you're forgetting Albus Dumbledore. I don't think anything could hurt Harry at Hogwarts while Dumbledore's headmaster. I suppose he knows about all this. Of course he knows. We had to ask him if he minds the Azkaban guards stationing themselves around the entrances to the school grounds. He wasn't happy about it, but he agreed. Not happy? Why shouldn't he be happy if they're there to catch Black? Dumbledore isn't fond of the Azkaban guards, said Mr. Weasley heavily. Nor am I, if it comes to that, but when you're dealing with a wizard like Black, you sometimes have to join forces with those you'd rather avoid. If they save Harry, then I will never say another word against them, said Mr. Weasley wearily. It's late, Molly, we'd better go up. I heard chairs move. As quietly as I could, I hurried down the passage to the bar and out of sight. The parlor door opened, and a few seconds later footsteps told me that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were climbing the stairs. The bottle of rat tonic was lying under the table they had sat at earlier. I waited until I heard Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's bedroom door close, then headed back upstairs with the bottle. Fred, George, and Emma were crouching in the shadows on the landing, heaving with laughter as they listened to Percy dismantling his and Ron's room in search of his badge. "We've got it," Fred whispered to me. "We've been improving it." The badge now read Big Head Boy. I forced a laugh, went to give Ron the rat tonic, then shut myself in my room and lay down on my bed. Emma POV. I was rolling on the floor laughing while watching Percy flip out. "Guys, I should be the one to give it to them. I'm the most innocent," I whispered. They needed my magic to transform the words because they didn't remember the spell. They nodded and I walked out and into the room. "Hey guys, I found the badge," I said, holding back a laugh. I handed it to Percy, and his face instantly turned as red as his hair. I left, and the last thing I heard was Ron's laughter. I went back to my room and actually went to sleep. I smiled and was excited for the next year. Emma POV. The next morning, I woke up to a thump coming from next door. I rubbed my eyes, got up, trying to not wake Hermione, and tiptoed across the room to the door. I walked next door and saw Ron in Harry's room. Without a shirt on, may I add. "The sooner we get on the train, the better." "Hey, Em," he said. "At least I can get away from Percy at Hogwarts." "Wait, Emma." He screamed and pulled a sweater over his head. I rolled my eyes. "It's fine, Ronald. Now why's Percy more mad at you?" "He's accusing me of dripping tea on his photo of Penelope Clearwater. You know," Ron continued and grimaced, his girlfriend. "She's hidden her face under the frame because her nose has gone all blotchy." "There you are, Em." Hermione yawned. "I've got something to tell you," Harry began, but he was interrupted by Fred and George, who had looked in to congratulate Ron on infuriating Percy again. "Come on, don't you think you've caused him enough pain?" Hermione muttered. "Come on, boring Granger. Be more like Evangeline. Fun Granger," George said, walking around them. She rolled her eyes. After getting ready, we headed down to breakfast. where Mr. Weasley was reading the front page of the Daily Prophet with a furrowed brow, and Mrs. Weasley was telling Ginny about a love potion she'd made as a young girl. Both of them were rather giggly. "What were you saying?" I asked Harry as they sat down. Later, Harry muttered as Percy stormed in. For the next hour or so, no one spoke to another. We were too busy heaving all our trunks down the Leaky Cauldron's narrow staircase and piling them up near the door, with Hedwig, Athena, and Hermes, Percy's screech owl, perched on top in their cages. A small wickerwork basket stood beside the heap of trunks, spitting loudly. "It's all right, Crookshanks," Hermione cooed through the wickerwork. "I'll let you out on the train." "You won't," snapped Ron. "What about poor Scabbers, He pointed at his chest, where a large lump indicated that Scabbers was curled up in his pocket. Mr. Weasley, who had been outside waiting for the ministry cars, stuck his head inside. "They're here," he said. "Come on." Mr. Weasley marched us across the short stretch of pavement toward the first of two old-fashioned dark green cars, each of which was driven by a furtive-looking wizard wearing a suit of emerald velvet. "In you get," said Mr. Weasley, glancing up and down the crowded street. We all piled into the car, but to Ron's disgust, Percy was there as well. The journey to King's Cross was very uneventful. The Ministry of Magic cars seemed almost ordinary, not quite Mum and Dad's, but it's okay. We reached King's Cross with 20 minutes to spare. The ministry drivers found us trolleys, unloaded our trunks, touched their hats in salute to Mr. Weasley, and drove away, somehow managing to jump to the head of an unmoving line at the traffic lights. "Right then," he said, glancing around them. "Let's do this in pairs, as there are so many of us. I'll go through first with Harry." "I guess we're next," I said to Mione. "Hey, do you think I could go with one of you?" Ron said nervously, looking at Percy. "Go with George, Ron." "I'll go with Evangeline," Fred said, rolling his eyes. I shrugged and fast-walked through the barrier. I suddenly got that blast of familiarness. Soon, the rest of the Weasleys and Hermione appeared. There's Penelope," said Percy, smoothing his hair and going pink again. I caught Harry's eye, and we both turned away to hide our laughter as Percy strode over to a girl with long, curly hair, walking with his chest thrown out so that she couldn't miss his shiny badge. Harry and Mr. Weasley led the way to the end of the train, past packed compartments, to a carriage that looked quite empty. We loaded the trunks onto it, stowed Hedwig, Athena, and Crookshanks in the luggage rack, then went back outside to say goodbye to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley kissed all her children, then Hermione and me, and finally Harry. Then she opened her enormous handbag and said, "I've made you all sandwiches." "Here you are, Ron." "No, they're not corned beef." "Fred?" "Where's Fred?" "Here you are, dear." I sat in the compartment and saw Mr. Weasley talking to Harry. "Third year, here we come," Ron said, looking for Scabbers. Ginny rolled her eyes. "Guys, the train's starting and Harry's not here," Hermione said cautiously. Steam was billowing from the train. It had started to move. Harry ran to the compartment door, and Ron threw it open and stood back to let him on. We leaned out of the window and waved at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley until the train turned a corner and blocked them from view. "I need to talk to you in private," Harry muttered to Ron, me, and Hermione as the train picked up speed. "Go away, Ginny," said Ron. "Oh, that's nice," said Ginny huffily, and she stalked off. We set off down the corridor, looking for an empty compartment, but all were full except for the one at the very end of the train. This one had a man in it. The Hogwarts Express was usually reserved for students, and they had never seen an adult there before, except for the witch who pushed the food cart. The stranger was wearing an extremely shabby set of wizard's robes that had been darned in several places. He looked ill and exhausted. Though quite young, his light brown hair was flecked with gray. "Who'd you reckon he is?" Ron hissed as we sat down and slid the door shut, taking the seats farthest away from the window. Professor R. J. Lupin, whispered Hermione at once. How do you know that? It's on his case, she replied, pointing at the luggage rack over the man's head, where there was a small, battered case held together with a large quantity of neatly knotted string. The name Professor R. J. Lupin was stamped across one corner in peeling letters. Wonder what he teaches, said Ron, frowning at Professor Lupin's pallid profile. That's obvious, I whispered. There's only one vacancy, isn't there? Defense against the dark arts. We had already had 2 defense against the dark arts teachers, both of whom had lasted only 1 year. There were rumors that the job was jinxed. Well, I hope he's up to it, said Ron doubtfully. He looks like one good hex would finish him off, doesn't he? Anyway, he turned to Harry. What were you going to tell us? Harry explained all about Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's argument and the warning Mr. Weasley had just given him. When he'd finished, my head was spinning and I was shocked. Ron looked thunderstruck, and Hermione had her hands over her mouth. She finally lowered them to say, Sirius Black escaped to come after you? Oh, Harry, you'll have to be really, really careful. Don't go looking for trouble, Harry. I don't go looking for trouble, said Harry, nettled. Trouble usually finds me. How thick would Harry have to be to go looking for a nutter who wants to kill him, said Ron shakily. No one knows how he got out of Azkaban, said Ron uncomfortably. No one's ever done it before. And he was a top security prisoner too. But they'll catch him, won't they? I said earnestly. I mean, they've got all the muggles looking out for him too. What's that noise? Said Ron suddenly. A faint, tinny sort of whistle was coming from somewhere. We looked all around the compartment. It's coming from your trunk, Harry, I said, standing up and reaching into the luggage rack. A moment later, I had pulled the pocket sneakoscope out from between Harry's robes. It was spinning very fast in the palm of my hand and glowing brilliantly. Is that a sneakoscope? Said Hermione interestedly, standing up for a better look. Yeah, mind you, it's a very cheap one, Ron said. It went haywire just as I was tying it to Errol's leg to send it to Harry. Were you doing anything untrustworthy at the time? I asked shrewdly. No. Well, I wasn't supposed to be using Errol. You know he's not really up to long journeys, but how else was I supposed to get Harry's present to him? Ron stuttered. Stick it back in the trunk, Harry advised as the sneakoscope whistled piercingly, or it'll wake him up. He nodded toward Professor Lupin. I stuffed the sneakoscope into a particularly horrible pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks, which deadened the sound, then closed the lid of the trunk on it. We could get it checked in Hogsmeade, said Ron. They sell that sort of thing in Dervish and Banjas, magical instruments and stuff. Fred and George told me. Do you know much about Hogsmeade? Asked Hermione keenly. I've read it's the only entirely non-Muggle settlement in Britain. Yeah, I think it is, said Ron in an offhand sort of way. But that's not why I want to go. I just want to get inside Honeydukes. What's that? I asked. It's this sweet shop, said Ron, a dreamy look coming over his face, where they've got everything, peppermints they make you smoke at the mouth and great fat chocoballs full of. Strawberry mousse and clotted cream, and really excellent sugar quills, which you can suck in class and just look like you're thinking what to write next. But Hogsmeade's a very interesting place, isn't it? Hermione pressed on eagerly. In sites of historical sorcery, it says the inn was the headquarters for the 1612 Goblin Rebellion, and the Shrieking Shack's supposed to be the most severely haunted building in Britain, and massive sherbet balls that make you levitate a few inches off the ground while you're sucking them, said Ron, who was plainly not listening to a word Hermione was saying. I looked around at Harry. Won't it be nice to get out of school for a bit and explore Hogsmeade? Spect it will, said Harry heavily. You'll have to tell me when you've found out. What you mean, said Ron. I can't go. The Dursleys didn't sign my permission form, and Fudge wouldn't either. Ron looked horrified. You're not allowed to come? But no way McGonagall or someone will give you permission. Harry gave a hollow laugh. Or we can ask Fred and George. They know every secret passage out of the castle, I continued. Guys, said Hermione sharply. I don't think Harry should be sneaking out of the school with Black on the loose. Yeah, I expect that's what McGonagall will say when I ask of permission, said Harry bitterly. But if we're with him, I said spiritedly to Hermione. Black wouldn't dare. Oh, don't talk rubbish, snapped Hermione. Black's already murdered a whole bunch of people in the middle of a crowded street. Do you really think he's going to worry about attacking Harry just because we're there? She was fumbling with the straps of Crookshanks's basket as she spoke. Don't let that thing out, Ron said, but too late. Crookshanks leapt lightly from the basket, stretched, yawned, and sprang onto Ron's knees. The lump in Ron's pocket trembled, and he shoved Crookshanks angrily away. Get out of it. Ron, don't, said Hermione angrily. Ron was about to answer back when Professor Lupin stirred. We watched him apprehensively, but he simply turned his head the other way, mouth slightly open, and slept on. The Hogwarts Express moved steadily north, and the scenery outside the window became wilder and darker, while the clouds overhead thickened overhead. People were chasing backwards and forwards past the door of their compartment. Crookshanks had now settled in an empty seat, his squashed face turned towards Ron, his yellow eyes on Ron's top pocket. At 1 o'clock, the plump witch with the food cart arrived at the compartment door. Do you think we should wake him up? I asked awkwardly, nodding towards Professor Lupin. He looks like he could do with some food. Hermione approached Professor Lupin cautiously. Professor, she said. Excuse me, Professor? He didn't move. Don't worry, dear, said the witch, as she handed us a large stack of cauldron cakes. If he's hungry when he wakes, I'll be up front with the driver. I suppose he is asleep, said Ron quietly, as the witch slid the compartment door closed. I mean, he hasn't died, has he? No, he's breathing, I whispered, taking the cauldron cake Harry past me. Mid-afternoon, just as it had started to rain, blurring the rolling hills outside the window, we heard footsteps outside in the corridor again, and our three least favorite people appeared at the door. Draco Malfoy, flanked by his cronies, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Well, look who it is, said Malfoy in his usual lazy drawl, pulling open the compartment door. Potty and the Weasel. Crabbe and Goyle chuckled trollishly. I heard your father finally got his hands on some gold this summer, Weasley, said Malfoy. Did your mother die of shock? Ron stood up so quickly he knocked Crookshanks's basket to the floor. Professor Lupin gave a snort. Who's that? Said Malfoy, taking an automatic step backward as he spotted Lupin. New teacher, said Harry, who got to his feet too. What were you saying, Malfoy? Malfoy's pale eyes narrowed. He wasn't fool enough to pick a fight right under a teacher's nose. Come on, he muttered resentfully to Crabbe and Goyle, and they disappeared. Harry and Ron sat down again, Ron massaging his knuckles. I'm not going to take any crap from Malfoy this year, he said angrily. I mean it. If he makes one more crack about my family, I'm going to get hold of his head, and Ron made a violent gesture in midair. Ron, hissed Hermione, pointing at Professor Lupin. Be careful. But Professor Lupin was still fast asleep. The rain thickened as the train sped yet farther north. The windows were now a solid, shimmering gray, which gradually darkened until lanterns flickered into life all along the corridors and over the luggage racks. The train rattled, the rain hammered, the wind roared, but still, Professor Lupin slept. We must be nearly there, I said, leaning forward to look past Professor Lupin at the now completely black window. The words had hardly left when the train started to slow down. Great, said Ron, getting up and walking carefully past Professor Lupin to try and see outside. "I'm starving. I want to get to the feast." "We can't be there yet," said Hermione, checking her watch. "So why are we stopping?" The train was getting slower and slower. As the noise of the pistons fell away, the wind and rain sounded louder than ever against the windows. Harry, who was nearest the door, got up to look into the corridor. All along the carriage, heads were sticking curiously out of their compartments. The train came to a stop with a jolt, and distant thuds and bangs told them that luggage had fallen out of the racks. Then, without warning, all the lamps went out, and we were plunged into total darkness. "What's going on?" said Ron's voice from behind Harry. "There was a huge pain in my foot suddenly."
"Ouch,"
I said, frustrated. "Ron, that was my foot. Do you think we've broken down?" "Dunno." There was a squeaking sound, and I saw the dim black outline of Ron, wiping a patch clean on the window and peering out. "There's something moving out there," Ron said. "I think people are coming aboard." The compartment door suddenly opened, and there was a loud sound. "Sorry. Do you know what's going on?"
"Ouch."
"Sorry," said a familiar voice. "Hello, Neville," said Harry. "Harry? Is that you? What's happening?" "No idea." "Sit down." There was a loud hissing and a yelp of pain. Neville had tried to sit on Crookshanks. "I'm going to go and ask the driver what's going on," came Hermione's voice. "I'll come to Mione," I said to her. As us walked out, we bumped into another figure. "Who's that? Who's that?" "Ginny." "Hermione." "What are you doing?" "I was looking for Ron." "Come in and sit down." "Not here," said Harry hurriedly. "I'm here." "Ouch," said Neville. "Quiet," said a hoarse voice suddenly. Professor Lupin appeared to have woken up at last. No one spoke. There was a soft, crackling noise, and a shivering light filled the compartment. Professor Lupin appeared to be holding a handful of flames. They illuminated his tired, gray face, but his eyes looked alert and wary. "Stay where you are," he said in the same hoarse voice, and he got slowly to his feet with his handful of fire held out in front of him. But the door slid slowly open before Lupin could reach it. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the shivering flames in Lupin's hand, was a cloaked figure that towered to the ceiling. Its face was completely hidden beneath its hood. There was a hand protruding from the cloak, and it was glistening, grayish, slimy-looking, and scabbed, like something dead that had decayed in water. And then the thing beneath the hood, whatever it was, drew a long, slow, rattling breath, as though it were trying to suck something more than air from its surroundings. An intense cold swept over us all. All of my emotions felt so small. My whole body was paralyzed. Then we saw Harry fall to the ground. He started twitching, and it looked like a seizure. Professor Lupin stood up and said, "None of us is hiding Sirius Black under our cloaks. Go." But the thing didn't budge. Professor Lupin, with an annoyed look on his face, whispered something, and this silvery light appeared. The black thing left, and it suddenly became warmer. After a couple of minutes, the train started moving again. "Harry."
"Harry."
"Are you all right?" I said, slapping his face. What?" he muttered. Harry opened his eyes. Ron and I heaved him back onto his seat. "Are you okay?" Ron asked nervously. "Yeah," said Harry, looking quickly toward the door. The hooded creature had vanished. "What happened? Where's that thing?" "Who screamed?" "No one screamed," said Hermione, more nervously still. Harry looked around the bright compartment. Ginny and Neville looked back at him, both very pale. "But I heard screaming." I touched his shoulder. "Harry, no one screamed." A loud snap made us all jump. Professor Lupin was breaking an enormous slab of chocolate into pieces. "Here," he said to Harry, handing him a particularly large piece.
Eat it.
It'll help. Harry took the chocolate, but didn't eat it. What was that thing? He asked Lupin. A Dementor, said Lupin, who was now giving chocolate to all of us. One of the Dementors of Azkaban. We all stared at him. Professor Lupin crumpled up the empty chocolate wrapper and put it in his pocket. Eat, he repeated. It'll help. I need to speak to the driver. Excuse me. He strolled past Harry and disappeared into the corridor. Are you sure you're okay, Harry? Said Hermione, watching Harry anxiously. I don't get it. What happened? Said Harry, wiping more sweat off his face. Well, that thing the Dementor stood there and looked around. I think it did. I couldn't see its face, and you, Hermione whimpered. I thought you were having a fit or something, I said, still worried. You went sort of rigid and fell out of your seat and started twitching, and Professor Lupin stepped over you and walked toward the Dementor and pulled out his wand, said Ron. And he said, none of us is hiding Sirius Black under our cloaks.
Go.
But the Dementor didn't move, so Lupin muttered something, and a silvery thing shot out of his wand at it, and it turned around and sort of glided away. It was horrible, said Neville, in a higher voice than usual. Did you feel how cold it got when it came in? I felt weird, I said, shifting my shoulders uncomfortably. Like I'd never be cheerful again. Ginny, who was huddled in her corner looking nearly as bad as Harry felt, gave a small sob. Hermione went over and put a comforting arm around her. But didn't any of you fall off your seats? Said Harry awkwardly. No, said Ron, looking anxiously at Harry again. Ginny was shaking like mad, though. Professor Lupin had come back. He paused as he entered, looked around, and said, with a small smile, I haven't poisoned that chocolate, you know. I took a bite, and all my happiness warmed my body. We'll be at Hogwarts in 10 minutes, said Professor Lupin. Are you all right, Harry? Fine, he muttered, embarrassed. We didn't talk much during the remainder of the journey. At long last, the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station, and there was a great scramble to get outside. Owls hooted, cats meowed, and Neville's pet toad croaked loudly from under his hat. It was freezing on the tiny platform. Rain was driving down in icy sheets. "Fur's years this way," called a familiar voice. We all turned and saw the gigantic outline of Hagrid at the other end of the platform, beckoning the terrified-looking new students forward for their traditional journey across the lake. "All right, you fours?" Hagrid yelled over the heads of the crowd. We waved at him, but had no chance to speak to him because the mass of people around them was shunting them away along the platform. We followed the rest of the school along the platform and out onto a rough mud track, where at least 100 stagecoaches awaited the remaining students. On the coach ride, I looked over at Harry occasionally, worried about him. As the carriage trundled toward a pair of magnificent wrought iron gates, flanked with stone columns topped with winged boars, I saw 2 more towering, hooded Dementors, standing guard on either side. At last, the carriage swayed to a halt, and Hermione, Ron, and I got out. As Harry stepped down, a drawling, delighted voice filled the air. "You fainted, Potter? Is Longbottom telling the truth? You actually fainted." Malfoy elbowed past me to block Harry's way up the stone steps to the castle, his face gleeful and his pale eyes glinting maliciously. "Shove off, Malfoy," said Ron, whose jaw was clenched. "Did you faint as well, Weasley?" said Malfoy loudly. "Did the scary old Dementor frighten you too, Weasley?" I was about to talk when I was interrupted. "Is there a problem?" said a mild voice. Professor Lupin had just gotten out of the next carriage. Malfoy gave Professor Lupin an insolent stare, which took in the patches on his robes and the dilapidated suitcase. With a tiny hint of sarcasm in his voice, he said, "Oh, no, Professor." Then he smirked at Crabbe and Goyle and led them up the steps into the castle. I prodded Ron in the back to make him hurry, and the four of us joined the crowd swarming up the steps, through the giant oak front doors, into the cavernous entrance hall, which was lit with flaming torches and housed a magnificent marble staircase that led to the upper floors. The door into the great hall stood open at the right. I was lost in my thought when a voice called, "Potter, Granger, I want to see you both." Harry and Hermione turned around, surprised. Professor McGonagall, Transfiguration teacher and head of Gryffindor House, was calling over the heads of the crowd. She was a stern-looking witch who wore her hair in a tight bun. Her sharp eyes were framed with square spectacles. "There's no need to look so worried. I just want a word in my office," she told them. "Move along there, Weasley. You too, Granger." Ron and I stared as Professor McGonagall ushered Harry and Hermione away from the chattering crowd. "Where do you think they're going?" Ron asked. "I have no idea," I said slowly. Suddenly, a big orange figure ran in their direction. "Crookshanks, come back here," I said, grabbing up the cat. I noticed that Ron had run away. I was on my way up to the dorms to put Crookshanks in ours, when I ran into a familiar blonde. "Oh, well, if it isn't Granger number 2, Malfoy sneered. "What do you want, Malfoy?" I said, rolling my eyes. "Watch your attitude, Granger. After all, what all can you do, Mud?" "What were you saying, Malfoy?" A voice came from behind. I turned. It was the twins. "You know, saying words against peers earns you a detention," George said. "Well, I don't see any teachers here, do you, weasels?" he sneered. "Well, prefects can give detentions," Fred said matter-of-factly, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a prefect badge. Malfoy slowly walked away. "Thanks, guys, but where'd you get the badge?" I said, but when I turned, they were gone. "I put Crookshanks in the dorm. The fat lady let me in without a password, surprisingly. By the time I made it back, the sorting was done, and I sat by Ron, who saved me a seat. Harry and Hermione walked in almost immediately after. "What was all that about?" I whispered to them. Harry started to explain in a whisper, but at that moment the headmaster stood up to speak, and he broke off. Professor Dumbledore, though very old, always gave an impression of great energy. He had several feet of long silver hair and beard, half-moon spectacles, and an extremely crooked nose. "Welcome," said Dumbledore, the candlelight shimmering on his beard. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say to you all, and as one of them is very serious, I think it best to get it out of the way before you become befuddled by our excellent feast." Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued, "As you will all be aware after their search of the Hogwarts Express, our school is presently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic business. They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds," Dumbledore continued, "and while they are with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave school without permission. Dementors are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises or even invisibility cloaks," he added blandly, and Harry and Ron glanced at each other. "It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading or excuses. I therefore warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you." I looked to the prefects and our new head boy and girl to make sure that no student runs afoul of the Dementors, he said. Percy, who was sitting a few seats down from us, puffed out his chest again and stared around impressively. Dumbledore paused again. He looked very seriously around the hall, and nobody moved or made a sound. On a happier note, he continued, "I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks this year. First, Professor Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the post of defense against the dark arts teacher." There was some scattered, rather unenthusiastic applause. Only those who had been in the compartment on the train with Professor Lupin clapped hard. Professor Lupin looked particularly shabby next to all the other teachers in their best robes. "Look at Snape," Ron hissed. Professor Snape, the potions master, was staring along the staff table at Professor Lupin. It was common knowledge that Snape wanted the defense against the dark arts job. I was a bit startled at the expression twisting his thin, sallow face. It was beyond anger. It was loathing. / As to our second new appointment, Dumbledore continued as the lukewarm applause for Professor Lupin died away. Well, I am sorry to tell you that Professor Kettleburn, our care of magical creatures teacher, retired at the end of last year in order to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. However, I am delighted to say that his place will be filled by none other than rebellious Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching job in addition to his gamekeeping duties. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I stared at one another, stunned. Then we joined in with the applause, which was tumultuous at the Gryffindor table in particular. I leaned forward to see Hagrid, who was ruby red in the face and staring down at his enormous hands, his wide grin hidden in the tangle of his black beard. We should have known. Ron roared, pounding the table. Who else would have assigned us a biting book? We were the last to stop clapping, and as Professor Dumbledore started speaking again, they saw that Hagrid was wiping his eyes on the tablecloth. Well, I think that's everything of importance, said Dumbledore. Let the feast begin. The golden plates and goblets before us filled suddenly with food and drinks. It was a delicious feast. The hall echoed with talk, laughter, and the clatter of knives and forks. However, I knew Harry, Ron, and Hermione were eager for it to finish so that they could talk to Hagrid, like me. I knew how much being made a teacher would mean to him. Hagrid wasn't a fully qualified wizard. He had been expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year for a crime he had not committed. It had been us 4 who had cleared Hagrid's name last year. At long last, when the last morsels of pumpkin tart had melted from the golden platters, Dumbledore gave the word that it was time for us all to go to bed, and we got their chance. Congratulations, Hagrid. Hermione squealed as we reached the teacher's table. All down to you 4, said Hagrid, wiping his shining face on his napkin as he looked up at them. Can't believe it, great man, Dumbledore. Came straight down to me hut after Professor Kettleburn said he'd had enough. It's what I always wanted. Overcome with emotion, he buried his face in his napkin, and Professor McGonagall shooed us away. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I joined the Gryffindors streaming up the marble staircase and, very tired now, along more corridors, up more and more stairs, to the hidden entrance to Gryffindor Tower, where a large portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress asked them, "Passwords? Coming through, coming through." Percy called from behind the crowd. "The new password's Fortuna Major." "Oh no," said Neville Longbottom sadly. He always had trouble remembering the passwords. Through the portrait hole and across the common room, the girls and boys divided toward their separate staircases. I went up to my dorm and saw Crookshanks, still where I left him, sleeping away. I walked over to the window and looked at the Dementors. I hoped I never had an encounter with them again. What I would soon realize is that I was so very wrong. Emma POV. When we entered the Great Hall for breakfast the next day, the first thing we saw was Malfoy, who seemed to be entertaining a large group of Slytherins with a very funny story. As we passed, Malfoy did a ridiculous impression of a swooning fit, and there was a roar of laughter. "Ignore him," said Hermione, who was right behind Harry. "Just ignore him. It's not worth it." "Hey, Potter," shrieked Pansy Parkinson, a Slytherin girl with a face like a pug.
Potter.
"The Dementors are coming, Potter." Harry dropped into a seat at the Gryffindor table, next to George Weasley. "New 3rd-year course schedules," said George, passing them over. He saw Harry's face and gave me a questioning look. "Malfoy," I said, sitting down on George's other side and glaring over at the Slytherin table. George looked up in time to see Malfoy pretending to faint with terror again. "That little git," he said calmly. He wasn't so cocky last night when the Dementors were down at our end of the train. Came running into our compartment. Didn't he, Fred? Nearly wet himself, said Fred, with a contemptuous glance at Malfoy. I wasn't too happy myself, said George. They're horrible things, those Dementors. Sort of freeze your insides, don't they? Said Fred. You didn't manage to get a picture? I inquired. Nah, sorry, Evangeline. Fred frowned, but had a strange look on his face. You didn't pass out, though, did you? Said Harry in a low voice. Forget it, Harry, said George bracingly. Dad had to go out to Azkaban one time, remember, Fred? And he said it was the worst place he'd ever been. He came back all weak and shaking. They suck the happiness out of a place, Dementors. Most of the prisoners go mad in there. Anyway, we'll see how happy Malfoy looks after our first Quidditch match, said Fred. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. First game of the season, remember? I nodded. He won't know what hit him, I said, putting my hand on his shoulder comfortingly. He smiled. Thanks, Em, was all he whispered. Hermione was examining her new schedule. Ooh, good. We're starting some new subjects today, she said happily. Hermione, said Ron, frowning as he looked over her shoulder. They've messed up your timetable. Look, they've got you down for about 10 subjects a day. There isn't enough time. I'll manage. I've fixed it all with Professor McGonagall. But look, said Ron, laughing. See this morning? 9 o'clock, divination. And underneath, 9 o'clock, Muggle studies. And Ron leaned closer to the timetable, disbelieving. Look underneath that, arithmancy, 9 o'clock. I mean, I know you're good, Hermione, but no one's that good. How are you supposed to be in 3 classes at once? Don't be silly, said Hermione shortly. Of course I won't be in 3 classes at once. Well then, pass the marmalade, said Hermione. But, oh, Ron, what's it to you if my timetable's a bit full? Hermione snapped. I told you, I've fixed it all with Professor McGonagall. Oh, speaking of McGonagall, I interrupted before the fight could get worse. I'm supposed to go to her office right after breakfast, so see ya. I waved off. Harry and Fred both got up, knocking into each other. I rolled my eyes and walked back. What do you boys need? Harry got up and whispered, could we talk later? Maybe after class in the common room? I whispered back, sure. We do that anyway. I turned and started to walk away again. I was at the doors of the Great Hall when I heard my name being called. Evangeline Charlotte Duer Granger. What, Frederick Fabian Weasley? I knew it was him, because he's the only one who calls me Evangeline. Frederick isn't even my full name, he said, smirking. Yeah, but Fred's boring, I said with a grin on my face, remembering when he christened me as Evangeline. Anyway, what do you want? I asked. I also got up to talk to you if you didn't notice, he told me, walking in circles. Oh, yeah, I thought to myself. I need a favor, he said. Will you do it? Depends, what is it? I said, already knowing what it's going to be about. Well, George or I are in our 5th year, and we should know what we want to know with our lives. But we, George and I, we have no idea. And all we know is that we want to make people laugh. A joke shop, but we don't have the supplies nor the space because of McGonagall's hard watch, and of course, we're 15. So we're wondering if you could help us smuggle in supplies. We have some coming in tomorrow, but we have class and it's coming in through the dungeons, where the Slytherin dorm is, and I know everyone loves you, so we were wondering if you could go pick it up. He said all of this in a couple of seconds. It all went through my mind as quick as he said it. Smuggle in supplies? I might be a little more mischievous than Hermione, but not that much. We could get expelled. I'll tell you later, I said, walking. I made my way to Dumbledore's office after I found McGonagall's. Once I was there, I saw the school's headmaster in all of his glory. Miss Granger, he said, with a smile on his face, please sit. I sat in the magnificent golden chair, and his face suddenly turned somber. Miss Granger, you know that you are 2 houses correct, he said. Yes, sir. I nodded. Well, Emma, every 2 or so years, we let the inter-house students switch houses just to satisfy their other qualities. If they would like, or we just give them higher-level coursework to push their other strengths. Or neither, if you'd like, McGonagall interrupted. I didn't notice her in the corner. So many options flooded my brain. Fred's predicament, what Harry wanted to talk to me about, now this. Professor, do you think I could have a little time? I stammered out. They nodded. As I walked out, I ran into a familiar blonde. Granger, he said with a smirk on his face. I rolled my eyes. What do you want, Malfoy? I said, trying to walk around him. Did I just see the accomplice of the prank weasels come out of Dumbledore's office? He said matter-of-factly. Yeah, so? Well, it's just that a little birdie told me that you and Potter are having a little rendezvous later. Steamy, he said, his gray eyes staring into mine. No. And whatever, Malfoy, get out of my way. Is little Granger scared of a little crush? Ugh, just leave you, worm. Love. I pushed my way through him and went back to the dorm for a little bit just to think. Soon I was asleep and woke up again right before lunch. I went to the Great Hall and saw my friends eating lunch. Soon a big bang rung in my ears as I got closer. Hermione slammed her arithmancy book down on the table so hard that bits of meat and carrot flew everywhere. If being good at divination means I have to pretend to see death omens in a lump of tea leaves, I'm not sure I'll be studying it much longer. That lesson was absolute rubbish compared with my arithmancy class. She snatched up her bag and stalked away. Ron frowned after her. What's she talking about? He said to Harry. She hasn't been to an arithmancy class yet. Hey guys, I muttered, sitting down. Hey, Ron sighed. Don't even ask what happened with your sister. I nodded, and we ate lunch quietly. Soon, we went to our first Care of Magical Creatures lesson. Mione and Ron weren't speaking. Hagrid was waiting for his class at the door of his hut. He stood in his moleskin overcoat, with Fong the boarhound at his heels, looking impatient to start. Come on now, get a move on, he called as the class approached. Got a real treat for you today. Great lesson coming up. Everyone here? Right, follow me. He led us to the outskirts of the forest. Bad memories flooded in. Everyone gather, round the fence here, he called. That's it, make sure you can see now. First thing y'all want to do is open your books. How? Said a voice I knew too much for today. Said Hagrid. How do we open our books? Malfoy repeated. He took out his copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, which he had bound shut with a length of rope. Other people took theirs out too. Some had belted their books shut. Others had crammed them inside tight bags or clamped them together with binder clips. Hasn't anyone been able to open their books? Said Hagrid, looking crestfallen. We all shook out heads. Yevi got to stroke said Hagrid, as though this was the most obvious thing in the world. Look. He took Hermione's copy and ripped off the spellotape that bound it. The book tried to bite, but Hagrid ran a giant forefinger down its spine, and the book shivered, and then fell open and lay quiet in his hand. Oh, how silly we've all been, Malfoy sneered. We should have stroked them. Why didn't we guess? I thought they were funny, Hagrid said uncertainly to Hermione and I. Oh, tremendously funny, said Malfoy. Really witty, giving us books that try and rip our hands off. Well, I liked them, I said, giving Hagrid a smile. Right then, said Hagrid, who seemed to have lost his thread. So Yevi got your books and now you need the magical creatures.
Yeah, so I'll go and get M.
Hang on. He strode away from them into the forest and out of sight. God, this place is going to the dogs, said Malfoy loudly. That oaf teaching classes, My father'll have a fit when I tell him." "Shut up, Malfoy," Harry said. "Careful, Potter. There's a Dementor behind you." "Ooh," squealed Lavender Brown, pointing toward the opposite side of the paddock. Trotting toward them were a dozen of the most bizarre creatures Harry had ever seen. They had the bodies, hind legs, and tails of horses, but the front legs, wings, and heads of what seemed to be giant eagles, with cruel, steel-colored beaks and large, brilliantly orange eyes. The talons on their front legs were half a foot long and deadly-looking. Each of the beasts had a thick leather collar around its neck, which was attached to a long chain, and the ends of all of these were held in the vast hands of Hagrid, who came jogging into the paddock behind the creatures. "Gee up, there," he roared, shaking the chains and urging the creatures toward the fence where the class stood. Everyone drew back slightly as Hagrid reached them and tethered the creatures to the fence. "Hippogriffs," Hagrid roared happily, waving a hand at them. "Boiful, aren't they?" I had a soft spot for animals, so I could see what he was talking about. "So," said Hagrid, rubbing his hands together and beaming around, "if you want to come a bit nearer."
No one seemed to want to.
Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I, however, approached the fence cautiously. "Now, first thing you gotta know about hippogriffs is they're proud," said Hagrid. "Easily offended, hippogriffs are. Don't never insult one, 'cause it might be the last thing you do." Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle weren't listening. They were talking in an undertone, and I knew they were going to sabotage it in some way. "Ya always wait for the hippogriff to make the first move," Hagrid continued. "It's polite, see? Ya walk toward him, and ya bow, and ya wait. If he bows back, y'are allowed to touch him. If he doesn't bow, then get away from him sharpish, 'cause those talons hurt. Right, who wants to go first?" Most of the class backed farther away in answer. Even my friends and I had misgivings. We looked at each other cautiously. The hippogriffs were tossing their fierce heads and flexing their powerful wings. They didn't seem to like being tethered like this. "No one," said Hagrid, with a pleading look. "I'll do it," said Harry. Lavender and Parvati whispered, "Oh no, Harry, remember your tea leaves." "Good man, Harry," roared Hagrid. "Right then, let's see how you get on with Buckbeak." I stopped paying attention after this. I walked to the back of the crowd. Malfoy and his goons were mumbling and sneering. I went back to the group and whispered to Mione, "Malfoy's planning something?" Soon, Harry had landed. "Good work, Harry," roared Hagrid as everyone except Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle cheered. "Okay, who else wants to go?" For the next hour or so, we all took turns on the hippogriffs. The feeling of flying was wonderful. I loved it. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had taken over Buckbeak. He had bowed to Malfoy, who was now patting his beak, looking disdainful. "This is very easy," Malfoy drawled. "I knew it must have been, if Potter could do it. I bet you're not dangerous at all. Are you?" he said to the hippogriff. "Are you, you great ugly brute?" It happened in a flash of steely talons. Malfoy let out a high-pitched scream, and next moment, Hagrid was wrestling Buckbeak back into his collar as he strained to get at Malfoy, who lay curled in the grass, blood blossoming over his robes. "I'm dying," Malfoy yelled as the class panicked. "I'm dying. Look at me. It's killed me." "You're not dying," said Hagrid, who had gone very white. "Someone help me, gotta get him out of here." I ran to hold open the gate as Hagrid lifted Malfoy easily. As they passed, Harry saw that there was a long, deep gash on Malfoy's arm. Blood splattered the grass, and Hagrid ran with him, up the slope toward the castle. Very shaken, the Care of Magical Creatures class followed at a walk. The Slytherins were all shouting about Hagrid. "They should sack him straight away," said Pansy Parkinson, who was in tears. "It was Malfoy's fault," snapped Dean Thomas. Crabbe and Goyle flexed their muscles threateningly. They all climbed the stone steps into the deserted entrance hall. "I'm going to see if he's okay," said Pansy, and they all watched her run up the marble staircase. The Slytherins, still muttering about Hagrid, headed away in the direction of their dungeon common room. Harry, Ron, and Hermione proceeded upstairs to Gryffindor Tower. "You think he'll be all right," said Hermione nervously. "Course he will. Madame Pomfrey can mend cuts in about a second," said Harry, who had had far worse injuries mended magically by the nurse. "That was a really bad thing to happen in Hagrid's first class, though, wasn't it?" said Ron, looking worried. "Trust Malfoy to mess things up for him." They were among the first to reach the Great Hall at dinner time, hoping to see Hagrid, but he wasn't there. "They wouldn't fire him, would they?" said Hermione anxiously, not touching her steak and kidney pudding. "They'd better not," I said, who wasn't eating either. "Well, you can't say it wasn't an interesting first day back," said Ron gloomily. "We went up to the crowded Gryffindor common room after dinner and tried to do the homework Professor McGonagall had given them, but all four of us kept breaking off and glancing out of the tower window." "There's a light on in Hagrid's window," Harry said suddenly. Ron looked at his watch. "If we hurried, we could go down and see him. It's still quite early." "I don't know," Hermione said slowly. I glanced at Harry. "I'm allowed to walk across the grounds," he said pointedly. "Sirius Black hasn't got past the Dementors yet, has he?" So we put their things away and headed out of the portrait hole, glad to meet nobody on our way to the front doors, as we weren't entirely sure we were supposed to be out. The grass was still wet and looked almost black in the twilight. When we reached Hagrid's hut, they knocked, and a voice growled, "Come in." Hagrid was sitting in his shirt sleeves at his scrubbed wooden table. His boarhound, Fong, had his head in Hagrid's lap. One look told them that Hagrid had been drinking a lot. There was a pewter tankard almost as big as a bucket in front of him, and he seemed to be having difficulty getting them into focus. "'Spect it's a record," he said thickly, when he recognized them. "Don, reckon they've ever had a teacher who lasted Ani a day before." "You haven't been fired, Hagrid," gasped Hermione. "Not yet," said Hagrid miserably, taking a huge gulp of whatever was in the tankard. "But's only a matter o' time in tea after Malfoy." "How is he?" said Ron as they all sat down. "It wasn't serious, was it?" "Madame Pomfrey fixed him best she could," said Hagrid dully. "But he's sayin' but still agony, covered in bandages moanin'." "He's faking it," said Harry at once. "Madame Pomfrey can mend anything. She regrew half my bones last year. Trust Malfoy to milk it for all it's worth." "School governors have been told." "Oh, course," said Hagrid miserably. "They reckon I started too big. Shoulda left Hippogriff's fair later, won Flobberworms or summit. Just thought it'd make a good for his lessons. All my fault." "It's all Malfoy's fault, Hagrid," I said earnestly. "We're witnesses," said Harry. "You said Hippogriff's attack if you insult them. It's Malfoy's problem that he wasn't listening. We'll tell Dumbledore what really happened." "Yeah, don't worry, Hagrid. We'll back you up," said Ron. Tears leaked out of the crinkled corners of Hagrid's beetle black eyes. He grabbed both Harry and Ron and pulled them into a bone-breaking hug. "I think you've had enough to drink, Hagrid," said Hermione firmly. She took the tankard from the table and went outside to empty it. Maybe she's right," said Hagrid, letting go of Harry and Ron, who both staggered away, rubbing their ribs. Hagrid heaved himself out of his chair and followed Hermione unsteadily outside. We heard a loud splash. "What's he done?" I asked nervously as Hermione came back in with the empty tankard. "Stuck his head in the water barrel," said Hermione, putting the tankard away. Hagrid came back, his long hair and beard sopping wet, wiping the water out of his eyes. "That's better," he said, shaking his head like a dog and drenching them all. "Listen, it was good of ye to come and see me. I really..." Hagrid stopped dead, staring at Harry as though he'd only just realized he was there. "What do you think you're doing?" "Yach," he roared, so suddenly that they jumped a foot in the air. "Why are you not to go wandering around after dark, Harry? And you three, letting him." Hagrid strode over to Harry, grabbed his arm, and pulled him to the door. "Come on," Hagrid said angrily. "I'm talking, you're all back up to school and Dawn, let me catch ya walking down to see me after dark again. I'm not worth that." Soon, Hagrid was walking us up the hill to our dorms and in his mind to safety. Malfoy didn't reappear in classes until late on Thursday morning, when the Slytherins and Gryffindors were halfway through double potions. He swaggered into the dungeon, his right arm covered in bandages and bound up in a sling, as though he were the heroic survivor of some dreadful battle. "How is it, Draco?" simpered Pansy Parkinson. "Does it hurt much?" I rolled my eyes. "Yeah," said Malfoy, putting on a brave sort of grimace. But I saw him wink at Crabbe and Goyle when Pansy had looked away. Settle down," said Professor Snape idly. Harry, Ron, and I scowled at each other. Snape wouldn't have said settle down if they'd walked in late. He'd have given them detention. But Malfoy had always been able to get away with anything in Snape's classes. Snape was head of Slytherin House, and generally favored his own students above all others. We were making a new potion today, a shrinking solution. Malfoy set up his cauldron right next to me, so that we were preparing their ingredients on the same table. I growled silently. Of course he does this. "Sir," Malfoy called. "Sir, I'll need help cutting up these daisy roots, because of my arm." "Granger, cut up Malfoy's roots for him," said Snape, without looking up. I groaned. "There's nothing even wrong with your arm." He smirked. "Granger, you heard Professor Snape. Cut up these roots." I reached for his knife, but he didn't lift his hand. Our hands were touching. "You want to hold my hand, Granger," he sneers. "In your dreams, Malfoy," I shoot back. I begin cutting his root, but in all different sizes and shapes. "Professor," drawled Malfoy, "Granger's mutilating my roots, sir." Snape approached our table, stared down his hooked nose at the roots, then gave me an unpleasant smile from beneath his long, greasy black hair. His eyes peered into me, but I kept a confident face. "Change roots with Malfoy, Granger." "But, sir," I yelped. I spent the whole period making sure they were the same size. "Now," said Snape in his most dangerous voice. I shoved my own beautifully cut roots across the table at Malfoy, then took up the knife again. "And, sir, I'll need this shrivel fig skinned," said Malfoy, his voice full of malicious laughter. "Potter, Weasley, you can skin Malfoy's shrivel fig, because Miss Granger proved that cutting isn't a one-person job," said Snape, giving Harry the look of loathing he always reserved just for him. Harry took Malfoy's shrivel fig as I began trying to repair the damage to the roots I now had to use. Harry skinned the shrivel fig as fast as he could and flung it back across the table at Malfoy without speaking. I looked over at him with a straight face. I wonder what he's thinking about. Malfoy was smirking more broadly than ever. "Seen your pal Hagrid lately?" he asked us quietly. "None of your business," I said jerkily, without looking up. "I'm afraid he won't be a teacher much longer," said Malfoy in a tone of mock sorrow. "Father's not very happy about my injury." "Keep talking, Malfoy, and I'll give you a real injury," snarled Ron. "He's complained to the school governors and to the Ministry of Magic. Father's got a lot of influence, you know. And a lasting injury like this," he gave a huge, fake sigh. "Who knows if my arm will ever be the same again." "So that's why you're putting it on," said Harry, accidentally beheading a dead caterpillar because his hand was shaking in anger to try to get Hagrid fired. "Well," said Malfoy, lowering his voice to a whisper, "partly, Potter. But there are other benefits too." "Weasley," Slice my caterpillars for me. A few cauldrons away, Neville was in trouble. Neville regularly went to pieces in potions lessons. It was his worst subject, and his great fear of Professor Snape made things 10 times worse. His potion, which was supposed to be a bright, acid green, had turned orange Longbottom, said Snape, ladling some up and allowing to splash back into the cauldron so that everyone could see.
Orange.
Tell me, boy, does anything penetrate that thick skull of yours? Didn't you hear me say, quite clearly, that only one cat spleen was needed? Didn't I state plainly that a dash of leech juice would suffice? What do I have to do to make you understand, Longbottom? Neville was pink and trembling. He looked as though he was on the verge of tears. Please, sir, said Hermione. Please, I could help Neville put it right. I don't remember asking you to show off, Miss Granger, said Snape coldly, and Hermione went as pink as Neville. Longbottom, at the end of this lesson we will feed a few drops of this potion to your toad and see what happens. Perhaps that will encourage you to do it properly. Snape moved away, leaving Neville breathless with fear. I gave Meone a half hug from the back to comfort her. Help me, he moaned to Hermione. Hey, Harry, said Seamus Finnegan, leaning over to borrow Harry's brass scales. Have you heard? Daily Prophet this morning they reckon Sirius Black's been sighted. Where? Said Harry, and I quickly. On the other side of the table, Malfoy looked up, listening closely. Not too far from here, said Seamus, who looked excited. It was a muggle who saw him. Course, she didn't really understand. The muggles think he's just an ordinary criminal, don't they? So she phoned the telephone hotline. By the time the Ministry of Magic got there, he was gone. Not too far from here? Ron repeated, looking significantly at Harry. He turned around and saw Malfoy watching closely. What? Malfoy. Need something else skinned? But Malfoy's eyes were shining malevolently, and they were fixed Harry. He leaned across the table. Thinking of trying to catch Black single-handed, Potter? Yeah, that's right, said Harry offhandedly. Malfoy's thin mouth was curving in a mean smile. Of course, if it was me, he said quietly, I'd have done something before now. I wouldn't be staying in school like a good boy. I'd be out there looking for him. What are you talking about, Malfoy? Said Ron roughly. Don't you know, Potter? Breathed Malfoy, his pale eyes narrowed. Know what? Malfoy let out a low, sneering laugh. Maybe you'd rather not risk your neck, he said. Want to leave it to the Dementors, do you? But if it was me, I'd want revenge. I'd hunt him down myself. What are you talking about? Said Harry angrily, but at that moment Snape called. You should have finished adding your ingredients by now. This potion needs to stew before it can be drunk, so clear away while it simmers, and then we'll test Longbottoms. Crabbe and Goyle laughed openly, watching Neville sweat as he stirred his potion feverishly. Hermione was muttering instructions to him out of the corner of her mouth, so that Snape wouldn't see. Harry, Ron and I packed away our unused ingredients and went to wash our hands and ladles in the stone basin in the corner. What did Malfoy mean? Harry muttered to me and Ron as he stuck his hands under the icy jet that poured from the gargoyle's mouth. Why would I want revenge on Black? He hasn't done anything to me yet. He's making it up, said Ron savagely. He's trying to make you do something stupid. Don't let him get to you, I warned with a warm smile. He smiled back. The end of the lesson in sight, Snape strode over to Neville, who was cowering by his cauldron. Everyone gather round, said Snape, his black eyes glittering, and watch what happens to Longbottom's toad. If he has managed to produce a shrinking solution, it will shrink to a tadpole. If, as I don't doubt, he has done it wrong, his toad is likely to be poisoned. The Gryffindors watched fearfully. The Slytherins looked excited. Snape picked up Trevor the Toad in his left hand and dipped a small spoon into Neville's potion, which was now green. He trickled a few drops down Trevor's throat. There was a moment of hushed silence in which Trevor gulped. Then there was a small pop, and Trevor the tadpole was wriggling in Snape's palm. The Gryffindors burst into applause. Snape, looking sour, pulled a small bottle from the pocket of his robe, poured a few drops on top of Trevor, and he reappeared suddenly, fully grown. 5 points from Gryffindor, said Snape, which wiped the smiles from every face. I told you not to help him, Miss Granger. Class dismissed. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I climbed the steps to the entrance hall. Ron was seething about Snape. 5 points from Gryffindor, because the potion was all right. Why didn't you lie? Hermione? You should have said Neville did it all by himself. Hermione didn't answer. I turned suddenly, and my sister wasn't there. Where is she? Harry turned too. They were at the top of the steps now, watching the rest of the class pass them, heading for the Great Hall and lunch. She was right behind us, said Ron, frowning. Malfoy passed us, walking between Crabbe and Goyle. He smirked at Harry and disappeared. There she is, said Harry. Hermione was panting slightly, hurrying up the stairs. One hand clutched her bag. The other seemed to be tucking something down the front of her robes.
How did you do that? Said Ron.
What? Said Hermione, joining us. 1 minute you were right behind us. The next moment, you were back at the bottom of the stairs again. I inquired. What? Hermione looked slightly confused. Oh, I had to go back for something. Oh no. A seam had split on Hermione's bag. Harry wasn't surprised. He could see that it was crammed with at least a dozen large and heavy books. Why are you carrying all these around with you? Ron asked her. You know how many subjects I'm taking, said Hermione breathlessly.
Couldn't hold these for me, could you?
But Ron was turning over the books she had handed him, looking at the covers. You haven't got any of these subjects today. It's only defense against the dark arts this afternoon. Oh yes, said Hermione vaguely, but she packed all the books back into her bag just the same. I hope there's something good for lunch. I'm starving, she added, and she marched off toward the Great Hall. Do you get the feeling Hermione's not telling us something? Ron asked Harry, and me. I shrugged, knowing exactly what was going on. Professor Lupin wasn't there when we arrived at his first defense against the dark arts lesson. We all sat down, took out our books, quills, and parchment, and were talking. Where's the teacher? I asked, really confused. Chill. He's probably just late. Harry said. Yeah, relax. We don't have a teacher, which means doing whatever. Ron shrugged. At the same time, he finally entered the room. Lupin smiled vaguely and placed his tatty old briefcase on the teacher's desk. He was as shabby as ever, but looked healthier than he had on the train, as though he had had a few square meals.
Good afternoon, he said.
Would you please put all your books back in your bags? Today's will be a practical lesson. You will need only your wands. A few curious looks were exchanged as the class put away our books. I looked over at Hermione, and her face was pale. We had never had a practical defense against the dark arts class before, unless you counted the memorable class last year when our old teacher had brought a cage full of pixies to class and set them loose. Right then, said Professor Lupin, when everyone was ready. If you'd follow me. Puzzled but interested, the class got to its feet and followed Professor Lupin out of the classroom. He led us along the deserted corridor and around a corner, where the first thing we saw was Peeves the poltergeist, who was floating upside down in midair and stuffing the nearest keyhole with chewing gum. Peeves didn't look up until Professor Lupin was 2 feet away. Then he wiggled his curly, toed feet and broke into song. Loony, loopy Lupin, Peeves sang. Loony, loopy Lupin, loony, loopy Lupin. Rude and unmanageable as he almost always was, Peeves usually showed some respect toward the teachers. Everyone looked quickly at Professor Lupin to see how he would take this. To their surprise, he was still smiling. "I'd take that gum out of the keyhole if I were you, Peeves," he said pleasantly. "Mr. Filch won't be able to get into his brooms." Filch was the Hogwarts caretaker, a bad-tempered, failed wizard who waged a constant war against the students and, indeed, Peeves. However, Peeves paid no attention to Professor Lupin's words, except to blow a loud, wet raspberry. Professor Lupin gave a small sigh and took out his wand. "This is a useful little spell," he told the class over his shoulder. "Please watch closely." He raised the wand to shoulder height, said, "Wadawasi," and pointed it at Peeves. With the force of a bullet, the wad of chewing gum shot out of the keyhole and straight down Peeves' left nostril. He whirled upright and zoomed away, cursing. "Cool, sir," said Dean Thomas in amazement. "Thank you, Dean," said Professor Lupin, putting his wand away again. "Shall we proceed?" We set off again, the class looking at shabby Professor Lupin with increased respect. He led them down a second corridor and stopped, right outside the staff room door. "Inside, please," said Professor Lupin, opening it and standing back. The staff room, a long, paneled room full of old, mismatched chairs, was empty except for one teacher. Professor Snape was sitting in a low armchair, and he looked around as the class filed in. His eyes were glittering, and there was a nasty sneer playing around his mouth. As Professor Lupin came in and made to close the door behind him, Snape said, "Leave it open, Lupin. I'd rather not witness this." He got to his feet and strode past the class, his black robes billowing behind him. At the doorway, he turned on his heel and said, "Possibly no one's warned you, Lupin, but this class contains Neville Longbottom. I would advise you not to entrust him with anything difficult. Not unless Miss Granger is hissing instructions in his ear." Neville went scarlet. Harry glared at Snape. I felt pity for Neville. He was a good kid. Professor Lupin had raised his eyebrows. "I was hoping that Neville would assist me with the first stage of the operation," he said, "and I am sure he will perform it admirably." Neville's face went, if possible, even redder. Snape's lip curled, but he left, shutting the door with a snap. "Now then," said Professor Lupin, beckoning the class toward the end of the room, where there was nothing but an old wardrobe where the teachers kept their spare robes. As Professor Lupin went to stand next to it, the wardrobe gave a sudden wobble, banging off the wall. "Nothing to worry about," said Professor Lupin calmly, because a few people had jumped backward in alarm. "There's a boggart in there." My heart nearly stopped. Neville gave Professor Lupin a look of pure terror, and Seamus Finnegan eyed the now rattling doorknob apprehensively. "Boggarts like dark, enclosed spaces," said Professor Lupin. "Wardrobes, the gap beneath beds, the cupboards under sinks. I've even met one that had lodged itself in a grandfather clock. This one moved in yesterday afternoon, and I asked the headmaster if the staff would leave it to give my third year some practice. So, the first question we must ask ourselves is, what is a boggart?" There was a slight twitch in my arm, but Hermione put up her hand first. "I never even tried anymore. She always beat me to it." "It's a shape-shifter," she said. "It can take the shape of whatever it thinks will frighten us most." "Couldn't have put it better myself," said Professor Lupin, and Hermione glowed. "So the boggart sitting in the darkness within has not yet assumed a form. He does not yet know what will frighten the person on the other side of the door. Nobody knows what a boggart looks like when he is alone, but when I let him out, he will immediately become whatever each of us most fears. This means," said Professor Lupin, choosing to ignore Neville's small sputter of terror, "that we have a huge advantage over the boggart before we begin. Have you spotted it? He scans the room. Harry." Hermione's hand shot up and started bobbing, while Harry looked confused. Because there are so many of us, it won't know which shape it should be?" "Precisely," said Professor Lupin, and Hermione put her hand down, looking a little disappointed. It's always best to have company when you're dealing with a boggart. He becomes confused. Which should he become, a headless corpse or a flesh-eating slug? I once saw a boggart make that very mistake, tried to frighten 2 people at once, and turned himself into half a slug. Not remotely frightening. The charm that repels a boggart is simple, yet it requires force of mind. You see, the thing that really finishes a boggart is laughter. What you need to do is force it to assume a shape that you find amusing. We will practice the charm without wands first. After me, please, ridiculous. Ridiculous, said the class together. Good, said Professor Lupin. Very good. But that was the easy part, I'm afraid. You see, the word alone is not enough. And this is where you come in, Neville. The wardrobe shook again, though not as much as Neville, who walked forward as though he were heading for the gallows, his face as white as a ghost. Right, Neville, said Professor Lupin. First things first, what would you say is the thing that frightens you most in the world? Neville's lips moved, but no noise came out. I didn't catch that, Neville, sorry, said Professor Lupin cheerfully. Neville looked around rather wildly, as though begging someone to help him, then said, in barely more than a whisper, Professor Snape. I bit my tongue to keep from laughing. Even Neville grinned apologetically. Professor Lupin, however, looked thoughtful. Professor Snape. Neville, I believe you live with your grandmother? Yes, said Neville nervously. But I don't want the boggart to turn into her either. No, you misunderstand me, said Professor Lupin, now smiling. I wonder, could you tell us what sort of clothes your grandmother usually wears? Neville looked startled, but said, well, always the same hat. A tall one with a stuffed vulture on top. And a long dress, green, normally, and sometimes a fox, for scarf. And a handbag, prompted Professor Lupin. A big red one, said Neville. Right then, said Professor Lupin. Can you picture those clothes very clearly, Neville? Can you see them in your mind's eyes? Yes, said Neville, uncertainty, plainly wondering what was coming next. When the boggart bursts out of this wardrobe, Neville, and sees you, it will assume the form of Professor Snape, said Lupin. And you will raise your wand thus and cry, ridiculous, and concentrate hard on your grandmother's clothes. If all goes well, Professor Boggart Snape will be forced into that vulture-topped hat and that green dress with that big red handbag. The picture came into my mind, and a laugh escaped my lips. The wardrobe wobbled more violently. If Neville is successful, the boggart is likely to shift his attention to each of us in turn, said Professor Lupin. I would like all of you to take a moment now to think of the thing that scares you most, and imagine how you might force it to look comical. What did I fear most? I thought to myself. I thought of everything we'd been through, you. Nog, who, the basilisk, the spiders, none of which scared me to the extent of Neville. Before I could think of one, Professor Lupin's voice entered my head. Everyone ready? My stomach flipped. Everyone ready, said Professor Lupin. I nodded grimly. Neville, we're going to back away, said Professor Lupin. Let you have a clear field, all right? I'll call the next person forward. Everyone back now, so Neville can get a clear shot. We all retreated, backed against the walls, leaving Neville alone beside the wardrobe. He looked pale and frightened, but he had pushed up the sleeves of his robes and was holding his wand ready. On the count of 3, Neville, said Professor Lupin, who was pointing his own wand at the handle of the wardrobe. 1, 2, 3 now. A jet of sparks shot from the end of Professor Lupin's wand and hit the doorknob. The wardrobe burst open. Hook-nosed and menacing, Professor Snape stepped out, his eyes flashing at Neville. What was my worst fear? The thought bounced around my head like tennis balls. Again, Professor Lupin interrupted me. Neville! Ridiculous! Neville shouted, and they had a split-second's view of Snape in his lacy dress before Neville let out a great "ha" of laughter, and the boggart exploded, burst into 1,000 tiny wisps of smoke, and was gone. "Excellent," cried Professor Lupin as the class broke into applause. "Excellent, Neville. Well done, everyone. Let me see. 5 points to Gryffindor for every person to tackle the boggart, 10 for Neville because he did it twice, and 5 each to Hermione and Harry." "But I didn't do anything," said Harry. "You and Hermione answered my questions correctly at the start of the class, Harry," Lupin said lightly. "Very well, everyone, an excellent lesson. Homework, kindly read the chapter on boggarts and summarize it for me, to be handed in on Monday. That will be all." Talking excitedly, we left the staff room. I looked over at Harry, and he looked sick to his stomach. But no one else seemed to have noticed anything. "Did you see me take that banshee?" shouted Seamus. "And the hand," said Dean, waving his own around. "And Snape in that hat. And my mummy. I wonder why Professor Lupin's frightened of crystal balls," said Lavender thoughtfully. "That was the best defense against the dark arts lesson we've ever had, wasn't it?" said Ron excitedly as we made our way back to the classroom to get their bags. "He seems like a very good teacher," said Hermione approvingly. "But I wish I could have had a turn with the boggart." "What would it have been for you?" said Ron, sniggering. "A piece of homework that only got 9 out of 10. At this, we all laughed and Hermione turned red. After defense against the dark arts, I had to go pick up Fred's package. He nearly screamed when I told him I would do it. "God, Evangeline, I love you," he had squealed. I had laughed as my face burned up. As my thoughts drifted, I reached the astronomy tower where there was a box labeled books. I assumed that was the box I needed. I crouched down to pick it up, and then I remembered I was a witch. "Come on, Think I took out my wand and chanted Wingardium Leviosa. The box lifted about 2 feet into the air. I smiled, proud of myself. I turned and saw the face of Professor Severus Snape. "Miss Granger, what do you think you're doing?" he said in his suspicious way. "Nothing, SNA. I mean, Professor, just picking some stuff up," I stuttered, praying someone would come up. "What stuff?" he replied, putting emphasis on stuff. "Books," I said rather enthusiastically to him. My heart was pounding and my face felt warm. "May I see, Miss Granger?" his hand reaching for the box. I turned and said, "Yes, sir." Sweat was trickling down my forehead. This was it, I'm getting expelled. I tried to do it as slowly as possible, but Snape started tapping his foot. "Please hurry, Miss Granger. I have a class to teach soon." I chuckled nervously. Then, my guardian angel appeared. "Wingardium Leviosa," a kid yelled outside. Snape grumbled. "I'll be right back, Miss Granger." He stared into my aqua eyes. I tucked my brown hair behind my ear, and the red accents at the end hit my shoulders. He grunted and turned to leave. I exhaled. Then I had an idea. I put an actual book in the box and whispered Geminio. The book glowed and started multiplying. Soon they covered the rest of the supplies, so I waved my wand, and the multiplying stopped. Just in time, Snape came back. "Well, Miss Granger, let's see those books," he said with a smirk. With pleasure, I smiled. I moved to show him the many, many copies of Quidditch through the ages. "Why are there this many?" he inquired. My quick thinking skills were put to the test. "I got them for the Quidditch team," I answered. "Humph," he nodded and left. I sighed and touched my heart. It slowed down. That was close. I picked up the box and put a cloaking charm on it. I walked back to the common room where Fred was waiting. "Evangeline." "You got it," he beamed. "Thanks," he muttered as he saw Harry come in. I smiled at him and walked to Harry. "What did you want to talk about, Potter?" I asked. He shuffled around uncomfortably. "Right, so, when I collapsed and stuff on the train," he stuttered. I nodded for him to go on. "Well, I kind of heard someone screaming. A woman. And someone else." His ears turned pink. Whoa, I thought to myself. Oh, was the only sound I could make. Yeah, super creepy, he said. No, it's sweet, I told him, grinning. It shows you care. Oh, I'm really happy that's all you think of it. Because when I told Ron he thought you'd think that he cut off, never mind. Anyway, good night, he stuttered. I wonder what he meant. After this, I went straight to my room. As I got ready to go to sleep, I thought, 2 down, 1 to go. In no time at all, defense against the dark arts had become most people's favorite class. Only Draco Malfoy and his gang of Slytherins had anything bad to say about Professor Lupin. Look at the state of his robes, Malfoy would say in a loud whisper as Professor Lupin passed. He dresses like our old house elf. But no one else cared that Professor Lupin's robes were patched and frayed. His next few lessons were just as interesting as the first. After Boggarts, we studied redcaps, nasty little goblin-like creatures that lurked wherever there had been bloodshed, in the dungeons of castles and the potholes of deserted battlefields, waiting to bludgeon those who had gotten lost. From redcaps we moved on to kappas, creepy water dwellers that looked like scaly monkeys, with webbed hands itching to strangle unwitting waders in their ponds. Snape was much more irritable after the Boggart incident. And after the box of books, he kept an eye on me and Neville more than everyone else. I had my first divination lesson a day after everyone else, and it was complete rubbish. As for care of magical creatures, it got dull after the first day, where Malfoy got injured. We were learning about flobberworms. Why would anyone bother looking after them? Said Ron, after yet another hour of poking shredded lettuce down the flobberworms' throats. Once October started, Quidditch was about to start and would call a team meeting. There were 7 people on a Quidditch team, 3 chasers, whose job it was to score goals by putting the quaffle, a red, soccer-sized ball, through one of the 50-foot high hoops at each end of the field, 2 beaters, who were equipped with heavy bats to repel the bludgers, 2 heavy black balls that zoomed around trying to attack the players, a keeper who defended the goalposts, and the seeker had to catch the golden snitch, a tiny, winged, walnut-sized ball, whose capture ended the game and earned the seeker's team an extra 150 points. Oliver Wood was a burly 17-year-old, now in his 7th and final year at Hogwarts. There was a quiet sort of desperation in his voice as he addressed his 6 fellow team members in the chilly locker rooms on the edge of the darkening Quidditch field. "This is our last chance, my last chance to win the Quidditch Cup," he told us, striding up and down in front of us. "I'll be leaving at the end of this year. I'll never get another shot at it. Gryffindor hasn't won for 7 years now. Okay, so we've had the worst luck in the world, injuries than the tournament getting called off last year." Wood swallowed, as though the memory still brought a lump to his throat. "But we also know we've got the best ready team in the school," he said, punching a fist into his other hand, the old manic glint back in his eye. "We've got 3 superb chasers." Wood pointed at me, Angelina Johnson, and Katie Bell. "We've got 2 unbeatable beaters." "Stop it, Oliver. You're embarrassing us," said Fred and George together, pretending to blush. "And we've got a seeker who has never failed to win us a match," Wood rumbled, glaring at Harry with a kind of furious pride. "And me," he added as an afterthought. "We think you're very good too, Oliver," said George. "Spanking good keeper," said Fred. "Quite exceptional," I added. "The point is," Wood went on, resuming his pacing, "the Quidditch Cup should have had our name on it these last 2 years. Ever since Harry and Emma joined the team, I've thought the thing was in the bag. But we haven't got it, and this year's the last chance we'll get to finally see our name on the thing." Wood spoke so dejectedly that even Fred and George looked sympathetic. "Oliver, this year's our year," said Fred. "We'll do it, Oliver," said Angelina. "Without a doubt," I said. "Definitely," said Harry. Full of determination, we started training sessions, 3 evenings a week. The weather was getting colder and wetter, the nights darker, but no one cared. Everyone wanted that cup. After practice, Harry and I went back to the common room, and everyone was buzzing. "What's happened?" I asked Ron and Hermione, who were sitting in 2 of the best chairs by the fireside and completing some star charts for astronomy. "First Hogsmeade weekend," said Ron, pointing at a notice that had appeared on the battered old bulletin board. "End of October. Halloween." "Excellent," said Fred, who had followed Harry through the portrait hole. "I need to visit Zonko's. I'm nearly out of stink pellets." "Huh. I think I'll join you. I need to pick up some things myself." I winked at him, thinking of pranking Malfoy. "Harry, I'm sure you'll be able to go next time," Hermione said. "They're bound to catch Black soon. He's been cited once already." "Black's not fool enough to try anything in Hogsmeade," said Ron. "Ask McGonagall if you can go this time, Harry. The next one might not be for ages." "Yeah, it's our first trip out of school. We should do it together," I added. "Ron, said Hermione. "Harry's supposed to stay in school. He can't be the only third year left behind," said Ron. "Ask McGonagall." "Go on, Harry." "Yeah, I think I will," said Harry. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, but at that moment Crookshanks leapt lightly onto her lap. A large, dead spider was dangling from his mouth. "Does he have to eat that in front of us?" said Ron, scowling. "Clever Crookshanks, did you catch that all by yourself?" said Hermione. He jumped on Hermione's lap, and I stroked his head. Crookshanks slowly chewed up the spider, his yellow eyes fixed insolently on Ron. "Just keep him over there, that's all," said Ron irritably, turning back to his star chart. "I've got Scabbers asleep in my bag." Harry yawned, and I looked over at him. We were tired. Luckily, I did all of my homework earlier. "You can copy mine if you like," said Ron, labeling his last star with a flourish and shoving the chart toward Harry. Hermione, who disapproved of copying, pursed her lips but didn't say anything. Crookshanks was still staring unblinkingly at Ron, flicking the end of his bushy tail. Then, without warning, he pounced.
"Oi!"
Ron roared, seizing his bag as Crookshanks sank 4 sets of claws deep inside it and began tearing ferociously. "Get off, you stupid animal." Ron tried to pull the bag away from Crookshanks, but Crookshanks clung on, spitting and slashing. I grasped at Crookshanks' tail, but he moved quickly. "Ron, don't hurt him," squealed Hermione. The whole common room was watching. Ron whirled the bag around, Crookshanks still clinging to it, and Scabbers came flying out of the top. "Catch that cat," Ron yelled as Crookshanks freed himself from the remnants of the bag, sprang over the table, and chased after the terrified Scabbers. George made a lunge for Crookshanks but missed. Scabbers streaked through 20 pairs of legs and shot beneath an old chest of drawers. Crookshanks skidded to a halt, crouched low on his bandy legs, and started making furious swipes beneath it with his front paw. Ron and Hermione hurried over. Hermione grabbed Crookshanks around the middle and heaved him away. Ron threw himself onto his stomach and, with great difficulty, pulled Scabbers out by the tail. I walked over to Fred, and he whispered to me, "Look at them fighting like an old married couple." I chuckled. 5 Galleons says they date at some point. I bet him. "You're on Granger," he smirked. There was a grunt, and the next thing we knew, Ron was marching through the common room and out of sight up the stairs to the boys' dormitories. Ron was still in a bad mood with Hermione next day. He barely talked to her all through herbology, even though the 4 of us were working together on the same puffapod. "How's Scabbers?" Hermione asked timidly as we stripped fat pink pods from the plants and emptied the shining beans into a wooden pail. "He's hiding at the bottom of my bed, shaking," said Ron angrily, missing the pail and scattering beans over the greenhouse floor. "Careful, Weasley, careful," cried Professor Sprout as the beans burst into bloom before our very eyes. Also, Granger. We both turned our heads. Emma, go see the headmaster. I put down my gloves and walked out. This is probably about the whole interhouse thing. Eventually, I reached his office. Emma, Dumbledore said, mysteriously, I assume you remember the contents of our last discussion. Switching houses? I questioned.
He smiled at me.
Yes, to put it bluntly. Have you decided? He inquired. I thought about switching houses. That would be so cool. But if I took higher level classes, I could be with Fred and George and all my older friends. But if I switched, I'd have a chance of being in Slytherin.
Please note of that.
I decided. I want to take 5th year classes, I responded. All right then, he started. I'll give you your new schedule as soon as possible. Oh, and Emma, before you go, are there any classes you want to drop? You'll get the credits from these classes. Divination, I interrupted. He chuckled. Okay then, I'll see you at dinner, Emma. He gave me a warm smile. Thanks, Professor. I waved and walked back to Transfiguration. Once I got there, the bell rang seconds later. One moment, please, she called as the class was about to leave. As you're all in my house, you should hand Hogsmeade permission forms to me before Halloween. No form, no visiting the village, so don't forget. Neville put up his hand. Please, Professor, I think I've lost. Your grandmother sent yours to me directly, Longbottom, said Professor McGonagall. She seemed to think it was safer. Well, that's all, you may leave. I walked up to my friends and heard Ron say, do it now. I assumed he meant ask McGonagall about Hogsmeade. Yeah, Harry, do it, I said from behind. Ron squeaked. God, All right, I'll do it when everyone leaves. He responded. Soon, everyone disappeared. Go for it, Harry, said Ron stubbornly. We watched as he headed nervously for Professor McGonagall's desk. You think he'll get it? Hermione said nervously. I don't know, but I hope so, I told her. Of course he'll get it. His aunt and uncle are complete rubbish. McGonagall knows that. Ron said, unworried. Soon, Harry turned around. His disappointed look told us all we need to know. There was nothing to be done. Ron called Professor McGonagall a lot of names that greatly annoyed Hermione. Hermione assumed in all four the best expression that made Ron even angrier. I was a healthy mix of them both. Harry had to endure everyone in the class talking loudly and happily about what they were going to do first. Once they got into Hogsmeade, there's always the feast, said Ron, in an effort to cheer Harry up. You know, the Halloween feast in the evening. Yeah, said Harry gloomily. Great. The Halloween feast was always good, but it would taste a lot better if he was coming to it after a day in Hogsmeade with everyone else. Nothing anyone said made him feel any better about being left behind. Dean Thomas, who was good with a quill, had offered to forge Uncle Vernon's signature on the form, but as Harry had already told Professor McGonagall he hadn't had it signed, that was no good. I suggested the invisibility cloak, but Hermione stamped on that one, reminding me what Dumbledore had told us about the Dementors being able to see through them. Percy had what were possibly the least helpful words of comfort. They make a fuss about Hogsmeade, but I assure you, Harry, it's not all it's cracked up to be, he said seriously. All right, the sweet shop's rather good, and Zonko's joke shop's frankly dangerous, and yes, the Shrieking Shack's always worth a visit, but really, Harry, apart from that, you're not missing anything? On Halloween morning, I woke with a big smile on my face. Hogsmeade today, I thought. We'll bring you lots of sweets back from Honeydukes, said Hermione, looking desperately sorry for him. Yeah, loads, said Ron. He and Hermione had finally forgotten their squabble about Crookshanks in the face of Harry's difficulties. And a bunch of stuff from Zonko's, I added. Don't worry about me, said Harry in an offhand voice. I'll see you at the feast. Have a good time. He accompanied us to the entrance hall, where Filch, the caretaker, was standing inside the front doors, checking off names against a long list, peering suspiciously into every face, and making sure that no one was sneaking out who shouldn't be going. "Staying here, Potter," shouted Malfoy, who was standing in line with Crabbe and Goyle. "Scared of passing the Dementors?" "Go away, Malfoy," I said, rolling my eyes. "Ah, Granger, your boyfriend should fight his own battles," he smirked. "Ew, Harry's not my boyfriend." Of course you wouldn't know how people who are in a relationship act around each other act because you've never been in one. No one would date a little cockroach. The only affection you get is from your little dog Pansy, I shot back. "And you've had more experience than me?" he responded. "Move along," McGonagall yelled. I grunted and kept walking. "Wow, that was great. Except for the end." Ron congratulated me. "Yeah, Hermione agreed." "Also, guys, where are we going to go first in Hogsmeade?" Ron inquired, changing the subject. As we discussed, eventually we got there. "Evangeline," I heard from behind. "Hey, guys," I said happily. Fred and George appeared from behind. "Want to go to Zonko's?" Ron asked. We all nodded. When we walked in, Malfoy and his cronies were already inside. "Ugh," I groaned. Fred pumped up his chest. "It's okay, we're here," he proclaimed. "I'll be okay, Fred," I told him. We started to shop, avoiding Malfoy. I bought some great stuff, and we all had a great time with each other. Ron and Hermione still bickered like an old married couple, and I gave Fred a knowing smile.
He winked.
After spending some time in there, we toured the rest of the time. It was an amazing town and so beautiful. The people, the shops, the products, I never wanted to leave. When we had to leave, my heart sunk, but I was happy to go see Harry again. Once we got back, I gave Harry a hug, and we rushed back to the common room. Candy spilled from our arms.
"There you go," said Ron.
We got as much as we could carry. A shower of brilliantly colored sweets fell into Harry's lap. It was dusk, and I was excited for the feast. "Thanks," said Harry, picking up a packet of tiny black pepper imps. "What's Hogsmeade like? Where did you go?" We told him everything. The post office, Harry. About 200 owls, all sitting on shelves, all color-coded depending on how fast you want a letter to get there. Honeydukes has got a new kind of fudge. They were giving out free samples. There's a bit, look. We think we saw an ogre. Honestly, they get all sorts at the Three Broomsticks. Wish we could have brought you some butterbeer. Really warms you up. "What did you do?" said Hermione, looking anxious. "Did you get any work done?" "No," said Harry. Lupin made me a cup of tea in his office. And then Snape came in. He told us all about the goblet. Ron's mouth fell open. "Lupin drank it," he gasped. "Is he mad?" "I'd never trust anything Snape gave me," I said, surprised. Hermione checked her watch. "We'd better go down, you know. The feast'll be starting in 5 minutes. We hurried through the portrait hole and into the crowd, still discussing Snape. But if Hermione dropped her voice, glancing nervously around. If he was trying to poison Lupin, he wouldn't have done it in front of Harry. "Yeah, maybe," said Harry as we reached the entrance hall and crossed into the Great Hall. It had been decorated with hundreds and hundreds of candle-filled pumpkins, a cloud of fluttering live bats, and many flaming orange streamers, which were swimming lazily across the stormy ceiling like brilliant water snakes. The food was delicious, better than usual. Even Ron, Hermione, and me, who were already full with sweets, managed multiple helpings. Harry looked distant. He kept glancing at the staff table. The feast finished with an entertainment provided by the Hogwarts ghosts. They popped out of the walls and tables to do a bit of formation gliding. Nearly Headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, had a great success with a reenactment of his own botched beheading. It had been such a pleasant evening that my good mood couldn't even be spoiled by Malfoy, who shouted through the crowd as they all left the hall, "The Dementors send their love, Potter." Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I followed the rest of the Gryffindors along the usual path to Gryffindor Tower, but when we reached the corridor that ended with the portrait of the fat lady, we found it jammed with students. "Why isn't anyone going in?" said Ron curiously. I looked over everyone's heads, and the portrait seemed to not be opening. "Let me through, please," came Percy's voice, and he came bustling importantly through the crowd. "What's the holdup here? You can't all have forgotten the password, excuse me. I'm head boy." And then a silence fell over the crowd, from the front first, so that a chill seemed to spread down the corridor. We heard Percy say, in a suddenly sharp voice, "Somebody get Professor Dumbledore. Quick." People's heads turned. Those at the back were standing on tiptoe. "What's going on?" said Ginny, who had just arrived. A moment later, Professor Dumbledore was there. Sweeping toward the portrait, the Gryffindors squeezed together to let him through, and Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I moved closer to see what the trouble was. Oh, my Hermione grabbed my arm. The fat lady had vanished from her portrait, which had been slashed so viciously that strips of canvas littered the floor. Great chunks of it had been torn away completely. Dumbledore took one quick look at the ruined painting and turned, his eyes somber, to see Professors McGonagall, Lupin, and Snape hurrying toward him. "We need to find her," said Dumbledore. "Professor McGonagall, please go to Mr. Filch at once and tell him to search every painting in the castle for the fat lady." "You'll be lucky," said a cackling voice. It was Peeves the poltergeist, bobbing over the crowd and looking delighted, as he always did, at the sight of wreckage or worry. "What do you mean, Peeves?" said Dumbledore calmly, and Peeves' grin faded a little. He didn't dare taunt Dumbledore. Instead, he adopted an oily voice that was no better than his cackle. "Ashamed, your headship, sir. Doesn't want to be seen. She's a horrible mess. Saw her running through the landscape up on the 4th floor, sir, dodging between the trees. Crying something dreadful," he said happily. "Poor thing," he added unconvincingly. "Did she say who did it?" said Dumbledore quietly. "Oh yes, Professor Head," said Peeves, with the air of one cradling a large bombshell in his arms. "He got very angry when she wouldn't let him in, you see." Peeves flipped over and grinned at Dumbledore from between his own legs. "Nasty temper he's got, that Sirius Black." Professor Dumbledore sent all the Gryffindors back to the Great Hall, where we were joined 10 minutes later by the students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, who all looked extremely confused. I walked over to the Ravenclaw side to talk to them. "Hey, what's going on?" Cho asked. "Well, apparently Sirius Black broke in," I told her. She looked like she was about to faint. I patted her back and walked back to the Gryffindors. "The teachers and I need to conduct a thorough search of the castle," Professor Dumbledore told us as Professors McGonagall and Flitwick closed all doors into the hall. "I'm afraid that, for your own safety, you'll have to spend the night here. I want the prefects to stand guard over the entrances to the hall, and I am leaving the head boy and girl in charge. Any disturbance should be reported to me immediately," he added to Percy, who was looking immensely proud and important. "Send word with one of the ghosts." Professor Dumbledore paused, about to leave the hall, and said, "Oh, yes, you'll be needing." One casual wave of his wand and the long tables flew to the edges of the hall and stood themselves against the walls. Another wave, and the floor was covered with hundreds of squashy purple sleeping bags. "Sleep well," said Professor Dumbledore, closing the door behind him. The hall immediately began to buzz excitedly. The Gryffindors were telling the rest of the school what had just happened. "Everyone into their sleeping bags," shouted Percy. "Come on now, no more talking. Lights out in 10 minutes. "Come on," Ron said to us, We seized 3 sleeping bags and dragged them into a corner. Do you think Black's still in the castle? Hermione whispered anxiously. Dumbledore obviously thinks he might be, I said. It's very lucky he picked tonight, you know, said Hermione as we climbed fully dressed into our sleeping bags and propped ourselves on our elbows to talk. The one night we weren't in the tower. I reckon he's lost track of time, being on the run, said Ron. Didn't realize it was Halloween. Otherwise, he'd have come bursting in here. Hermione shuddered. All around us, people were asking one another the same question. How did he get in? Maybe he knows how to apparate, said a Ravenclaw a few feet away. Just appear out of thin air, you know. Disguised himself, probably, said a Hufflepuff 5th year. He could have flown in, suggested Dean Thomas. Honestly, am I the only person who's ever bothered to read Hogwarts, a history, said Hermione crossly. Harry, Ron, and me.
Probably, said Ron.
Why? Because the castle's protected by more than walls, you know, said Hermione. There are all sorts of enchantments on it to stop people entering by stealth. You can't just apparate in here. And I'd like to see the disguise that could fool those Dementors. They're guarding every single entrance to the grounds. They'd have seen him fly in too. And Filch knows all the secret passages. They'll have them covered. The lights are going out now. Percy shouted. I want everyone in their sleeping bags and no more talking. The candles all went out at once. The only light now came from the silvery ghosts, who were drifting about talking seriously to the prefects, and the enchanted ceiling, which, like the sky outside, was scattered with stars. What with that, and the whispering that still filled the hall, Harry felt as though he were sleeping outdoors in a light wind. I was restless. I couldn't sleep. Every hour or so a teacher would come in. I couldn't help but eavesdrop on a certain conversation. Any sign of him, Professor? Asked Percy in a whisper.
No.
All well here. Everything under control, sir.
Good.
There's no point moving them all now. I've found a temporary guardian for the Gryffindor portrait hole. You'll be able to move them back in tomorrow. And the fat lady, sir, hiding in a map of our Gilshare on the 2nd floor. Apparently, she refused to let Black in without the password, so he attacked. She's still very distressed, but once she's calmed down, I'll have Mr. Filch restore her. I heard the door of the hall creak open again, and more footsteps. Headmaster? It was Snape. I kept quite still, listening hard. The whole of the 3rd floor has been searched. He's not there. And Filch has done the dungeons. Nothing there either. What about the astronomy tower? Professor Trelawney's room? The Ollery? All searched? Very well, Severus. I didn't really expect Black to linger. Have you any theory as to how he got in, Professor? Asked Snape. I lifted my head so I could hear through my other ear. Many, Severus, each of them as unlikely as the next. I opened my eyes a sliver and saw everyone standing next to Harry. You remember the conversation we had, Headmaster, just before the start of term? Said Snape, who was barely opening his lips, as though trying to block Percy out of the conversation. I do, Severus, said Dumbledore, and there was something like warning in his voice. It seems almost impossible that Black could have entered the school without inside help. I did express my concerns when you appointed. I do not believe a single person inside this castle would have helped Black enter it, said Dumbledore, and his tone made it so clear that the subject was closed that Snape didn't reply. I must go down to the Dementors, said Dumbledore. I said I would inform them when our search was complete. Didn't they want to help, sir? Said Percy. Oh yes, said Dumbledore coldly. But I'm afraid no Dementor will cross the threshold of this castle while I am headmaster. Percy looked slightly abashed. Dumbledore left the hall, walking quickly and quietly. Snape stood for a moment, watching the headmaster with an expression of deep resentment on his face. Then he too left. Harry glanced sideways at Ron, Hermione, and me. We were all listening. What was all that about? Ron mouthed. The school talked of nothing but Sirius Black for the next few days. The theories about how he had entered the castle became wilder and wilder. Hannah Abbott, from Hufflepuff, spent much of our next herbology class telling anyone who'd listen that Black could turn into a flowering shrub. The fat lady's ripped canvas had been taken off the wall and replaced with the portrait of Sir Cadogan and his fat gray pony. Nobody was very happy about this. Sir Cadogan spent half his time challenging people to duels, and the rest thinking up ridiculously complicated passwords, which he changed at least twice a day. He's a complete lunatic, said Seamus Finnegan angrily to Percy. Can't we get anyone else? None of the other pictures wanted the job, said Percy, frightened of what happened to the fat lady. Sir Cadogan was the only one brave enough to volunteer. The only person I was worried for now was Harry. Teachers found excuses to watch him. People whispered. And to top it all off, he had to be monitored during Quidditch practice. The weather worsened steadily as the first Quidditch match of the season drew nearer. Undaunted, the Gryffindor team was training harder than ever under the eye of Madame Hooch. Then, at our final training session before Saturday's match, Oliver would give his team some unwelcome news. We're not playing Slytherin, he told us, looking very angry. Flint's just been to see me. We're playing Hufflepuff instead. Why? Chorused the rest of the team. Flint's excuse is that their Seeker's arm's still injured, said Wood, grinding his teeth furiously. But it's obvious why they're doing it. Don't want to play in this weather. Think it'll damage their chances. There had been strong winds and heavy rain all day, and as Wood spoke, we heard a distant rumble of thunder. There's nothing wrong with Malfoy's arm, said Harry furiously. He's faking it. He admitted it to me himself. I exclaimed. I know that, but we can't prove it, said Wood bitterly, and we've been practicing all those moves assuming we're playing Slytherin, and instead it's Hufflepuff, and their style's quite different. They've got a new captain and seeker, Cedric Diggory. Angelina and Katie suddenly giggled. What? Said Wood, frowning at this light-hearted behavior. He's that tall, good-looking one, isn't he? Said Angelina. Strong and silent, said Katie, and they started to giggle again. He's only silent because he's too thick to string two words together, said Fred impatiently. I don't know why you're worried. Oliver, Hufflepuff is a pushover. Last time we played them, Harry caught the snitch in about 5 minutes, remember? Yeah, why are you so worried? I added. We were playing in completely different conditions. Wood shouted, his eyes bulging slightly. Diggory's put a very strong side together. He's an excellent seeker. I was afraid you'd take it like this. We mustn't relax. We must keep our focus. Slytherin is trying to wrong-foot us. We must win. Oliver, calm down, said Fred, looking slightly alarmed. We're taking Hufflepuff very seriously. Seriously? The day before the match was incredibly stressful. Harry seemed more nervous than me. Wood was pounding him. After practice, Wood wanted to talk to him. I wanted to stay, but he said, Go, Em. I'll be right behind you. I rushed off to defense against the dark arts and was barely on time. But to my surprise, it wasn't chill Professor Lupin in class today. It was Snape. Well, Miss Granger, thank you for joining us, he said, sneering. Every minute I looked back to see if Harry had come. He hadn't. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes. 8 minutes. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the doors slammed open, and a slightly wet Harry came through. Harry skidded to a halt outside the defense against the dark arts classroom, pulled the door open, and dashed inside. Sorry I'm late, Professor Lupin. But it wasn't Professor Lupin who looked up at him from the teacher's desk. It was Snape. This lesson began 10 minutes ago, Potter, so I think we'll make it 10 points from Gryffindor. Sit down. But Harry didn't move. Where's Professor Lupin? He said. He says he is feeling too ill to teach today, said Snape with a twisted smile. I believe I told you to sit down. But Harry stayed where he was. What's wrong with him? Snape's black eyes glittered. Nothing life-threatening, he said, looking as though he wished it were. 5 more points from Gryffindor, and if I have to ask you to sit down again, it will be 50. Harry walked slowly to his seat and sat down. Snape looked around at the class. As I was saying before Potter interrupted, Professor Lupin has not left any record of the topics you have covered so far. Please, sir. We've done Boggarts, Redcaps, Kappas, and Grindylows, said Hermione quickly, and we're just about to start. Be quiet, said Snape coldly. I did not ask for information. I was merely commenting on Professor Lupin's lack of organization. He's the best defense against the dark arts teacher we've ever had, said Dean Thomas boldly, and there was a murmur of agreement from the rest of the class. Snape looked more menacing than ever. You are easily satisfied. Lupin is hardly overtaxing you. I would expect first years to be able to deal with Redcaps and Grindylows. Today we shall discuss. Harry watched him flick through the textbook to the very back chapter, which he must know they hadn't covered. Werewolves, said Snape. But, sir, said Hermione, seemingly unable to restrain herself, we're not supposed to do werewolves yet. We're due to start hinky-punks. Miss Granger, said Snape in a voice of deadly calm, I was under the impression that I am teaching this lesson, not you. And I am telling you all to turn to page 394. He glanced around again. All of you.
Now.
With many bitter sidelong looks and some sullen muttering, the class opened their books. Which of you can tell me how we distinguish between the werewolf and the true wolf? Said Snape. Everyone sat in motionless silence. Everyone except Hermione and me, whose hand, as it so often did, had shot straight into the air. Anyone? Snape said, ignoring us. His twisted smile was back. Are you telling me that Professor Lupin hasn't even taught you the basic distinction between... We told you, said Parvati suddenly. We haven't got as far as werewolves yet. We're still on. Silence, snarled Snape. Well, I never thought I'd meet a third-year class who wouldn't even recognize a werewolf when they saw one. I shall make a point of informing Professor Dumbledore how very behind you all are. Please, sir, I said, with my hand still in the air. The werewolf differs from the true wolf in several small ways. The snout of the werewolf, Hermione continued. That is the second time you have spoken out of turn, Miss Granger. First for you, Miss Granger, said Snape coolly. 5 more points from Gryffindor for being an insufferable know-it-all. For each of you. Hermione went very red, put down her hand, and stared at the floor with her eyes full of tears. My face turned red for different reasons. It was a mark of how much the class loathed Snape that we were all glaring at him, because every one of them had called Hermione or me a know-it-all at least once, and Ron, who told Hermione she was a know-it-all at least twice a week, said loudly, You asked us a question, and they know the answer. Why ask if you don't want to be told? I knew instantly he'd gone too far. Snape advanced on Ron slowly, and the room held its breath. Detention, Weasley, Snape said silkily, his face very close to Ron's. And if I ever hear you criticize the way I teach a class again, you'll be very sorry indeed. No one made a sound throughout the rest of the lesson. We sat and made notes on werewolves from the textbook, while Snape prowled up and down the rows of desks, examining the work we had been doing with Professor Lupin. Very poorly explained, that is incorrect. The kappa is more commonly found in Mongolia. Professor Lupin gave this 8 out of 10. I wouldn't have given it 3. When the bell rang at last, Snape held them back. You will each write an essay to be handed in to me on the ways you recognize and kill werewolves. I want 2 rolls of parchment on the subject, and I want them by Monday morning. It is time somebody took this class in hand. Weasley, stay behind. We need to arrange your detention." Harry, Hermione, and I left the room with the rest of the class. We waited until we were well out of earshot, then burst into a furious tirade about Snape. Snape's never been like this with any of our other defense against the dark arts teachers, even if he did want the job, Harry said to us. Why's he got it in for Lupin? Do you think this is all because of the Boggarts? I don't know, said Hermione pensively. But I really hope Professor Lupin gets better soon. Yeah, if this goes on, I'm worried for Lupin's health. And Snape's, I said, cracking my knuckles. Ron caught up with us 5 minutes later, in a towering rage. Do you know what that? He called Snape something that made Hermione say Ron, is making me do? I've got to scrub out the bedpans in the hospital wing. Without magic. He was breathing deeply, his fists clenched. Why couldn't Black have hidden in Snape's office? He could have finished him off for us. I laughed and checked the clock. Now's as good of a time as ever to tell them about my advanced classes. Hey, you guys, I have something to tell you. Promise you won't get mad, I said cautiously. I can't possibly more mad, Ron fumed. Yeah, what is it? Harry said. I took a deep breath. Since I'm in Tuo House Severa Twa years, they let Heiner House students which house or take higher level classes, and now I'm taking some fifth year classes, I said in about 2 seconds. They all looked confused. Say it again, but in English, Ron said confused. Since I'm in 2 houses, every 2 years they let inter-house students either switch houses or take higher level classes. So, I'm taking some 5th year classes, I said very slowly. They all looked stunned. Seriously? Hermione said excitedly. I nodded. Well, this is great. We can get a head start on the curriculum for OWLS, and she got cut off by Ron. Why are you leaving us, His face turning red again. Dumbledore says it'll help my future greatly. I want to try, I said. I looked over at Harry. He was awfully quiet. He was looking down. Harry, you okay? I asked him. I touched his shoulder. He looked up. Well, congrats, Emma, he said, trying to hide his anger. Come on, Ron. We gotta go. Him and Ron marched off. Mione came up behind me. It's okay. They can't be mad forever. I nodded and walked to the dorms to crash. I woke up early the next morning and groggily got ready for the match. The rain was pounding. I knew they wouldn't cancel the match. I walked to the Great Hall and saw Harry sitting with the rest of the team. I got a bowl of porridge and sat down with everyone. It's going to be a tough one, said Wood, who wasn't eating anything. Stop worrying, Oliver, said Alicia soothingly. We don't mind a bit of rain. But it was considerably more than a bit of rain. Such was the popularity of Quidditch that the whole school turned out to watch the match as usual, but they ran down the lawns toward the Quidditch field, heads bowed against the ferocious wind, umbrellas being whipped out of their hands as they went. Just before he entered the locker room, Harry saw Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle laughing and pointing at him from under an enormous umbrella on their way to the stadium. The team changed into our scarlet robes and waited for Wood's usual pre-match pep talk, but it didn't come. He tried to speak several times, made an odd gulping noise, then shook his head hopelessly and beckoned us to follow him. The wind was so strong that we staggered sideways as they walked out onto the field. If the crowd was cheering, we couldn't hear it over the fresh rolls of thunder. The Hufflepuffs were approaching from the opposite side of the field, wearing canary yellow robes. The captains walked up to each other and shook hands. Diggory smiled at Wood, but Wood now looked as though he had lockjaw and merely nodded. I saw Madame Hooch's mouth form the words, "Mount your brooms." I pulled my right foot out of the mud with a squelch and swung it over his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch put her whistle to her lips and gave it a blast that sounded shrill and distant. We were off. I kicked up and Angelina caught the quaffle. She passed it to me and I passed it to Katie.
She scored.
A roar of cheers usually happened, but we couldn't hear anything over the rain. The The Hufflepuff chasers scored next, and the rest of the game went like this. About 10 minutes in, we became 50 points up. I was numb from the cold and couldn't tell the time left or see anyone. We kept scoring, but they kept scoring back. I looked back if I can find Harry, and I saw him falling. My heart dropped. Like it was an instinct, I sped off to try to catch him, but I was too late. Diggory caught the snitch. Madame Hooch blew her whistle. Sparks flew from Dumbledore, and he looked furious. More angry than I've ever seen him. For the first time, I heard Diggory's voice. "This isn't fair. I want a rematch. Potter is injured." "No, you won fair and square," Madame Hooch stated, and the look on Wood's face was heartbreaking. I saw his nimbus and flew after it. It was flying in the wind and landed in the Whomping Willow. I saw it get smashed into smithereens. I couldn't imagine Harry's face when he found out it broke. Once the willow was done, I picked up the pieces and flew back to the infirmary. Ron and Hermione were already there. I set down the scraps of his broom and joined the crowd around his bed. "Is he okay?" Hermione asked. "He will be, Madame Pomfrey." "Lucky the ground was so soft," Dean said. "I thought he was dead for sure," a Hufflepuff replied. "But he didn't even break his glasses," a Ravenclaw added. "That was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life," I replied. Harry's eyes snapped open. "Harry," said Fred, who looked extremely white underneath the mud. "How are you feeling?" "What happened?" he said, sitting up so suddenly they all gasped. "You fell off," said Fred. "Must have been, 50 feet?" "We thought you died," I said, shaking. Hermione made a small, squeaky noise. Her eyes were extremely bloodshot. "But the match," said Harry. "What happened? Are we doing a replay?" No one said anything. "We didn't lose." "Diggory got the snitch," said George. "Just after you fell. He didn't realize what had happened. When he looked back and saw you on the ground, he tried to call it off. Wanted a rematch. But they won fair and square. Even Wood admits it." "Where's Wood?" said Harry. "Still in the showers," said Fred. "We think he's trying to drown himself." Harry put his face to his knees, his hands gripping his hair. Fred grabbed his shoulder and shook it roughly. "Come on, Harry. You've never missed the snitch before." "There had to be one time you didn't get it," said George. "It's not over yet," I said. "We lost by 100 points, right? So if Hufflepuff loses to Ravenclaw and we beat Ravenclaw and Slytherin," Fred added. "Hufflepuff will have to lose by at least 200 points, said George. "But if they beat Ravenclaw," I said, cutting off. "No way, Ravenclaw is too good." "But if Slytherin loses against Hufflepuff," Fred added. "It all depends on the points, a margin of 100 either way," George said. Harry lay there, not saying a word. They had lost for the first time ever. He had lost a Quidditch match. After 10 minutes or so, Madame Pomfrey came over to tell the rest of the team to leave him in peace. "We'll come and see you later," Fred told him. "Don't beat yourself up. Harry, you're still the best seeker we've ever had." The team trooped out, trailing mud behind them. Madame Pomfrey shut the door behind them, looking disapproving. Ron, Hermione, and I moved nearer to Harry's bed. Dumbledore was really angry, Hermione said in a quaking voice. "I've never seen him like that before. He ran onto the field as you fell, waved his wand, and you sort of slowed down before you hit the ground. Then he whirled his wand at the Dementors, shot silver stuff at them. They left the stadium right away. He was furious they'd come onto the grounds. We heard him," I continued. "Then he magicked you onto a stretcher," said Ron, "and walked up to school with you floating on it. Everyone thought you were—" Harry scanned the room. "Did someone get my nimbus?" Ron, Hermione, and I looked quickly at each other.
"Air."
"What?" said Harry, looking from Ron To me, to Hermione. Well, when you fell off, it got blown away, said Hermione hesitantly. And it hit, oh. Harry, it hit the Whomping Willow. I said, about to cry. And, he said. Well, you know the Whomping Willow, said Ron. It doesn't like being hit, and brought it back right before you woke up, said Hermione in a very small voice. Slowly, I reached down for a bag at my feet, turned it upside down, and tipped a dozen bits of splintered wood and twig onto the bed, the only remains of Harry's faithful, finally beaten broomstick. After we left Harry, Hermione and I started our essay for defense against the dark arts. As I got further and further into it, I noticed what day it was. The full moon. And Lupin wasn't in class. Actually, the more I thought about it, the more I realized Lupin seemed like a werewolf. That's because he is. I yelled aloud and gasped. Hermione looked up with a terrified look on her face. She noticed it too. We can't tell anyone, she squeaked. Besides, he hasn't attacked us yet anyway. I don't think he's a threat. What? I cried, but spoke softer when she glared to shut up. Werewolf, I muttered, he's a danger, but he really hasn't done anything I thought. All right, fine, no telling. She nodded happily, and we wrote the rest of the essay. I couldn't stop thinking about it, though. Even in my sleep, I had a nightmare. As I drifted off to sleep, color came into my mind.
Dream. I'm in data.
We're writing. I look up at Lupin. He's twitching. His neck is moving in ways that aren't humanly possible. Professor Lupin? I got up. He turns and I see his full werewolf face. It's gray and full of fur. His eyes are wild and have no feeling in them. The yellow color is haunting. His teeth are huge and shine when he smiles. Hello, Emma, then he pounced. My adrenaline was rushing and all I wanted was to run. But I couldn't. I was frozen, but I could shriek. So I did. He came up to me on all four. As he came closer, my heart pounded faster and faster. Soon he was right next to me. He opened his mouth, and I screamed again. My heart pounded, my blood rushing, sweat trickling down my forehead. Right before he ate me, though, I woke up. A voice says. I open my eyes and see it's Hermione. She smiled. Wake up, sleepyhead, she chuckles. I change quickly and head to the Great Hall for breakfast. We rushed through breakfast to see if Lupin was back. The full moon was over. If Snape's teaching defense against the dark arts again, I'm skiving off, said Ron as we headed toward Lupin's classroom after lunch. Check who's in there, Hermione. Hermione peered around the classroom door. It's okay. Professor Lupin was back at work. It certainly looked as though he had been ill. His old robes were hanging more loosely on him, and there were dark shadows beneath his eyes. Nevertheless, he smiled at the class as we took their seats, and we burst at once into an explosion of complaints about Snape's behavior while Lupin had been ill. It's not fair. He was only filling in. Why should he give us homework? We don't know anything about werewolves. 2 rolls of parchment. Did you tell Professor Snape we haven't covered them yet? Lupin asked, frowning slightly. The babble broke out again. Yes, but he said we were really behind. He wouldn't listen. 2 rolls of parchment. Professor Lupin smiled at the look of indignation on every face. Don't worry. I'll speak to Professor Snape. You don't have to do the essay. Oh no, said Hermione, looking very disappointed. And I've already finished it. We had a very enjoyable lesson. Professor Lupin had brought along a glass box containing a hinkapunk, a little one-legged creature who looked as though he were made of wisps of smoke, rather frail and harmless-looking. Lures travelers into bogs, said Professor Lupin as we took notes. You notice the lantern dangling from his hand? Hops ahead, people follow the light, then The hinkapunk made a horrible squelching noise against the glass. Once the bell rang, Lupin asked Harry to stay. I couldn't wait, though. I had fifth-year charms. You guys catch me up on what happened to Harry later. I have advanced charms, I said, walking away. Bye, they said. I ran off to the charms room. I found a seat next to Fred and George on my other side. Hello, everyone's, Flitwick said. Today we'll be practicing a shield charm. Who will help me demonstrate? Mr. Weasley. Or Fred, he said. I giggled as Fred turned red, that rhymed, and walked up to the desk. Now, Mr. Weasley will send a fire charm at me, and I will use the incantations Protego to defend myself. Ready, Mr. Weasley? Fred nodded. Incendio, Fred cast, and in what seemed like less than a second, Flitwick yelled Protego, and a blue light came from his wand, deflecting the curse. We all clapped, and by we I mean just me. I looked down, and my ears burned. Thank you, Miss Granger, Flitwick said, smiling. Fred walked back and sat down. Practice amongst yourselves. Why would you say Granger? Fred said, standing up.
You're on Weasley, I replied.
The whole class was really fun. We threw spells and deflected them each time. At the end of the period, Flitwick stood and said, I think the best pair today was Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, but good job today, everyone. I walked back to the common room and I heard the news about Ravenclaw killing Hufflepuff in their Quidditch match. That put both Harry and me in a better mood. 2 weeks before the end of the term, the sky lightened suddenly to a dazzling opaline white, and the muddy grounds were revealed one morning covered in glittering frost. Inside the castle, there was a buzz of Christmas in the air. Professor Flitwick had already decorated his classroom with shimmering lights that turned out to be real, fluttering fairies. The students were all happily discussing our plans for the holidays. Ron, Hermione, and I decided to stay at Hogwarts for the holiday, for Harry's sake. To everyone's delight except Harry's, there was to be another Hogsmeade trip on the very last weekend of the term. We can do all our Christmas shopping there, said Hermione. Mom and Dad would really love those tooth-flossing string mints from Honeydukes. And they had this dentist, teeth-related looking toy at Zonko's, I said excitedly. As we left, I looked back at Harry and the frown on his face. My heart sunk. I felt so bad for him. He'll be all right, Hermione said, touching my shoulder. Hey, where are the twins? I asked, looking for the two people who always cheer me up. They stayed at school. Gotta study for OWLS, I guess, she said. I raised an eyebrow. The twins? Studying, I said. You're right, she nodded. By the time we got there, it had been a while. The road was a little bumpy. We headed straight to Honeydukes to buy Harry some stuff and Mum and Dad stuff. Once I finished Mum and Dad stuff, Mione and Ron were buying stuff for Harry. What about these? I suggested, pointing to some red candies. Ugh, no. Harry won't want one of those. They're for vampires, I expect, Hermione was saying. How about these? Said Ron, shoving a jar of cockroach clusters under Hermione's nose. Definitely not, a voice behind us said. Ron nearly dropped the jar. I turned and saw the familiar face of Harry Potter. Harry, squealed Hermione. What are you doing here? How did you? There's no way. Unless you can apparate, I exclaimed. Wow, said Ron, looking very impressed. You've learned to apparate. Course I haven't, said Harry. He dropped his voice so that none of the sixth years could hear him and told us all about the Marauder's map. How come Fred and George never gave it to me? Said Ron, outraged. I'm their brother. How come Fred and George never gave it to me? I'm one of their best friends. I cried. But Harry isn't going to keep it, said Hermione, as though the idea were ludicrous. He's going to hand it in to Professor McGonagall, aren't you, Harry? No, I'm not, said Harry. "Are you mad?" said Ron, goggling at Hermione. "Hand in something that good." I added, "If I hand it in, I'll have to say where I got it." Filch would know Fred and George had nicked it. But what about Sirius Black? Hermione hissed. "He could be using one of the passages on that map to get into the castle. The teachers have got to know." "He can't be getting in through a passage," said Harry quickly. "There are 7 secret tunnels on the map, right? Fred and George reckon Filch already knows about 4 of them. And of the other 3, one of them's caved in, so no one can get through it. One of them's got the Whomping Willow planted over the entrance, so you can't get out of it. And the one I just came through, well, it's really hard to see the entrance to it down in the cellar, so unless he knew it was there..." Harry hesitated. What if Black did know the passage was there? Ron, however, cleared his throat significantly and pointed to a notice pasted on the inside of the sweet shop door. "By order of the Ministry of Magic. Customers are reminded that until further notice, Dementors will be patrolling the streets of Hogsmeade every night after sundown. This measure has been put in place for the safety of Hogsmeade residents and will be lifted upon the recapture of Sirius Black. It is therefore advisable that you complete your shopping well before nightfall. Merry Christmas." "See," said Ron quietly. "I'd like to see Black try and break into Honeydukes with Dementors swarming all over the village. Anyway, Hermione, the Honeydukes owners would hear a break in, wouldn't they? They live over the shops." "Yes, but heroines seem to be struggling to find another problem. Look, Harry still shouldn't be coming into Hogsmeade. He hasn't got a signed form. If anyone finds out, he'll be in so much trouble. And it's not nightfall, yet what if Sirius Black turns up today?"
"Now."
"He'd have a job spotting Harry in this," I said, nodding through the mullioned windows at the thick, swirling snow. "Come on, Hermione, it's Christmas. Harry deserves a break." Hermione bit her lip, looking extremely worried. "Are you going to report me?" Harry asked her, grinning. "Oh, of course not, but honestly, Harry..." "Seen the fizzing whiz-bees, Harry," said Ron, grabbing him and leading him over to their barrel. "And the jelly slugs? And the acid pops? Fred gave me one of those when I was 7. It burned a hole right through my tongue. I remember Mum walloping him with her broomstick." Ron stared broodingly into the acid pop box. "Reckon Fred'd take a bite of cockroach cluster if I told him they were peanuts." When Ron, Hermione, and I had paid for all their sweets, the 4 of us left Honeydukes for the blizzard outside. Hogsmeade looked like a Christmas card. The little thatched cottages and shops were all covered in a layer of crisp snow. There were holly wreaths on the doors and strings of enchanted candles hanging in the trees. Harry shivered. Unlike the us, he didn't have his cloak. We headed up the street, heads bowed against the wind, Ron, Hermione, and I shouting through our scarves. "That's the post office. Zonko's is up there. We could go up to the Shrieking Shack." "Tell you what," said Ron, his teeth chattering. "Shall we go for a butterbeer in the 3 Broomsticks?" The wind was fierce and our hands were freezing, so we crossed the road, and in a few minutes we were entering the tiny inn. It was extremely crowded, noisy, warm, and smoky. A curvy sort of woman with a pretty face was serving a bunch of rowdy warlocks up at the bar. "That's Madame Rosmerta," said Ron. "I'll get the drinks, shall I?" he added, going slightly red. Harry, Hermione, and I made our way to the back of the room, where there was a small, vacant table between the window and a handsome Christmas tree, which stood next to the fireplace. Ron came back 5 minutes later, carrying 3 foaming tankards of hot butterbeer. "Merry Christmas," he said happily, raising his tankard. A sudden breeze ruffled through my hair. The door of the 3 Broomsticks had opened again. I turned and saw something surprising. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had just entered the pub with a flurry of snowflakes, shortly followed by Hagrid, who was deep in conversation with a portly man in a lime green bowler hat and a pinstriped cloak, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. In an instant, Ron, Hermione, and I had both placed hands on the top of Harry's head and forced him off his stool and under the table. Dripping with butterbeer and crouching out of sight, Harry clutched his empty tankard and watched the teacher's and Fudge's feet move toward the bar, pause, then turn and walk right toward him. Hermione whispered, "Mobiliarbus." The Christmas tree beside our table rose a few inches off the ground, drifted sideways, and landed with a soft thump right in front of their table, hiding them from view. Ron, Hermione, and I eavesdrop on their conversation. "A small gilly water." "Mine," said Professor McGonagall. "4 pints of mulled mead." "Ta, Rosmerta," said Hagrid. "A cherry syrup and soda with ice and umbrella." Said Professor Flitwick, smacking his lips. "So you'll be the red currant rum, Minister?" "Thank you, Rosmerta, dear," said Fudge. "Lovely to see you again, I must say. Have one yourself, won't you? Come and join us." "Well, thank you very much, Minister." My foot twitched next to Harry's face. "So, what brings you to this neck of the woods, Minister?" came Madame Rosmerta's voice. Fudge looked around, then he said in a quiet voice, "What else, dear, but Sirius Black? I dare say you heard what happened up at the school at Halloween." "I did hear a rumor," admitted Madame Rosmerta. "Did you tell the whole pub, Hagrid?" said Professor McGonagall exasperatedly. "Do you think Black's still in the area, Minister?" whispered Madame Rosmerta. "I'm sure of it," said Fudge shortly. "You know that the Dementors have searched the whole village twice," said Madame Rosmerta, a slight edge to her voice. "Scared all my customers away. It's very bad for business, Minister." "Rosmerta, dear, I don't like them any more than you do," said Fudge uncomfortably. "Necessary precaution. Unfortunate, but there you are. I've just met some of them. They're in a fury against Dumbledore. He won't let them inside the castle grounds." "I should think not," said Professor McGonagall sharply. "How are we supposed to teach with those horrors floating around?" Here, squeaked tiny Professor Flitwick, whose feet were dangling a foot from the ground. "All the same," demurred Fudge, "they are here to protect you all from something much worse. We all know what Black's capable of." "Do you know, I still have trouble believing it," said Madame Rosmerta thoughtfully. "Of all the people to go over to the dark side, Sirius Black was the last I'd have thought. I mean, I remember him when he was a boy at Hogwarts. If you'd told me then what he was going to become, I'd have said you'd had too much mead." "You don't know the half of it, Rosmerta," said Fudge gruffly. "The worst he did isn't widely known." "The worst," said Madame Rosmerta, her voice alive with curiosity. "Worse than murdering all those poor people, you mean?" "I certainly do," said Fudge. "I can't believe that. What could possibly be worse?" "You say you remember him at Hogwarts, Rosmerta," murmured Professor McGonagall. "Do you remember who his best friend was?" "Naturally," said Madame Rosmerta, with a small laugh. "Never saw one without the other, did you? The number of times I had them in here, they used to make me laugh. Quite the double act, Sirius Black and James Potter." Harry dropped his tankard with a loud clunk. Ron kicked him. "Precisely," said Professor McGonagall. "Black and Potter, ringleaders of their little gang. Both very bright, of course exceptionally bright. In fact, but I don't think we've ever had such a pair of troublemakers." "I dunno," chuckled Hagrid. "Fred and George Weasley could give a run for their money." I smiled at the mention of the twins. "You'd have thought Black and Potter were brothers," chimed in Professor Flitwick. "Inseparable." "Of course they were," said Fudge. "Potter trusted Black beyond all his other friends. Nothing changed when they left school. Black was best man when James married Lily. Then they named him godfather to Harry. Harry has no idea, of course. You can imagine how the idea would torment him. Because Black turned out to be in league with you-know-who, whispered Madame Rosmerta. Worse even than that, dear. Fudge dropped his voice and proceeded in a sort of low rumble. Not many people are aware that the Potters knew you-know-who was after them. Dumbledore, who was of course working tirelessly against you-know-who, had a number of useful spies. One of them tipped him off, and he alerted James and Lily at once. He advised them to go into hiding. Well, of course, you-know-who wasn't an easy person to hide from. Dumbledore told them that their best chance was the Fidelius charm. How does that work? Said Madame Rosmerta, breathless with interest. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat. An immensely complex spell, he said squeakily, involving the magical concealment of a secret inside a single, living soul. The information is hidden inside the chosen person or secret keeper and is henceforth impossible to find unless, of course, the secret keeper chooses to divulge it. As long as the secret keeper refused to speak, you-know-who could search the village where Lily and James were staying for years and never find them, not even if he had his nose pressed against their sitting room window. So Black was the Potter's secrets keeper, whispered Madame Rosmerta. Naturally, said Professor McGonagall. James Potter told Dumbledore that Black would die rather than tell where they were, that Black was planning to go into hiding himself, and yet Dumbledore remained worried. I remember him offering to be the Potter's secret keeper himself. He suspected Black, gasped Madame Rosmerta. He was sure that somebody close to the Potters had been keeping you-know-who informed of their movements, said Professor McGonagall darkly. Indeed, he had suspected for some time that someone on our side had turned traitor and was passing a lot of information to you-know-who. But James Potter insisted on using Black. He did, said Fudge heavily. And then, barely a week after the Fidelius charm had been performed, Black betrayed them, breathed Madame Rosmerta. He did indeed. Black was tired of his double agent role. He was ready to declare his support openly for you-know-who, and he seems to have planned this for the moment of the Potter's death. But as we all know, you-know-who met his downfall in Little Harry Potter. Powers gone, horribly weakened, he fled. And this left Black in a very nasty position indeed. His master had fallen at the very moment when he, Black, had shown his true colors as a traitor. He had no choice but to run for it. Filthy, stinking turncoat, Hagrid said, so loudly that half the bar went quiet. Sure, said Professor McGonagall. I met him, growled Hagrid. I must have been the last to see him before he killed all them people. It was me what rescued Harry from Lily and James's house after they was killed. Just got him out of the ruins, poor little thing, with a great slash across his forehead, and his parents dead. And Sirius Black turns up on that flying motorbike he used to ride. Never occurred to me what he was doing there. I didn't know he'd been Lily and James's secret keeper. Thought he'd just heard the news, you-know-whose attack and come to see what he could do. White and shaken he was. And you know what I did? I comforted the murderin's traitor. Hagrid roared. Hagrid, please, said Professor McGonagall. Keep your voice down. How was I to know he was an upset Abu, Lily and James? It was you-know-who he cared about. And then he says, give Harry to me. Hagrid, I'm his godfather. I'll look after him, huh? But I'd had me orders from Dumbledore, and I told Black no. Dumbledore said Harry was to go to his aunt and uncle's. Black argued, but in the end he gave in. Told me to take his motorbike to get Harry there. I won't need it anymore, he says. I should have known there was something fishy going on then. He loved that motorbike. What was he giving it to me for? Why wouldn't he need it anymore? Fact was, it was too easy to trace. Dumbledore knew he'd been the Potter's secret keeper. Black knew he was going to have to run fair at that night. Knew it was a matter of hours before the Ministry was after him. But what if I'd given Harry to him? I bet he'd be pitched him off the bike halfway out to sea. His best friend's son. But when a wizard goes over to the dark side, there's nothing and no one that matters to M anymore. A long silence followed Hagrid's story. Then Madame Rosmerta said with some satisfaction, "But he didn't manage to disappear, did he? The Ministry of Magic caught up with him next day." "Alas, if only we had," said Fudge bitterly. "It was not we who found him. It was little Peter Pettigrew, another of the Potter's friends." Maddened by grief, no doubt, and knowing that Black had been the Potter's secret's keeper, he went after Black himself. "Pettigrew, that fat little boy who is always tagging around after them at Hogwarts," said Madame Rosmerta. "Hero worshipped Black and Potter," said Professor McGonagall. "Never quite in their league, talent-wise. I was often rather sharp with him. You can imagine how I regret that now." She sounded as though she had a sudden head cold. "There, now, Minerva," said Fudge kindly. "Pettigrew died a hero's death. Eyewitnesses Muggles, of course, we wiped their memories, later told us how Pettigrew cornered Black. They say he was sobbing, Lily and James, serious. How could you? And then he went for his wand. Well, of course, Black was quicker. Blew Pettigrew to smithereens." Professor McGonagall blew her nose and said thickly, "Stupid boy, foolish boy. He was always hopeless at dueling. Should have left it to the Ministry. I tell ya, if I'd got to Black before little Pettigrew did, I would not have messed around with wands. I'd ripped him limb from limb," Hagrid growled. "You don't know what you're talking about, Hagrid," said Fudge sharply. "Nobody but trained hit wizards from the Magical Law Enforcement Squad would have stood a chance against Black once he was cornered. I was junior minister in the Department of Magical Catastrophes at the time, and I was one of the first on the scene after Black murdered all those people. I will never forget it. I still dream about it sometimes. A crater in the middle of the street, so deep it had cracked the sewer below. Bodies everywhere. Muggles screaming. And Black standing there laughing, with what was left of Pettigrew in front of him. A heap of blood-stained robes and a few fragments." Fudge's voice stopped abruptly. All 5 of them blew their noses. "Well, there you have it, Rosmerta," said Fudge thickly. "Black was taken away by 20 members of the Magical Law Enforcement Squad, and Pettigrew received the Order of Merlin, first class, which I think was some comfort to his poor mother. Black's been in Azkaban ever since." Madame Rosmerta let out a long sigh. "Is it true he's mad, ministers?" "I wish I could say that he was," said Fudge slowly. "I certainly believe his master's defeat unhinged him for a while. The murder of Pettigrew and all those muggles was the action of a cornered and desperate man, cruel, pointless. Yet I met Black on my last inspection of Azkaban. You know, most of the prisoners in there sit muttering to themselves in the dark. There's no sense in them, but I was shocked at how normal Black seemed. He spoke quite rationally to me. It was unnerving. You'd have thought he was merely bored, asked if I'd finished with my newspaper. Cool as you please, said he missed doing the crossword. Yes, I was astounded at how little effect the Dementors seemed to be having on him, and he was one of the most heavily guarded in the place, you know. Dementors outside his door day and night. But what do you think he's broken out to do? Said Madame Rosmerta. Good gracious, Minister. He isn't trying to rejoin you know who is he? I dare say that is his eventual plan, said Fudge evasively. But we hope to catch Black long before that. I must say, you know who alone and friendless is one thing, but give him back his most devoted servant, and I shudder to think how quickly he'll rise again. There was a small chink of glass on wood. McGonagall had set down her glass. You know, Cornelius, if you're dining with the headmaster, we'd better head back up to the castle, said Professor McGonagall. One by one, they all left. I exchanged a panicked look with Ron and Hermione. I looked under the table and said, Harry's? Ron's and Hermione's faces appeared under the table. We were all staring at him, lost for words. On the ride home, no one said anything. Soon it was dinner time. I watched Harry nervously all through dinner, not daring to talk about what we'd overheard because Percy was sitting close by us. When we went upstairs to the crowded common room, it was to find Fred and George had set off half a dozen dung bombs in a fit of end-of-term high spirits. "Hey, Evangeline, how is Hogsmeade?" Fred asked. "Great, Fred, thanks for asking, but thanks for telling me about the..." I lowered my voice, Marauder's map. "Sorry, Evangeline, but George made me swear," he said, turning red. I laughed. "It's okay, but no more secrets, please." "Definitely," he replied. "Oh, look what I got you for Christmas." "Oh, wait. Since you hid the map, you don't get your present till Christmas," I smirked. His eyes went into puppy dog mode, and I walked back to my dorm and slept. The whole night, though, I thought about how Harry was dealing with all of this. The next morning I woke up and ran to wake up Hermione. We got dressed quickly and went to the Great Hall for some breakfast. Soon the boys came too. Harry slumped into a chair next to the fire. Snow was still falling outside the windows. Crookshanks was spread out in front of the fire like a large ginger rug. "You really don't look well, you know," Hermione said, peering anxiously into his face. "I'm fine," said Harry. "Harry, listen," I said, exchanging a look with Ron and Hermione. "You must be really upset about what we heard yesterday. But the thing is, you mustn't go doing anything stupid." "Like what?" said Harry. "Like trying to go after Black," said Ron sharply. "You won't, will you, Harry?" said Hermione. "Because Black's not worth dying for," I added. Harry looked at us. "Do you know what I see and hear every time a Dementor gets too near me?" Ron, Hermione, and I shook our heads, looking apprehensive. "I can hear my mum screaming and pleading with Voldemort." He looked at me and blushed, but his eyes were angry, and if you'd heard your mum screaming like that, just about to be killed, you wouldn't forget it in a hurry. And if you found out someone who was supposed to be a friend of hers betrayed her and sent Voldemort after her, there's nothing you can do," I said, looking stricken. "The Dementors will catch Black and he'll go back to Azkaban and serve him right." You heard what Fudge said. Black isn't affected by Azkaban like normal people are. It's not a punishment for him like it is for the others. "So, what are you saying?" said Ron, looking very tense. "You wanted to kill Black or something?" "Don't be silly," said Hermione in a panicky voice. "Harry doesn't want to kill anyone, do you, Harry?" Again, Harry didn't answer. "Malfoy knows," he said abruptly. "Remember what he said to me in potions. If it was me, I'd hunt him down myself. I'd want revenge." "You're going to take Malfoy's advice instead of ours," said Ron furiously. "Listen, you know what Pettigrew's mother got back after Black had finished with him? Dad told me the Order of Merlin, first class, and Pettigrew's finger in a box. That was the biggest bit of him they could find. Black's a madman, Harry, and he's dangerous." "Malfoy's dad must have told him," said Harry, ignoring Ron. "He was right in Voldemort's inner circle. Say you know who, will you?" I interrupted angrily. So obviously, the Malfoys knew Black was working for Voldemort, and Malfoy'd love to see you blown into about 1,000,000 pieces, like Pettigrew.
Get a grip.
Malfoy's just hoping you'll get yourself killed before he has to play you at Quidditch. "Harry, please," said Hermione, her eyes now shining with tears. "Please be sensible. Black did a terrible, terrible thing, but don't put yourself in danger. It's what Black wants." "Oh, Harry, you'd be playing right into Black's hands if you went looking for him. Your mom and dad wouldn't want you to get hurt, would they? They'd never want you to go looking for Black." "I'll never know what they'd have wanted, because thanks to Black, I've never spoken to them," said Harry shortly. There was a silence in which Crookshanks stretched luxuriously, flexing his claws. Ron's pocket quivered. "Look," said Ron, obviously casting around for a change of subject, "it's the holidays. It's nearly Christmas. Let's go down and see Hagrid. We haven't visited him for ages."
"Yeah, it'll be fun," I added.
"No," said Hermione quickly. "Harry isn't supposed to leave the castle, Ron. Yeah, let's go," said Harry, sitting up, "and I can ask him how come he never mentioned Black when he told me all about my parents." Further discussion of Sirius Black plainly wasn't what Ron had had in mind. "Or we could have a game of chess," he said hastily, "or gobstones." Percy left a set. "No, let's visit Hagrid," said Harry firmly. So we got their cloaks from their dormitories and set off through the portal. "Stand and fight, you yellow-bellied mongrels." Down through the empty castle and out through the oak front doors. We made our way slowly down the lawn, making a shallow trench in the glittering, powdery snow, our socks and the hems of our cloaks soaked and freezing. The forbidden forest looked as though it had been enchanted, each tree smattered with silver, and Hagrid's cabin looked like an iced cake. Ron knocked, but there was no answer. "He's not out, is he?" said Hermione, who was shivering under her cloak. I put my ear to the door. I heard a weird noise. Something like moaning.
"There's a weird noise," I said.
"Listen, is that Fong?" Harry, Hermione, and Ron put their ears to the door too. From inside the cabin came a series of low, throbbing moans. "Think we'd better go and get someone," said Ron nervously. "Hagrid," called Harry, thumping the door. "Hagrid, are you in there?" There was a sound of heavy footsteps. Then the door creaked open. Hagrid stood there with his eyes red and swollen, tears splashing down the front of his leather vest. "You've heard," he bellowed, and he flung himself onto Harry's neck. Hagrid being at least twice the size of a normal man, this was no laughing matter. Harry, about to collapse under Hagrid's weight, was rescued by Ron and me. We each seized Hagrid under an arm and heaved him back into the cabin. Hagrid allowed himself to be steered into a chair and slumped over the table, sobbing uncontrollably, his face glazed with tears that dripped down into his tangled beard. "Hagrid, what is it?" said Hermione, aghast. Harry spotted an official-looking letter lying open on the table. "What's this, Hagrid?" Hagrid's sobs redoubled, but he shoved the letter toward Harry, who picked it up and read aloud. "Dear Mr. Hagrid, further to our inquiry into the attack by a hippogriff on a student in your class, we have accepted the assurances of Professor Dumbledore that you bear no responsibility for the regrettable incident." "Well, that's okay then, Hagrid," said Ron, clapping Hagrid on the shoulder. But Hagrid continued to sob and waved one of his gigantic hands, inviting Harry to read on. "However, we must register our concern about the hippogriff in question. We have decided to uphold the official complaint of Mr. Lucius Malfoy, and this matter will therefore be taken to the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. The hearing will take place on April 20th, and we ask you to present yourself and your hippogriff at the committee's offices in London on that date. In the meantime, the hippogriff should be kept tethered and isolated. Yours in fellowship." There followed a list of the school governors.
"Oh," said Ron.
"But you said Buckbeak isn't a bad hippogriff, Hagrid. I bet he'll get off. Yedon, know them gargoyles at the committee fair the disposal o' dangerous creatures," choked Hagrid, wiping his eyes on his sleeve. "They've got it in fair interested creatures." A sudden sound from the corner of Hagrid's cabin made Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I whip around. Buckbeak the hippogriff was lying in the corner, chomping on something that was oozing blood all over the floor. "I couldn't leave him tied up out there in the snow," choked Hagrid. "All on his own. At Christmas." Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I looked at one another. We had never seen eye to eye with Hagrid about what he called interesting creatures and other people called terrifying monsters. On the other hand, there didn't seem to be any particular harm in Buckbeak. In fact, by Hagrid's usual standards, he was positively cute. "You'll have to put up a good, strong defense, Hagrid," I said, sitting down and laying a hand on Hagrid's massive forearm. "I'm sure you can prove Buckbeak is safe." "One make no difference," sobbed Hagrid. "Them disposal devils, they're all in Lucius Malfoy's pocket. Scared o' him. Add if I lose the case. Buckbeak." Hagrid drew his fingers swiftly across his throat, then gave a great wail and lurched forward, his face in his arms. "What about Dumbledore, Hagrid?" said Harry. "He's done more and enough for me already," groaned Hagrid. "Got enough on his plate what with keeping them Dementors out of the castle and Sirius Black lurking around." I looked quickly at Harry, expecting him to start berating Hagrid for not telling him the truth about Black. "Listen, Hagrid," Harry said, "you can't give up. Emma's right. You just need a good defense. You can call us as witnesses." "I'm sure I've read about a case of hippogriff baiting," said Hermione thoughtfully, "where the hippogriff got off. I'll look it up for you, Hagrid, and see exactly what happened." Hagrid held still more loudly. Harry, Hermione, and I looked at Ron to help us. Shall I make a cup of tea?" said Ron. I rolled my eyes at him. "It's what my mum does whenever someone's upset," Ron muttered, shrugging. At last, after many more assurances of help, with a steaming mug of tea in front of him, Hagrid blew his nose on a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth and said, "You're right. I can't afford to go to pieces. Gotta pull myself together." Fong the Boarhound came timidly out from under the table and laid his head on Hagrid's knee. "I've not been myself lately," said Hagrid, stroking Fong with one hand and mopping his face with the other. "Worried aboo Buckbeak and no one leaking me classes." "We do like them," lied Hermione at once. "Yeah, they're great," said Ron, crossing his fingers under the table. "How are the flobberworms?" I said with a weak smile. "Dead," said Hagrid gloomily. "Too much lettuce." "Oh no," said Ron, his lip twitching. "And them Dementors make me feel ruddy terrible and all," said Hagrid, with a sudden shudder. "Gotta walk past, every time I want to drink in the Three Broomsticks. S like bein' back in Azkaban." He fell silent, gulping his tea. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I watched him breathlessly. We had never heard Hagrid talk about his brief spell in Azkaban before. After a pause, Hermione said timidly, "Is it awful in there, Hagrid?" "Yevi no idea," said Hagrid quietly. "Never been anywhere like it. Thought I was going mad. Kept going over horrible stuff in me mind. The day I got expelled from Hogwarts, day me dad died. Day I had to let Norbert go." His eyes filled with tears. Norbert was the baby dragon Hagrid had once won in a game of cards. Ye can really remember who ye are after a while. And ye can really see the point o' living at all. I used to hope I'd just die in me sleep. When they let me out, it was like being born again. Everything came flooding back. It was the best feeling in the world. Mind, the Dementors weren't keen on letting me go. "But you were innocent," I said. Hagrid snorted. "Think that matters to them? They don't care. Long as they've got a couple 100 humans stuck there with them, so they can leech all the happiness out of they don't give a damn who's guilty and who's not." Hagrid went quiet for a moment, staring into his tea. Then he said quietly, "Thought, just letting Buckbeak go, trying to make him fly away, but how do you explain to a hippogriff it's gotta go into hiding? And then I'm scared, breaking the law." He looked up at them, tears leaking down his face again. "I don't ever want to go back to Azkaban." The trip to Hagrid's, though far from fun, had nevertheless had the effect Ron, Hermione, and I had hoped. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I went to the library the next day and returned to the empty common room laden with books that might help prepare a defense for Buckbeak. The four of us sat in front of the roaring fire, slowly turning the pages of dusty volumes about famous cases of marauding beasts, speaking occasionally when we ran across something relevant. Here's something. There was a case in 1722, but the hippogriff was convicted. Ugh, look what they did to it. That's disgusting, I said, grimacing. This might help. Look, a manticore savaged someone in 1296, and they let the manticore off. Oh no. That was only because everyone was too scared to go near it. Meanwhile, in the rest of the castle, the usual magnificent Christmas decorations had been put up, despite the fact that hardly any of the students remained to enjoy them. Thick streamers of holly and mistletoe were strung along the corridors. Mysterious lights shone from inside every suit of armor, and the great hall was filled with its usual 12 Christmas trees, glittering with golden stars. A powerful and delicious smell of cooking pervaded the corridors, and by Christmas Eve, it had grown so strong that even Scabbers poked his nose out of the shelter of Ron's pocket to sniff hopefully at the air. On Christmas morning, Mione woke me up with a splash, literally.
M.
It's Christmas,
she cried.
I squealed. I ran over to my presents pile and sifted through it. Mione got me some books, obviously, and some chocolate. Mrs. Weasley sent a sweater and scarf for both of us. Mine was gray and had small E's embroidered next to the collar. Mione's was pink and had H's embroidered. Ron got me some chocolate and a hairpin that was gold and red. Harry had gotten me the same thing in silver and blue. Mum and Dad got me some wizard money and a new cage for Athena. Finally, there was one box left. From Fred. I opened the wrapping paper, and inside was a beautiful yet simple navy velvet jewelry box with my name spelled out in gold on the top. I opened the box, and inside were some treats for Athena, a couple bracelets, and one necklace. It had a gold chain and a single ruby at the center. It looks like a Kendra Scott necklace, and on the back of the stone was a message. Merry Christmas, Evangeline Fred. At the bottom there was a note. You always complain about having too much jewelry. I smiled.
Best
present ever. I made a mental note to hug him next time I see him. Wow, Hermione said over my shoulder. That must have cost a fortune.
Yeah, I said.
Hey, want to check on the guys?
She said.
I nodded. We walked to their dorm and heard laughing. What are you two laughing about? Mione asked, carrying Crookshanks. Don't bring him in here, said Ron, hurriedly snatching Scabbers from the depths of his bed and stowing him in his pajama pocket. But Hermione wasn't listening. She dropped Crookshanks onto Seamus's empty bed. I looked over and saw a firebolt in Harry's hands. Oh, Harry.
Who sent you that?
I asked, excited. No idea, said Harry. There wasn't a card or anything with it. I guess I don't have the best broom on the team anymore, I said with a fake frown. To his great surprise, Hermione did not appear either excited or intrigued by the news. On the contrary, her face fell, and she bit her lip. What's the matter with you? Said Ron. I don't know, said Hermione slowly, but it's a bit odd, isn't it? I mean, this is supposed to be quite a good broom, isn't it? Ron sighed exasperatedly. It's the best broom there is, Hermione, he said. So it must have been really expensive. Probably cost more than all the Slytherin's brooms put together, I said, happily. Well, who'd send Harry something as expensive as that and not even tell him they'd sent it, said Hermione. Who cares, said Ron impatiently. Listen, Harry, can I have a go on it? Can I? I don't think anyone should ride that broom just yet, said Hermione shrilly. Harry, Ron, and I looked at her. What'd you think Harry's going to do with it? Sweep the floor, said Ron. But before Hermione could answer, Crookshanks sprang from Seamus's bed, right at Ron's chest. Get him out of here. Ron bellowed as Crookshanks's claws ripped his pajamas and Scabbers attempted a wild escape over his shoulder. Ron seized Scabbers by the tail and aimed a misjudged kick at Crookshanks that hit the trunk at the end of Harry's bed, knocking it over and causing Ron to hop up and down, howling with pain. Crookshanks's fur suddenly stood on end. A shrill, tinny whistling was filling the room. The pocket sneakoscope had become dislodged from Uncle Vernon's old socks and was whirling and gleaming on the floor. I forgot about that, Harry said, bending down and picking up the sneakoscope. I never wear those socks if I can help it. The sneakoscope whirled and whistled in his palm. Crookshanks was hissing and spitting at it. You'd better take that cat out of here, Hermione, said Ron furiously, sitting on Harry's bed, nursing his toe. Can you shut that thing up? He added to Harry. Fine. We'll put him back in our dorm, I said, rolling my eyes. We walked back to put him up while Hermione was ranting about Ron. You know, he didn't even do anything. That rat is just old. You didn't do anything, did you, Crookshanks? No, you didn't, she cooed. Christmas spirit was definitely thin on the ground in the Gryffindor common room that morning. Hermione had shut Crookshanks in her dormitory, but was furious with Ron for trying to kick him. Ron was still fuming about Crookshanks's fresh attempt to eat Scabbers. Harry and I gave up trying to make them talk to each other and devoted ourselves to examining the firebolt, which he had brought down to the common room with him. For some reason, this seemed to annoy Hermione as well. She didn't say anything, but she kept looking darkly at the broom as though it too had been criticizing her cat. At lunchtime, we went down to the Great Hall to find that the house tables had been moved against the walls again and that a single table, set for 12, stood in the middle of the room. Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, and Flitwick were there, along with Filch, the caretaker, who had taken off his usual brown coat and was wearing a very old and rather moldy-looking tailcoat. There were only 3 other students, 2 extremely nervous-looking first years and a sullen-faced Slytherin 5th year. Merry Christmas, said Dumbledore as Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I approached the table. As there are so few of us, it seemed foolish to use the house tables. Sit down, sit down. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I sat down with Harry and I on one side and Mione and Ron on the other. Maybe I should switch with Ron, I said, nervously looking at the glare they were giving each other. Crackers, said Dumbledore enthusiastically, offering the end of a large silver noisemaker to Snape, who took it reluctantly and tugged. With a bang like a gunshot, the cracker flew apart to reveal a large, pointed witch's hat topped with a stuffed vulture. Harry, remembering the boggart, caught Ron in my eyes and we all grinned. Snape's mouth thinned and he pushed the hat toward Dumbledore, who swapped it for his wizard's hat at once. Dig in, he advised the table, beaming around. As I was helping himself to roast potatoes, the doors of the Great Hall opened again. It was Professor Trelawney, gliding toward us as though on wheels. She had put on a green sequin dress in honor of the occasion, making her look more than ever like a glittering, oversized dragonfly. Sybil, this is a pleasant surprise, said Dumbledore, standing up. I have been crystal gazing, Headmaster, said Professor Trelawney in her mistiest, most faraway voice, and to my astonishment, I saw myself abandoning my solitary luncheon and coming to join you. Who am I to refuse the promptings of fate? I at once hastened from my tower, and I do beg you to forgive my lateness. Certainly, certainly, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Let me draw you up a chair. And he did indeed draw a chair in midair with his wand, which revolved for a few seconds before falling with a thud between Professors Snape and McGonagall. Professor Trelawney, however, did not sit down. Her enormous eyes had been roving around the table, and she suddenly uttered a kind of soft scream. I dare not, Headmaster. If I join the table, we shall be 13. Nothing could be more unlucky. Never forget that when 13 dine together, The first to rise will be the first to die. We'll risk it, Sybil, said Professor McGonagall impatiently. Do sit down, the turkey's getting stone cold. Professor Trelawney hesitated, then lowered herself into the empty chair, eyes shut and mouth clenched tight, as though expecting a thunderbolt to hit the table. Professor McGonagall poked a large spoon into the nearest tureen. Tripe, Sybil's? Professor Trelawney ignored her. Eyes open again. She looked around once more and said, "But where is dear Professor Lupin?" "I'm afraid the poor fellow is ill again," said Dumbledore, indicating that everybody should start serving themselves. Most unfortunate that it should happen on Christmas Day. Hermione and I looked at each other with a knowing look. "But surely you already knew that, Sybil," said Professor McGonagall, her eyebrows raised. Professor Trelawney gave Professor McGonagall a very cold look. "Certainly I knew, Minerva," she said quietly. "But one does not parade the fact that one is all-knowing. I frequently act as though I am not possessed of the inner eye, so as not to make others nervous." "That explains a great deal," said Professor McGonagall tartly. Professor Trelawney's voice suddenly became a good deal less misty. "If you must know, Minerva, I have seen that poor Professor Lupin will not be with us for very long. He seems aware, himself, that his time is short. He positively fled when I offered to crystal gaze for him. Imagine that," said Professor McGonagall dryly. "I doubt," said Dumbledore, in a cheerful but slightly raised voice, which put an end to Professor McGonagall and Professor Trelawney's conversation, "that Professor Lupin is in any immediate danger. Severus, you've made the potion for him again?" "Yes, Headmaster," said Snape. "Good," said Dumbledore. "Then he should be up and about in no time. Derek, have you had any of the chipolatas?" "They're excellent." The first-year boy went furiously red on being addressed directly by Dumbledore and took the platter of sausages with trembling hands. Professor Trelawney behaved almost normally until the very end of Christmas dinner, 2 hours later. Full to bursting with Christmas dinner and still wearing their cracker hats, Harry and Ron got up first from the table, and she shrieked loudly, "My dears, which of you left his seat first?" "Which?" "Dunno," said Ron, looking uneasily at Harry. "I doubt it will make much difference," said Professor McGonagall coldly, "unless a Mad Axe man is waiting outside the doors to slaughter the first into the entrance hall." Even Ron laughed. Professor Trelawney looked highly affronted. "Coming," Harry said to Hermione and I. "Sure," I said. "No," Hermione muttered. "I want a quick word with Professor McGonagall. Probably trying to see if she can take any more classes," yawned Ron as we made our way into the entrance hall, which was completely devoid of Mad Axe men. When we reached the portrait hole, they found Sir Cadogan enjoying a Christmas part with a couple of monks, several previous headmasters of Hogwarts, and his fat pony. He pushed up his visor, toasted them with a flagon of mead. "Merry Hit Christmas." "Password." "Scurvy cur," said Ron. "And the same to you, sir," roared Sir Cadogan, as the painting swung forward to admit us. "Wait here," Harry said to Ron and me. I shrugged. In about 10 seconds, Harry reappeared with his firebolt and the broom servicing kit Hermione and I had given him. We basked in its glory for about 10 minutes till we heard someone clearing their throat. It was Hermione and Professor McGonagall. Though Professor McGonagall was head of Gryffindor House, I had never seen her in the common room. Hermione picked up a book and used it as a shield to her face, while Harry, Ron and I stood protectively in front of the firebolt. "So that's it, is it?" said Professor McGonagall beadily, walking over to the fireside and staring at the firebolt. "Miss Granger has just informed me that you have been sent a broomstick, Potter." Harry, Ron, and I looked around at Hermione. We could see her forehead reddening over the top of her book, which was upsides down. "May I?" said Professor McGonagall, but she didn't wait for an answer before pulling the firebolt out of our hands. She examined it carefully from handle to twig ends. And there was no note at all. Potter? No card? No message of any kind. No, said Harry blankly. I see, said Professor McGonagall. Well, I'm afraid I will have to take this, Potter. What? Said Harry, scrambling to his feet. Why? It will need to be checked for jinxes, said Professor McGonagall. Of course, I'm no expert, but I dare say Madam Hooch and Professor Flitwick will strip it down. Strip it down, repeated Ron and I, as though Professor McGonagall was mad. It shouldn't take more than a few weeks, said Professor McGonagall. You will have it back if we are sure it is jinx-free. There's nothing wrong with it, said Harry, his voice shaking slightly. Honestly, Professor, you can't know that, Potter, said Professor McGonagall quite kindly. Not until you've flown it, at any rate, and I'm afraid that is out of the question until we are certain that it has not been tampered with. I shall keep you informed. Professor McGonagall turned on her heel and carried the firebolt out of the portrait hole, which closed behind her. Harry stood staring after her, the tin of high-finished Polish still clutched in his hands. I stared at Ron, who rounded on Hermione. What did you go running to McGonagall for? Hermione threw her book aside. She was still pink in the face, but stood up and faced Ron defiantly. Because I thought, and Professor McGonagall agrees with me, that broom was probably sent to Harry by Sirius Black. Both Harry and Ron were furious with Hermione, even more so when Wood has a chat with Harry. Had a good Christmas? He said, and then, without waiting for an answer, he sat down, lowered his voice, and said, I've been doing some thinking over Christmas, Harry. After last match, you know. If the Dementors come to the next one, I mean, we can't afford you to, well... Wood broke off, looking awkward. I'm working on it, said Harry quickly. Professor Lupin said he'd train me to ward off the Dementors. We should be starting this week. He said he'd have time after Christmas. Ah, said Wood, his expression clearing. Well, in that case, I really didn't want to lose you as Seeker, Harry. And have you ordered a new broom yet? No, said Harry. What? You'd better get a move on. You know you can't ride that shooting star against Ravenclaw. He got a firebolt for Christmas, said Ron. A firebolt?
No.
Seriously? A real firebolt. Don't get excited, Oliver, said Harry gloomily. I haven't got it anymore. It was confiscated. And he explained all about how the firebolt was now being checked for jinxes. Jinxed? How could it be jinxed? Sirius Black, Harry said wearily. He's supposed to be after me. So McGonagall reckons he might have sent it. Waving aside the information that a famous murderer was after his Seeker, Wood said, but Black couldn't have bought a firebolt. He's on the run. The whole country's on the lookout for him. How could he just walk into Quality Quidditch Supplies and buy a broomstick? I know, said Harry, but McGonagall still wants to strip it down. Wood went pale. I'll go and talk to her, Harry, he promised. I'll make her series in a firebolt, a real firebolt on our team. She wants Gryffindor to win as much as we do. I'll make her see sense. A firebolt. Classes started again the next day. The last thing anyone felt like doing was spending 2 hours on the grounds on a raw January morning, but Hagrid had provided a bonfire full of salamanders for our enjoyment, and we spent an unusually good lesson collecting dry wood and leaves to keep the fire blazing while the flame-loving lizards scampered up and down the crumbling, white, hot logs. After that, I had advanced charms. I smiled thinking about Fred's reaction when I thank him for the present. We sat next to each other, but I didn't get the chance to talk to him. We were still doing shield charms. All right, practice amongst yourselves, same partners as before term ended. I smiled at Fred, and he said, You're going down, Granger. Definitely not, but first, I walked closer to him and gave him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you for my Christmas present," I smiled. "It was no problem, Evangeline," he said, blushing. "Now, to kick your butt," I said, whipping my wand out. "Oh, you're on," he smirked. After advanced charms, I had data. I met up with Harry, Ron, and Hermione as they were walking in. That class we reviewed what we had learned last term, so no one forgot, and Harry had to talk to Professor Lupin about something before we left. "Still looks ill, doesn't he?" said Ron as we walked down the corridor, heading to dinner. "What you reckon's the matter with him?" There was a loud and impatient tug from behind us. It was Hermione, who had been sitting at the feet of a suit of armor, repacking her bag, which was so full of books it wouldn't close. "And what are you tootling at us for?" said Ron irritably. "Nothing," said Hermione in a lofty voice, heaving her bag back over her shoulder.
"Yes, you were," said Ron.
"I said I wonder what's wrong with Lupin and you—" "Well, isn't it obvious?" said Hermione, with a look of maddening superiority. "If you don't want to tell us, don't," snapped Ron. "Fine," said Hermione haughtily, and she marched off. "She doesn't know," said Ron, staring resentfully after Hermione. "She's just trying to get us to talk to her again." I looked down and smiled, knowing exactly what was going on. Ravenclaw played Slytherin a week after the start of term. Slytherin won, though narrowly. According to Wood, this was good news for Gryffindor, who would take second place if we beat Ravenclaw too. He therefore increased the number of team practices to 5 a week. I felt worse for Harry. He only had 1 night a week to do his coursework. Even so, he was not showing the strain nearly as much as Hermione, whose immense workload finally seemed to be getting to her. Every night, without fail, Hermione was to be seen in a corner of the common room, several tables spread with books, arithmancy charts, rune dictionaries, diagrams of muggles lifting heavy objects, and file upon file of extensive notes. She barely spoke to anybody and snapped when she was interrupted. "How's she doing it?" Ron muttered to me one evening as Harry sat finishing a nasty essay on undetectable poisons for Snape. Harry looked up. Hermione was barely visible behind a tottering pile of books. "Doing what?" I asked. "Getting to all her classes," Ron said. "I heard her talking to Professor Vector, that arithmancy witch, this morning. They were going on about yesterday's lesson, but Hermione can't be been there because she was with us in care of magical creatures. And Ernie Macmillan told me she's never missed a Muggle Studies class, but half of them are at the same time as divination, and she's never missed one of them either." "I don't know, Ron, but we shouldn't meddle," I said, trying to get him off the trail. January faded imperceptibly into February, with no change in the bitterly cold weather. The match against Ravenclaw was drawing nearer and nearer, but Harry still hadn't ordered a new broom, despite my many wishes to do so. He was now asking Professor McGonagall for news of the firebolt after every transfiguration lesson, Ron and I standing hopefully at his shoulder, Hermione rushing past with her face averted. "No, Potter, you can't have it back yet," Professor McGonagall told him the 12th time this happened, before he'd even opened his mouth. "We've checked for most of the usual curses, but Professor Flitwick believes the broom might be carrying a hurling hex. I shall tell you once we've finished checking it. Now, please stop badgering me." A couple days before the match, I saw Harry carrying a broom into the common room. "Finally, you ordered a new one," I started, but as I looked closer, I realized it was his firebolt. "You got it back," I cried. I heard a squeal and turned. It was Ron. "She gave it to you? Excellent. Listen, can I still have a go on it? Tomorrow?" he said, excited. "Yeah, anything," said Harry, his heart lighter than it had been in a month. "You know what, we should make up with Hermione. She was only trying to help." "Finally," I said, exasperated. "Yeah, all right," said Ron. "She's in her dorm now, working for a change." Before we could go, though, We heard noises from outside the portrait. I opened it to leave and saw Neville begging Sir Cadogan. I wrote them down. Neville was saying tearfully, but I must have dropped them somewhere. A likely tale, roared Sir Cadogan. Then, spotting me, good even, my fine young lady. Come clap this loon in irons. He is trying to force entry to the chambers within. Oh, shut up, said Ron as he and Harry came out with me. I've lost the passwords. Neville told us miserably. I made him tell me what passwords he was going to use this week because he keeps changing them, and now I don't know what I've done with them. Oddsbodkins, said Harry to Sir Cadogan, who looked extremely disappointed and reluctantly swung forward to let him into the common room. There was a sudden, excited murmur as every head turned, and the next moment, Harry was surrounded by people exclaiming over his firebolt. Where'd you get it, Harry? Will you let me have a go? Have you ridden it yet, Harry? Ravenclaw have no chance. They're all on clean sweep 7s. Can I just hold it, Harry? After 10 minutes or so, during which the firebolt was passed around and admired from every angle, the crowd dispersed and Harry and Ron had a clear view of Hermione, who had come down from her dorm, the only person who hadn't rushed over to us, bent over her work and carefully avoiding our eyes. Harry, Ron, and I approached her table, and at last she looked up. I got it back, said Harry, grinning at her and holding up the firebolt. See, Hermione? There wasn't anything wrong with it, said Ron. Well, there might have been, said Hermione. I mean, at least you know now that it's safe. Yeah, I suppose so, said Harry. I'd better put it upstairs. I interjected. What they're saying is that they're sorry, and what she's saying is that she forgives you. I'll take it, said Ron eagerly. I've got to give Scabbers his rat tonic. He took the firebolt and, holding it as if it were made of glass, carried it away up the boys' staircase. Can I sit down, then? Harry asked Hermione. I suppose so, said Hermione, moving a great stack of parchment off a chair. I sat on the desk nearby. I looked around at the cluttered table, at the long arithmancy essay on which the ink was still glistening, at the even longer Muggle Studies essay, Explain Why Muggles Need Electricity, and at the rune translation Hermione was now poring over. How are you getting through all this stuff? Harry asked her. Oh, well, you know, working hard, said Hermione. Closed up, Harry saw that she looked almost as tired as Lupin. Why don't you just drop a couple of subjects? Harry asked, watching her lifting books as she searched for her rune dictionary. I couldn't do that, said Hermione, looking scandalized. Arithmancy looks terrible, said Harry, picking up a very complicated-looking number chart. Oh no, it's wonderful, said Hermione earnestly. It's my favorite subject. But exactly what was wonderful about arithmancy, we never found out. At that precise moment, a strangled yell echoed down the boys' staircase. The whole common room fell silent, staring, petrified, at the entrance. Then came hurried footsteps, growing louder and louder, and then Ron came leaping into view, dragging with him a bedsheet. Look, he bellowed, striding over to Hermione's table. Look, he yelled, shaking the sheets in her face.
Ron, what?
Scabbers.
Look.
Scabbers. Hermione and I were leaning away from Ron, looking utterly bewildered. I looked down at the sheet Ron was holding. There was something red on it. Something that looked horribly like blood. Ron yelled into the stunned silence. He's gone. And you know what was on the floor? And no, said Hermione in a trembling voice. Ron threw something down onto Hermione's rune translation. Hermione and Harry leaned forward. Lying on top of the weird, spiky shapes were several long, ginger cat hairs. It looked like the end of Ron and Hermione's friendship. Each was so angry with the other that I couldn't see how they'd ever make up. Ron was enraged that Hermione had never taken Crookshanks's attempts to eat Scabbers seriously, hadn't bothered to keep a close enough watch on him, and was still trying to pretend that Crookshanks was innocent by suggesting that Ron look for Scabbers under all the boys' beds. Hermione, meanwhile, maintained fiercely that Ron had no proof that Crookshanks had eaten Scabbers, that the ginger hairs might have been there since Christmas, and that Ron had been prejudiced against her cat ever since Crookshanks had landed on Ron's head in the magical menagerie. I didn't think Crookshanks ate Scabbers. Harry was sure that Crookshanks had eaten Scabbers, and when he tried to point out to Hermione that the evidence all pointed that way, she lost her temper with Harry too. "Okay, side with Ron, I knew you would," she said shrilly. "First the firebolt, now Scabbers. Everything's my fault, isn't it? Just leave me alone, Harry. I've got a lot of work to do." Ron had taken the loss of his rat very hard indeed. "Come on, Ron. You were always saying how boring Scabbers was," said Fred bracingly. "And he's been off color for ages. He was wasting away. It was probably better for him to snuff it quickly one swallow. He probably didn't feel a thing." "Fred," said Ginny and I indignantly. "All he did was eat and sleep." "Ron, you said it yourself," said George. "He bit Goyle for us once." Ron said miserably, "Remember Harry?" "Yeah, that's true," said Harry. "Yeah, he's probably in rat heaven for doing that," I said, touching Ron's shoulder. "His finest hour," said Fred, unable to keep a straight face. "Let the scar on Goyle's finger stand as a lasting tribute to his memory." "Oh, come on, Ron. Get yourself down to Hogsmeade and buy a new rat. What's the point of moaning?" In a last-ditch attempt to cheer Ron up, Harry persuaded him to come along to the Gryffindor team's final practice before the Ravenclaw match so that he could have a ride on the firebolt after we'd finished. This did seem to take Ron's mind off Scabbers for a moment. Great. Can I try and shoot a few goals on it? So all three of us set off for the Quidditch field together. Madam Hooch, who was still overseeing Gryffindor practices to keep an eye on Harry, was just as impressed with the firebolt as everyone else had been. She took it in her hands before takeoff and gave them the benefit of her professional opinion. "Look at the balance on it. If the Nimbus series has a fault, it's a slight list to the tail, and you often find they develop a drag after a few years. They've updated the handle too, a bit slimmer than the clean sweeps. Reminds me of the old silver arrows. A pity they've stopped making them. I learned to fly on one, and a very fine old broom it was too." She continued in this vein for some time, until it said, Madam Hooch? Is it okay if Harry has the firebolt back? We need to practice." "Oh, right here you are, then, Potter," said Madam Hooch. "I'll sit over here with Weasley." She and Ron left the field to sit in the stadium, and the Gryffindor team gathered around Wood for his final instructions for tomorrow's match. "Harry, I've just found out who Ravenclaw is playing as Seeker. It's Cho Chang. She's a fourth year, and she's pretty good. I really hoped she wouldn't be fit. She's had some problems with injuries." Wood scowled his displeasure that Cho Chang had made a full recovery, then said, "On the other hand, she rides a Comet 260, which is going to look like a joke next to the firebolt." He gave Harry's broom a look of fervent admiration, then said, "Okay, everyone, let's go." And at long last, we mounted out brooms and kicked off from the ground. It was the best practice ever. The team, inspired by the presence of the firebolt in our midst, performed our best moves faultlessly, and by the time we hit the ground again, we didn't have a single criticism to make, which, as George pointed out, was a first. "I can't see what's going to stop us tomorrow," said Wood. "Not unless, Harry, you've sorted out your Dementor problem, haven't you?" "Yeah," said Harry, thinking of his feeble Patronus and wishing it were stronger. "The Dementors won't turn up again, Oliver." "Dumbledore'd go ballistic," said Fred confidently. Then he turned to me and did a crazy symbol and pointed to Dumbledore's office. I giggled silently. "Well, let's hope not," said Wood. "Anyway, good work, everyone." Let's get back to the tower. Turn in early. I'm staying out for a bit. Ron wants to go on the firebolt, Harry told Wood. And I'm staying with them, I added. While the rest of the team headed off to the locker rooms, Harry and I strode over to Ron, who vaulted the barrier to the stands and came to meet him. Madame Hooch had fallen asleep in her seat. Here you go, said Harry, handing Ron the firebolt. Ron, an expression of ecstasy on his face, mounted the broom and zoomed off into the gathering darkness, while Harry and I walked around the edge of the field, watching him. Night had fallen before Madame Hooch awoke with a start, told Harry, Ron, and I off for not waking her, and insisted that we go back to the castle. Harry shouldered the firebolt and Ron, him, and I walked out of the shadowy stadium, discussing the firebolt's superbly smooth action, its phenomenal acceleration, and its pinpoint turning. We were halfway toward the castle when I, glancing to my left, saw something that made my heart turn over a pair of eyes, gleaming out of the darkness. Harry stopped dead. What's the matter? Said Ron. Harry pointed. Ron pulled out his wand and muttered, Lumos. I pulled out my wand as well. A beam of light fell across the grass, hit the bottom of a tree, and illuminated its branches. There, crouching among the budding leaves, was Crookshanks. Get out of here, Ron roared, and he stooped down and seized a stone lying on the grass, but before he could do anything else, Crookshanks had vanished with one swish of his long ginger tail. See? Ron said furiously, chucking the stone down again. She's still letting him wander about wherever he wants, probably washing down Scabbers with a couple of birds now. Harry didn't day anything the rest of the walk. He thought it was the Grim. I could tell. I woke up early to get the good breakfast. It was a quiet breakfast. That is, till Harry came in. As Harry entered the Great Hall, heads turned in the direction of the firebolt, and there was a good deal of excited muttering. I saw, with enormous satisfaction, that the Slytherin team were all looking thunderstruck. Did you see his face? Said Ron gleefully, looking back at Malfoy. He can't believe it. This is brilliant. Wood, too, was basking in the reflected glory of the firebolt. Put it here, Harry, he said, laying the broom in the middle of the table and carefully turning it so that its name faced upward. People from the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables were soon coming over to look. Cedric Diggory came over to congratulate Harry on having acquired such a superb replacement for his Nimbus, and Percy's Ravenclaw girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater, asked if she could actually hold the firebolt. Now, Penny, no sabotage, said Percy heartily as she examined the firebolt closely. Penelope and I have got a bet on, he told the team. 10 galleons on the outcome of the match. Penelope put the firebolt down again, thanked Harry, and went back to her table. Harry, make sure you win, said Percy, in an urgent whisper. I haven't got 10 galleons. Yes, I'm coming, Penny, and he bustled off to join her in a piece of toast. Sure you can manage that broom, Potter, said a cold, drawling voice. Draco Malfoy had arrived for a closer look, Crabbe and Goyle right behind him. Yeah, reckon so, said Harry casually. Got plenty of special features, hasn't it? Said Malfoy, eyes glittering maliciously. Shame it doesn't come with a parachute in case you get too near a Dement. Crabbe and Goyle sniggered. Pity you can't attach an extra arm to yours, Malfoy, I said, smirking. Then it could catch the snitch for you. The Gryffindor team laughed loudly. Malfoy's pale eyes narrowed, and he stalked away. We watched him rejoin the rest of the Slytherin team, who put their heads together, no doubt asking Malfoy whether Harry's broom really was a firebolt. At 11:15, the Gryffindor team set off for the locker rooms. The weather couldn't have been more different from their match against Hufflepuff. It was a clear, cool day with a very light breeze. There would be no visibility problems this time, and I, though nervous, was starting to feel the excitement only a Quidditch match could bring. We could hear the rest of the school moving into the stadium beyond. I changed quickly and walked to Wood's pre-game usual speech. "You know what we've got to do," said Wood as we prepared to leave the locker room area. "If we lose this match, we're out of the running. Just fly like you did in practice yesterday, and we'll be okay." We walked out onto the field to tumultuous applause. The Ravenclaw team, dressed in blue, were already standing in the middle of the field. Their seeker, Cho Chang, was the only girl on their team. She was shorter than me by about a head. I noted her giving a flirty look to Harry, and I rolled my eyes. "Wood, Davies, shake hands," Madame Hooch said briskly, and Wood shook hands with the Ravenclaw captain. "Mount your brooms on my whistle, 3, 2, 1. I kicked off and looked up to catch the quaffle, but Katie got it instead. They're off, and the big excitement this match is the firebolt that Harry Potter is flying for Gryffindor. According to which broomstick, the firebolt's going to be the broom of choice for the national teams at this year's World Championship. Jordan, would you mind telling us what's going on in the match?" interrupted Professor McGonagall's voice. "Right you are, Professor, just giving a bit of background information. The firebolt, incidentally, has a built-in auto brake and..." "Jordan." Okay. Gryffindor in possession. Katie Bell of Gryffindor, heading for goal. Harry streaked past Katie and me, looking for the snitch. "Show her your acceleration, Harry," Fred yelled as he whooshed past in pursuit of a bludger that was aiming for me. "Thanks," I yelled, whooshing past. "Anytime, love," he replied, whacking another bludger. Katie threw the quaffle and made it. The crowd went wild. I saw Harry diving and was silently cheering while trying to get the ball from a Ravenclaw chaser. Then a bludger, hit by one of the Ravenclaw beaters, came pelting out of nowhere. Harry veered off course, avoiding it by an inch, and in those few, crucial seconds, the snitch had vanished. There was a great ohoob of disappointment from the Gryffindor supporters, but much applause for their beater from the Ravenclaw end. George vented his feelings by hitting the second bludger directly at the offending beater, who was forced to roll right over in midair to avoid it. Gryffindor leads by 80 points to 0, and look at that firebolt go. Potter's really putting it through its paces now. See it turn. Chang's comet is just no match for it. The firebolt's precision balance is really noticeable in these long. Jordan, are you being paid to advertise firebolts? Get on with the commentary. Ravenclaw was pulling back. They had now scored 3 goals, which put Gryffindor only 50 points ahead. If Cho got the snitch before Harry, we'd lose. We kept scoring, but we were always only 20-30 points ahead. My adrenaline was rushing as I saw a Dementor, but this was different. It didn't have a terrible aura. Soon, I heard Madame Hooch blow the whistle. We won. I flew down and kissed Harry's cheek. "That's my boys," Wood kept yelling. Fred had him in a grip, so tight. In complete disarray, the team managed to make our way back to the ground. Harry and I got off our brooms and looked up to see a gaggle of Gryffindor supporters sprinting onto the field, Ron in the lead. Before I knew it, Harry had been engulfed by the cheering crowd. "Yes," Ron yelled, yanking Harry and my arm into the air.
Yes.
"Yes. Well done, Harry," said Percy, looking delighted. 10 galleons to me. Must find Penelope. Excuse me. Good for you, Harry," roared Seamus Finnegan. "Ruddy brilliant," boomed Hagrid over the heads of the milling Gryffindors. "That was quite some Patronus," said a voice behind everyone. I turned around to see Professor Lupin, who looked both shaken and pleased. "The Dementors didn't affect me at all," Harry said excitedly. "I didn't feel a thing." "That would be because they weren't Dementors," said Professor Lupin. "Come and see." He led Harry and I out of the crowd until we were able to see the edge of the field. "You gave Mr. Malfoy quite a fright," said Lupin. I stared. Lying in a crumpled heap on the ground were Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Marcus Flint, the Slytherin team captain, all struggling to remove themselves from long, black, hooded robes. It looked as though Malfoy had been standing on Goyle's shoulders. Standing over them, with an expression of the utmost fury on her face, was Professor McGonagall. An unworthy trick, she was shouting. A low and cowardly attempt to sabotage the Gryffindor Seeker. Detention for all of you, and 50 points from Slytherin. I shall be speaking to Professor Dumbledore about this. Make no mistake. Ah, here he comes now. If anything could have set the seal on Gryffindor's victory, it was this. Ron, who had fought his way through to our side, doubled up with laughter as we watched Malfoy fighting to extricate himself from the robe. Goyle's head still stuck inside it. Come on, Harry and Em, said George, fighting his way over.
Party.
Gryffindor common room. Now. Right, said Harry. We changed out of our robes and rushed to the Gryffindor common room. That night, it felt as though we had already won the Quidditch Cup. The party went on all day and well into the night. Hey, Evangeline, want to come to Hogsmeade with George and me? He whispered. Sure. Let me just get some money, I said, racing upstairs. Once I came down, the three of us went through the secret tunnel. My heart was pounding the whole time. I felt closed in, like the Wallaws were going to collapse. To top it all off, we couldn't see anything until I pulled out my wand shaking. I stuttered. Mos. Are you alright? George asked. I don't know if this is the best time to realize this. I think I'm claustrophobic, I said, shaking. Could you hold on for a little longer? We're almost there. The way back. We could carry you or something. Fred said, looking frantic. I nodded. In what felt like hours, we finally reached Honeydukes. I sprinted in and ran outside into the street. The fresh air entered my lungs. I exhaled. I walked back into the store. I took out half of my Christmas money and bought everything I could carry. Next, we went to the Three Broomsticks to buy to-go butterbeer. In too little time, we were done buying everything and we were back in the cellar tunnel. My knees became wobbly, and I groaned. The twins noticed. Here, George said, as he picked me up. Thanks, George, I said with my eyes closed. I held the bags as they sprinted back to Hogwarts. My head bobbed up and down, and I felt queasy. I groaned again. Almost there, George said. And the second after he said that, we were back in Hogwarts. George set me down, and I opened my eyes. Thanks, you guys, but I think that's it on the tunnels for me, I said, dizzily smiling. We rushed silently back to the common room, and everyone got excited. How did you do that? Squealed Angelina Johnson as George started throwing peppermint toads into the crowd. With a little help from Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, Fred muttered in Harry's ear. Only one person wasn't joining in the festivities. Hermione, incredibly, was sitting in a corner, attempting to read an enormous book entitled Home Life and Social Habits of British Muggles. Harry and I broke away from the table where Fred and George had started juggling butterbeer bottles and went over to her. Did you even come to the match? He asked her. Of course I did, said Hermione in a strangely high-pitched voice, not looking up. And I'm very glad we won, and I think you did really well, but I need to read this by Monday. Come on, Mione, come and have some food, I said, looking over at Ron and wondering whether he was in a good enough mood to bury the hatchet. I can't, I've still got 422 pages to read, said Hermione, now sounding slightly hysterical. Anyway, she glanced over at Ron too. He doesn't want me to join in. There was no arguing with this, as Ron chose that moment to say loudly, if Scabbers hadn't just been eaten, he could have had some of those fudge flies. He used to really like them. Hermione burst into tears. Before Harry or I could say or do anything, she tucked the enormous book under her arm and, still sobbing, ran toward the staircase to the girls' dormitories and out of sight. "You do, Ron. I've got Hermione," I said, rushing upstairs. He nodded. Once I got to our room, Hermione was on her bed, sobbing. I walked over and sat down next to her, and she turned and cried on my shoulder. I patted her back and gave her a hug. "It's okay. Ron just hates Crookshanks, not you." "No, but he does hate me," she sobbed. "No, he doesn't. Don't think that way," I said. Suddenly, it was really quiet. We couldn't hear the party. "Be right back," I said, trying to see downstairs. It was Professor McGonagall. She told us to go to bed. "Mione, we gotta sleep," I said softly as I set her down. She was already half asleep anyway. As I was getting ready to sleep, I heard a scream.
"Arg!"
No. It came from the boys' dorm. I woke up immediately and ran to check on Hermione. She woke up too. I ran to Harry and Ron's dorm and asked, "What's going on?" Harry ripped his curtains, and at the same moment, Dean Thomas lit his lamp. Ron was sitting up in bed, the hangings torn from one side, a look of utmost terror on his face.
"Black."
Sirius Black, with a knife.
"What?"
I asked. "Here, just now, slashed the curtains. Woke me up." "You sure you weren't dreaming, Ron?" said Dean. "Look at the curtains. I tell you, he was here." They all scrambled out of bed. Harry reached the dormitory door first, and we sprinted back down the staircase. Doors opened behind us, and sleepy voices called after us. Who shouted, "What are you doing?" The common room was lit with the glow of the dying fire, still littered with the debris from the party. It was deserted. "Are you sure you weren't dreaming, Ron?" "I'm telling you, I saw him." "What's all the noise?" Professor McGonagall told us to go to bed. A few of the other girls had come down their staircase, pulling on dressing gowns and yawning. Boys, too, were reappearing. "Excellent. Are we carrying on?" said Fred brightly. "Everyone back upstairs," said Percy, hurrying into the common room and pinning his head boy badge to his pajamas as he spoke. Sirius Black," said Ron faintly. "In our dormitory, with a knife. Woke me up." The common room went very still. "Nonsense," said Percy, looking startled. "You had too much to eat. Ron had a nightmare. I'm telling you. Now, really, enough's enough." Professor McGonagall was back. She slammed the portrait behind her as she entered the common room and stared furiously around. "I am delighted that Gryffindor won the match, but this is getting ridiculous. Percy, I expected better of you." "I certainly didn't authorize this, Professor," said Percy, puffing himself up indignantly. "I was just telling them all to get back to bed. My brother Ron here had a nightmare." "It wasn't a nightmare," Ron yelled. "Professor, I woke up, and Sirius Black was standing over me, holding a knife." Professor McGonagall stared at him. "Don't be ridiculous, Weasley. How could he possibly have gotten through the portrait holes?" "Ask him," said Ron, pointing a shaking finger at the back of Sir Cadogan's picture. "Ask him if he saw." Glaring suspiciously at Ron, Professor McGonagall pushed the portrait back open and went outside. The whole common room listened with bated breath. "Sir Cadogan, did you just let a man enter Gryffindor Tower?" "Certainly, good lady," cried Sir Cadogan. There was a stunned silence, both inside and outside the common room. "You did," said Professor McGonagall. But the password." "He had them," said Sir Cadogan proudly. "Had the whole week's, my lady. Read 'em off a little piece of paper." Professor McGonagall pulled herself back through the portrait hole to face the stunned crowd. She was white as chalk. "Which person?" she said, her voice shaking. Which abysmally foolish person wrote down this week's passwords and left them lying around? There was utter silence, broken by the smallest of terrified squeaks. Neville Longbottom, trembling from head to fluffy slippered toes, raised his hand slowly into the air. No one in Gryffindor Tower slept that night. We knew that the castle was being searched again, and the whole house stayed awake in the common room, waiting to hear whether Black had been caught. Professor McGonagall came back at dawn to tell us that he had again escaped. Throughout the day, everywhere we went we saw signs of tighter security. Professor Flitwick could be seen teaching the front doors to recognize a large picture of Sirius Black. Filch was suddenly bustling up and down the corridors, boarding up everything from tiny cracks in the walls to mouse holes. Sir Cadogan had been fired. His portrait had been taken back to its lonely landing on the 7th floor, and the fat lady was back. She had been expertly restored, but was still extremely nervous, and had agreed to return to her job only on condition that she was given extra protection. A bunch of surly security trolls had been hired to guard her. They paced the corridor in a menacing group, talking in grunts and comparing the size of their clubs. I couldn't help noticing that the statue of the one-eyed witch on the 3rd floor remained unguarded and unblocked. It seemed that Fred and George had been right in thinking that we and now Harry, Ron, and Hermione were the only ones who knew about the hidden passageway within it. "Do you reckon we should tell someone?" Harry asked Ron and me. "We know he's not coming in through Honeydukes," said Ron dismissively. "We'd be heard if the shop had been broken into." Ron had become an instant celebrity. For the first time in his life, people were paying more attention to him than to Harry or me, and it was clear that Ron was rather enjoying the experience. Though still severely shaken by the night's events, he was happy to tell anyone who asked what had happened, with a wealth of detail. "I was asleep, and I heard this ripping noise, and I thought it was in my dream, you know? But then there was this draft. I woke up, and one side of the hangings on my bed had been pulled down. I rolled over, and I saw him standing over me, like a skeleton with loads of filthy hair, holding this great long knife, must have been 12 inches, and he looked at me, and I looked at him, and then I yelled, and he scampered." "Why, though?" Ron added to Harry and me as the group of second-year girls who had been listening to his chilling tale departed. "Why did he run?" I had been wondering the same thing. Why had Black, having got the wrong bed, not silenced Ron and proceeded to Harry? Black had proved 12 years ago that he didn't mind murdering innocent people, and this time he had been facing 5 unarmed boys, 4 of whom were asleep. He must have known he'd have a job getting back out of the castle once you'd yelled and woken people up, said Harry thoughtfully. He'd had to kill the whole house to get back through the portrait hole. Then he would have met the teachers. Neville was in total disgrace. Professor McGonagall was so furious with him she had banned him from all future Hogsmeade visits, given him a detention, and forbidden anyone to give him the password into the tower. Poor Neville was forced to wait outside the common room every night for somebody to let him in, while the security trolls leered unpleasantly at him. None of these punishments, however, came close to matching the one his grandmother had in store for him. 2 days after Black's break-in, she sent Neville the very worst thing a Hogwarts student could receive over breakfast, a howler. The school owls swooped into the Great Hall carrying the mail as usual, and Neville choked as a huge barn owl landed in front of him, a scarlet envelope clutched in its beak. Harry, Ron, and I, who were sitting opposite him, recognized the letter as a howler. At once Ron had got one from his mother the year before, and I had gotten one over the summer. "Run for it, Neville," Ron advised. "Not here," I added. Neville didn't need telling twice. He seized the envelope, and holding it before him like a bomb, sprinted out of the hall, while the Slytherin table exploded with laughter at the sight of him. We heard the howler go off in the entrance hall, Neville's grandmother's voice, magically magnified to 100 times its usual volume, shrieking about how he had brought shame on the whole family. Harry was too busy feeling sorry for Neville to notice immediately that he had a letter too. Hedwig got his attention by nipping him sharply on the wrist. I got something from Athena too. It was from Hagrid. Dear Harry and Ron, or Emma, how about having tea with me this afternoon, round 6? I'll come collect you from the castle. Wait for me in the entrance hall. You're not allowed out on your own. Cheers, Hagrid. He probably wants to hear all about Black, said Ron. So at 6 o'clock that afternoon, Harry, Ron, and I left Gryffindor Tower, past the security trolls at a run, and headed down to the entrance hall. Hagrid was already waiting for us. All right, Hagrid, said Ron. Suppose you want to hear about Saturday night, do you? I've already heard all about it, said Hagrid, opening the front doors and leading us outside. Oh, said Ron, looking slightly put out. The first thing we saw on entering Hagrid's cabin was Buckbeak, who was stretched out on top of Hagrid's patchwork quilt, his enormous wings folded tight to his body, enjoying a large plate of dead ferrets. Averting my eyes from this unpleasant sight, I saw a gigantic, hairy brown suit and a very horrible yellow and orange tie hanging from the top of Hagrid's wardrobe door. What are they for, Hagrid? Said Harry. Buckbeak's case against the committee for the disposal o' dangerous creatures, said Hagrid. This Friday, him and me'll be going down to London together. I've booked 2 beds on the night bus. Harry felt a nasty pang of guilt. He had completely forgotten that Buckbeak's trial was so near, and judging by the uneasy look on Ron's face, he had too. They had also forgotten their promise about helping him prepare Buckbeak's defense. The arrival of the firebolt had driven it clean out of their minds. Hagrid poured them tea and offered them a plate of bath buns, but they knew better than to accept. They had had too much experience with Hagrid's cooking. I got something to discuss with you too, said Hagrid, sitting himself between them and looking uncharacteristically serious. What? Said Harry. Hermione, said Hagrid. What about her? Said Ron. She's in a wry state, that's what. She's been coming down to visit me a lot since Christmas. Been feelin' lonely. First ya weren't talking to her because ob the firebolt, now you're not talking to her because her cat ate Scabbers. Ron interjected angrily. Because her cat acted like all cats do, Hagrid continued doggedly. She's cried a fair few times, you know. Goin' through a rough time at the moment. Bitten off more'n she can chew if you ask me. All the work she's trying to do. Still found time to help me with Buckbeak's case, mind. She's found some really good stuff for me. Reckon he'll stand a good chance now. Hagrid, we should have helped as well, sorry, Harry began awkwardly. I felt tears sting at my eyes. I should have been there for her. I'm her sister. I had no idea she was having this much trouble. I'm not blamin' ya, said Hagrid, waving Harry's apology aside. God knows ye've had enough to be getting on with. I've seen ya practicin' Quidditch every hour of the day and night, but I gotta tell ya, I thought you two'd value your friend more'n broomsticks or rats. That's all. Harry and Ron exchanged uncomfortable looks. That was it. I couldn't hold it in any more. Tears streamed down my cheeks, and I took some of Hagrid's tissues and blew my nose. There, Emma, he said, giving me a hug. It's not ya fault. She was close off. She was really upset. Hermione was, when Black nearly stabbed ya, Ron. She's got her heart in the right place. Hermione has, and you two not talking to her. If she'd just get rid of that cat, I'd speak to her again, Ron said angrily. But she's still sticking up for it. It's a maniac, and she won't hear a word against it. Well, people can be a bit stupid about their pets, said Hagrid wisely. Behind him, Buckbeak spat a few ferret bones onto Hagrid's pillow. I walked over to a chair once I got it all out of my system. I also made a mental note to apologize to Hermione. We spent the rest of their visit discussing Gryffindor's improved chances for the Quidditch Cup. At 9 o'clock, Hagrid walked us back up to the castle. A large group of people was bunched around the bulletin board when we returned to the common room. "Hogsmeade, next weekend," said Ron, craning over the heads to read the new notice. "What you reckon?" he added quietly to Harry as we went to sit down. "Well, Filch hasn't done anything about the passage into Honeydukes," Harry said, even more quietly. "Harry," said a voice in his right ear. I jumped and looked around at Hermione, who was sitting at the table right behind us and clearing a space in the wall of books that had been hiding her. "Harry, if you go into Hogsmeade again, I'll tell Professor McGonagall about that map," said Hermione. "Can you hear someone talking, Harry?" growled Ron, not looking at Hermione. "Ron, how can you let him go with you? After what Sirius Black nearly did to you. I mean it, I'll tell." "So now you're trying to get Harry expelled," said Ron furiously. "Haven't you done enough damage this year?" Hermione opened her mouth to respond, but with a soft hiss, Crookshanks leapt onto her lap. Hermione took one frightened look at the expression on Ron's face, gathered up Crookshanks, and hurried away toward the girls' dormitories. "Ugh, Ronald," I scoffed at him and ran after her. I saw her crying on her bed again and put my arms around her. "I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, Hermione," I said, almost crying myself. "It's okay, I kinda didn't talk to anyone. Besides Hagrid," I laughed. "Yeah, he wanted you and me to help with his case, and you weren't there, so I helped. Then we talked about other things. It's not personal," she laughed tearily. "Please never feel like you can't talk to me about things," I replied.
"All right," she said.
"Plus, we've got Hogsmeade on Saturday to look forward to," I added excitedly. "Yeah," she said, already tired. And with that, we both went to sleep. On Saturday morning, breakfast was strange. Ron and Harry on one side, and Hermione on the other. Soon it was time to go. Hermione said she'd meet me there. "Bye," Harry called to Ron and me. "See you when you get back." Ron grinned and winked. Ron and I, soon joined by Fred and George, made it to Hogsmeade, but we couldn't find Harry anywhere. Where could he be?" Ron asked. "I have no idea, Ron. Maybe we should find Hermione. She might know." His face turned dark at the mention of Hermione. "No, thank you. I'm going back to Honeydukes." At that second, Ron yelled, "Boy!" Harry, completely hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, emerged into the sunlight outside Honeydukes and prodded Ron in the back. "It's me," he muttered. "What kept you?" Ron hissed. "Snape was hanging around. We set off up the high street." "Where are you?" Ron kept muttering out of the corner of his mouth. "Are you still there? This feels weird." We went to the post office. Ron pretended to be checking the price of an owl to bill in Egypt, and I was pretending how much it cost to send one to France, so that Harry could have a good look around. The owls sat hooting softly down at him, at least 300 of them, from great greys right down to tiny little Scops owls, local deliveries only, which were so small they could have sat in the palm of Harry's hand. Then we visited Zonko's, which was so packed with students Harry had to exercise great care not to tread on anyone and cause a panic. Harry gave Ron and me whispered orders and passed him some gold from under the cloak. We left Zonko's with their money bags considerably lighter than they had been on entering, but our pockets bulging with dung bombs, hiccup sweets, frog spawn soap, and a nose-biting teacup apiece. The day was fine and breezy, and none of us felt like staying indoors, so we walked past the 3 broomsticks and climbed a slope to visit the Shrieking Shack, the most haunted dwelling in Britain. It stood a little way above the rest of the village, and even in daylight was slightly creepy, with its boarded windows and dank, overgrown garden. "Even the Hogwarts ghosts avoid it," I said as we leaned on the fence, looking up at it. I asked nearly headless Nick. He says he's heard a very rough crowd lives here. No one can get in. Fred and George tried, obviously, but all the entrances are sealed shut. Suddenly, I heard voices. It was Malfoy. Should have an owl from father any time now. He had to go to the hearing to tell them about my arm, about how I couldn't use it for 3 months. Crabbe and Goyle sniggered. I really wish I could hear that great hairy moron trying to defend himself. There's no arm in him. Honest, that hippogriff's as good as dead. Malfoy suddenly caught sight of Ron and me. His pale face split in a malevolent grin. What are you doing, Weasley? Granger. Malfoy looked up at the crumbling house behind Ron. Suppose you'd love to live here, wouldn't you, Weasley? Dreaming about having your own bedroom? I heard your family all sleep in one room, is that true? Harry seized the back of Ron's robes to stop him from leaping on Malfoy. Leave him to me, he hissed in Ron's ear. We were just discussing your friend Hagrid, Malfoy said to us. Just trying to imagine what he's saying to the committee for the disposal of dangerous creatures. Do you think he'll cry when they cut off his hippogriffs?
Splat.
Malfoy's head jerked forward as the mud hit him. His silver blonde hair was suddenly dripping in muck. What the? I had to hold onto the fence to keep myself standing. I was laughing so hard. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle spun stupidly on the spot, staring wildly around, Malfoy trying to wipe his hair clean. What was that?
Who did that?
Very haunted up here, isn't it? Said Ron, with the air of one commenting on the weather. Crabbe and Goyle were looking scared. Their bulging muscles were no use against ghosts. Malfoy was staring madly around at the deserted landscape. Harry sneaked along the path, where a particularly sloppy puddle yielded some foul-smelling green sludge. Splatter. Crabbe and Goyle caught some this time. Goyle hopped furiously on the spot, trying to rub it out of his small, dull eyes. It came from over there, said Malfoy, wiping his face, and staring at a spot some 6 feet to the left of where I assumed Harry was. Crabbe blundered forward, his long arms outstretched like a zombie. Soon it looked like he was stabbed with a stick. Crabbe did a kind of pirouette in midair, trying to see who had thrown it. As Ron and I were the only people Crabbe could see, it was us he started toward. Before he could reach us, though, Crabbe stumbled and his huge, flat foot caught the hem of Harry's cloak. Then the cloak slid off his face. For a split second, Malfoy stared at him. "ARGH," he yelled, pointing at Harry's head. Then he turned tail and ran, at breakneck speed, back down the hill, Crabbe and Goyle behind him. Harry tugged the cloak up again, but the damage was done. "Harry," Ron said, stumbling forward and staring hopelessly at the point where Harry had disappeared, "you'd better run for it. If Malfoy tells anyone, you'd better get back to the castle. Quick," I added. "See you later," said Harry, and without another word, he tore back down the path toward Hogsmeade. In an hour or so, we were back and Harry was in Snape's office. I looked all over Hogsmeade for Hermione. I guess she didn't come. Once he came out, he told us he lost the map while walking to our dorms. "It's my fault," said Ron abruptly. "I persuaded you to go. Lupin's right, it was stupid, we should be done it." He broke off. They reached the corridor where the security trolls were pacing, and Hermione was walking toward them. One look at her face convinced me something bad happened. "Come to have a good gloat," said Ron savagely as she stopped in front of them. "Or have you just been to tell on us?" "No," said Hermione. She was holding a letter in her hands, and her lip was trembling. "I just thought you ought to know. Hagrid lost his case. Buckbeak is going to be executed. He sent me this," Hermione said, holding out the letter. Harry took it. The parchment was damp, and enormous teardrops had smudged the ink so badly in places that it was very difficult to read. "Dear Hermione, we lost. I'm allowed to bring him back to Hogwarts. Execution date to be fixed. Beaky has enjoyed London. I won't forget all the help you gave us. Hagrid."
They can't do this, said Harry.
They can't. Buckbeak isn't dangerous, I added. Malfoy's dad's frightened the committee into it, said Hermione, wiping her eyes.
You know what he's like.
They're a bunch of doddery old fools, and they were scared. There'll be an appeal, though there always is. Only I can't see any hope. Nothing will have changed. Yeah, it will, said Ron fiercely. You won't have to do all the work alone this time, Hermione. I'll help. Oh, Ron. Hermione flung her arms around Ron's neck and broke down completely. Ron, looking quite terrified, patted her very awkwardly on the top of the head. Finally, Hermione drew away. Ron, I'm really, really sorry about Scabbers,
she sobbed.
Oh, well, he was old, said Ron, looking thoroughly relieved that she had let go of him. And he was a bit useless. You never know, Mum and Dad might get me an owl now. The safety measures imposed on the students since Black's second break made it impossible for Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I to go and visit Hagrid in the evenings. Our only chance of talking to him was during care of magical creatures lessons. He seemed numb with shock at the verdict. Saw my fault.
Got all tongue-tied.
They was all sittin' there in black robes, and I kept droppin' me notes and forgettin' all them dates ya looked up fair me, Hermione. And then Lucius Malfoy stood up and said his bit, and the committee just did exactly what he told em. There's still the appeal, said Ron fiercely. Don't give up yet. We're working on it. We were walking back up to the castle with the rest of the class. Ahead we could see Malfoy, who was walking with Crabbe and Goyle, and kept looking back, laughing derisively. "'Sno good, Ron," said Hagrid sadly as they reached the castle steps. "That committee's in Lucius Malfoy's pocket. I'm just gonna make sure the rest o' Beaky's time is the happiest he's ever had. I owe him that." Hagrid turned around and hurried back toward his cabin, his face buried in his handkerchief. "Look at him blubbers." Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had been standing just inside the castle doors, listening. "Have you ever seen anything quite as pathetic?" said Malfoy. "And he's supposed to be our teacher." Harry, Ron, and I all made furious moves toward Malfoy, but Hermione got their first smack. She had slapped Malfoy across the face with all the strength she could muster. Malfoy staggered. Harry, Ron, Crabbe, and Goyle stood flabbergasted as Hermione raised her hand again. I had a proud look on my face. "Don't you dare call Hagrid pathetic. You foul, you evil little cockroach." "Hermione," said Ron weakly, and he tried to grab her hand as she swung it back. "Get off, Ron." Hermione pulled out her wand. Malfoy stepped backward. Crabbe and Goyle looked at him for instructions, thoroughly bewildered. "Come on," Malfoy muttered, and in a moment, all three of them had disappeared into the passageway to the dungeons. "Hermione," Ron said again, sounding both stunned and impressed. "Harry, you'd better beat him in the Quidditch final." Hermione said shrilly. "You just better had, because I can't stand it if Slytherin wins." "We're doing charms," said Ron, still goggling at Hermione. "We'd better go." Since I was in advanced charms, I got to drop divination, and I got free periods during Gryffindor charms and divination.
So I went with them.
We hurried up the marble staircase toward Professor Flitwick's classroom. "You're late, boys," said Professor Flitwick reprovingly as Harry opened the classroom door. "Come along. Quickly, wands out. We're experimenting with cheering charms today. We've already divided into pairs. Miss Granger, you can join Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter. Maybe you'll rub off on them." Harry and Ron hurried to a desk at the back and opened their bags. Ron looked behind him. "Where's Hermione gone?" Harry looked around too. Hermione hadn't entered the classroom, yet Harry knew she had been right next to him when he had opened the door. "That's weird," said Harry, staring at Ron. Maybe she went to the bathroom or something." "Yeah," I added. But Hermione didn't turn up all lesson. She could have done with a cheering charm on her too, said Ron as the class left for lunch. All grinning broadly, the cheering charms had left them with a feeling of great contentment. Hermione wasn't at lunch either. By the time we had finished our apple pie, the after effects of the cheering charms were wearing off, and Harry, Ron, and I had started to get slightly worried. You don't think Malfoy did something to hers? Ron said anxiously as we hurried upstairs toward Gryffindor Tower. They passed the security trolls, gave the fat lady the password, flibberty-gibbet, and scrambled through the portrait hole into the common room. Hermione was sitting at a table, fast asleep, her head resting on an open arithmancy book. We went to sit down on either side of her, Harry on the left, me on the right, Ron in front. Harry prodded her awake. "Which what?" said Hermione, waking with a start and staring wildly around. "Is it time to go?" "Which lesson have we got now?" "Divination, but it's not for another 20 minutes, said Harry. "Hermione, why didn't you come to Charms?"
What?
"Oh no," Hermione squeaked. "I forgot to go to Charms." "But how could you forget?" said Harry. "You were with us till we were right outside the classroom." "I don't believe it," Hermione wailed. "Was Professor Flitwick angry?" "Oh, it was Malfoy. I was thinking about him, and I lost track of things." "You know what, Hermione," said Ron, looking down at the enormous arithmancy book Hermione had been using as a pillow. "I reckon you're cracking up. You're trying to do too much." "No, I'm not," said Hermione, brushing her hair out of her eyes and staring hopelessly around for her bag. "I just made a mistake, that's all. I'd better go and see Professor Flitwick and say sorry. I'll see you in divination." Hermione joined us at the foot of the ladder to Professor Trelawney's classroom 20 minutes later, looking extremely harassed. I decided to join them in divination too. Hopefully Professor Trelawney wouldn't mind. I can't believe I missed cheering charms. And I bet they come up in our exams. Professor Flitwick hinted they might. Together we climbed the ladder into the dim, stifling tower room. Glowing on every little table was a crystal ball full of pearly white mist. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I sat down together at the same rickety table. "I thought we weren't starting crystal balls until next term," Ron muttered, casting a wary eye around for Professor Trelawney, in case she was lurking nearby. "Don't complain, this means we've finished palmistry," Harry muttered back. I was getting sick of her flinching every time she looked at my hands. "Good day to you," said the familiar, misty voice, and Professor Trelawney made her usual dramatic entrance out of the shadows. Parvati and Lavender quivered with excitement, their faces lit by the milky glow of their crystal ball. "I have decided to introduce the crystal ball a little earlier than I had planned," said Professor Trelawney, sitting with her back to the fire and gazing around. "The fates have informed me that your examination in June will concern the orb, and I am anxious to give you sufficient practice." Hermione snorted. "Well, honestly, the fates have informed her."
Who sets the exam?
"She does." "What an amazing prediction," she said, not troubling to keep her voice low. Harry, Ron, and I choked back laughs. It was hard to tell whether Professor Trelawney had heard us, as her face was hidden in shadow. She continued, however, as though she had not. "Crystal gazing is a particularly refined art," she said dreamily. "I do not expect any of you to see when first you peer into the orb's infinite depths. We shall start by practicing relaxing the conscious mind and external eyes." Ron began to snigger uncontrollably and had to stuff his fist in his mouth to stifle the noise, so as to clear the inner eye and the superconscious. "Perhaps, if we are lucky, some of you will see before the end of the class." And so they began. Watching them was hilarious, and Trelawney hadn't noticed me yet. I pulled out some work and pretended to look at the ball, while in reality, I was doing my advanced charms homework. After that, it was Lupin's vampire essay. "Seen anything yet?" Harry asked Ron after a quarter of an hour's quiet crystal gazing. Yeah, there's a burn on this table, said Ron, pointing. Someone spilled their candle. This is such a waste of time, Hermione hissed. I could be practicing something useful. I could be catching up on cheering charms. Professor Trelawney rustled past. Would anyone like me to help them interpret the shadowy portents within their orb? She murmured over the clinking of her bangles. I don't need help, Ron whispered. It's obvious what this means. There's going to be loads of fog tonight. Harry, Hermione, and I all burst out laughing. Now, really, said Professor Trelawney as everyone's heads turned in their direction. Parvati and Lavender were looking scandalized. You are disturbing the clairvoyant vibrations. She approached our table and peered into their crystal ball. There is something here, Professor Trelawney whispered, lowering her face to the ball so that it was reflected twice in her huge glasses. Something moving, but what is it? My dear, Professor Trelawney breathed, gazing up at Harry. It is here, plainer than ever before, my dear, stalking toward you, growing ever closer, the GR. Oh, for goodness sake, said Hermione loudly. Not that ridiculous grim again. Professor Trelawney raised her enormous eyes to Hermione's face. Parvati whispered something to Lavender, and they both glared at Hermione too. Professor Trelawney stood up, surveying Hermione with unmistakable anger. I am sorry to say that from the moment you have arrived in this class, my dear, it has been apparent that you do not have what the noble art of divination requires. Indeed, I don't remember ever meeting a student whose mind was so hopelessly mundane. There was a moment's silence.
Then,
Fine, said Hermione suddenly, getting up and cramming unfogging the future back into her bag. Fine, she repeated, swinging the bag over her shoulder and almost knocking Ron off his chair. I give up. I'm leaving. And to the whole class's amazement, Hermione strode over to the trapdoor, kicked it open, and climbed down the ladder out of sight. I followed her out, and I almost made it until... Miss Granger, how are your advanced classes going? She asked. I rolled my eyes and turned around. Good, Professor. Thanks for asking, I said, fake smiling. You know, much like you, sister, you never had the sight.
good thing you dropped the subject.
Inside, I wanted to punch her, but I exhaled and kept up my smile. Yes. I've gotten more good out of my advanced class than I ever did out of yours, now if you will excuse me, I said, turning and leaving. Someone behind me wolf whistled, and another person yelled, "The Granger girls are feisty." After we left, I caught up with Hermione, and we did our coursework together in the common room. It was fun, just us sisters. I told her about the reaction after we left, and she said, "Yes, Grangers are the best," while she put her arm around me. The Easter holidays were not exactly relaxing. The third years had never had so much homework. Neville Longbottom seemed close to a nervous collapse, and he wasn't the only one. "Call this a holiday," Seamus Finnegan roared at the common room one afternoon. "The exams are ages away. What are they playing at?" But nobody had as much to do as Hermione. Even without divination, she was taking more subjects than anybody else. She was usually last to leave the common room at night, first to arrive at the library the next morning. She had shadows like Lupin's under her eyes and seemed constantly close to tears. Ron had taken over responsibility for Buckbeak's appeal. When he wasn't doing his own work, he was poring over enormously thick volumes with names like the Handbook of Hippogriff Psychology and Foul, a study of hippogriff brutality. He was so absorbed, he even forgot to be horrible to Crookshanks. I had to juggle all my homework from fifth-year charms into the homework that the regular teachers were giving us. With all of this, I'm not sure I'm looking forward to fifth year. Also, OWLs are soon, and Flitwick is pounding them. As for me, I'm not taking them, so it's just a bunch of homework. Even having the twins in the class didn't make up for it. Harry, meanwhile, had to fit in his homework around Quidditch practice every day, not to mention endless discussions of tactics with Wood. The Gryffindor-Slytherin match would take place on the first Saturday after the Easter holidays. Slytherin was leading the tournament by exactly 200 points. This meant, as Wood constantly reminded us, that we needed to win the match by more than that amount to win the cup. It also meant that the burden of winning fell largely on Harry because capturing the snitch was worth 150 points. So, you must catch it only if we're more than 50 points up, Wood told Harry constantly. Only if we're more than 50 points up, Harry, or we win the match but lose the cup. You've got that, haven't you? You must catch the snitch only if we're... I know, Oliver, Harry yelled. The whole of Gryffindor House was obsessed with the coming match. Gryffindor hadn't won the Quidditch Cup since the legendary Charlie Weasley, Ron's second oldest brother, had been Seeker. The enmity between Harry and Malfoy was at its highest point ever. Malfoy was still smarting about the mud-throwing incident in Hogsmeade and was even more furious that Harry had somehow wormed his way out of punishment. Harry hadn't forgotten Malfoy's attempt to sabotage him in the match against Ravenclaw.
Me?
I just wanted to beat Malfoy to avenge Buckbeak and to prove him as a foulgit, or a cockroach, as Hermione said. Never, in anyone's memory, had a match approached in such a highly charged atmosphere. By the time the holidays were over, tension between the two teams and their houses was at the breaking point. A number of small scuffles broke out in the corridors, culminating in a nasty incident in which a Gryffindor 4th year and a Slytherin 6th year ended up in the hospital wing with leaks sprouting out of their ears. Harry was a celebrity. More so than usual. Everyone was pounding him with pressure to catch the snitch. But then I remembered that Angelina, Katie, and I need to be 50 points up before he can catch the snitch. And all the Slytherin chasers are big, tall boys. All usual pursuits were abandoned in the Gryffindor common room the night before the match. Even Hermione had put down her books. I can't work, I can't concentrate, she said nervously. There was a great deal of noise. Fred and George were dealing with the pressure by being louder and more exuberant than ever. Oliver Wood was crouched over a model of a Quidditch field in the corner, prodding little figures across it with his wand and muttering to himself. Angelina and Katie were laughing at Fred's and George's jokes. Harry was sitting with Ron, Hermione, and me, removed from the center of things. You're going to be fine, Hermione told him, though she looked positively terrified. You've got a firebolt, said Ron. Yeah, you're much better than Malfoy, I said, trying to look confident. Yeah, said Harry. You too, you're gonna do great, Hermione added. I smiled at her. It came as a relief when Wood suddenly stood up and yelled, Team, bed. When the Gryffindor team entered the Great Hall the next day to enormous applause. I couldn't help grinning broadly as I saw that both the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables were applauding us too. The Slytherin table hissed loudly as we passed. I noticed that Malfoy looked even paler than usual. Wood spent the whole of breakfast urging us to eat, while touching nothing himself. Then he hurried us off to the field before anyone else had finished, so we could get an idea of the conditions. As we left the Great Hall, everyone applauded again. Good luck, Harry, called Cho. I saw Harry blush. I smacked his arm and winked. Shut up, he said, turning pink. Okay, no one to speak of sun's a bit bright. That could impair your vision. Watch out for grounds fairly hard. Good, that'll give us a fast kickoff. Would pace the field, staring around with us behind him. Finally, we saw the front doors of the castle open in the distance and the rest of the school spilling onto the lawn. Locker rooms, said Wood tersely. None of us spoke as we changed into their scarlet robes. In what seemed like no time at all, Wood was saying, Okay, it's time, let's go. We walked out onto the field to a tidal wave of noise. 3/4 of the crowd was wearing scarlet rosettes, waving scarlet flags with the Gryffindor lion upon them, or brandishing banners with slogans like, Go Gryffindor, and lions for the cup behind the Slytherin goalposts. However, 200 people were wearing green. The silver serpent of Slytherin glittered on their flags, and Professor Snape sat in the very front row, wearing green like everyone else, and a very grim smile. "And here are the Gryffindors," yelled Lee Jordan, who was acting as commentator as usual. Potter, Bell, Granger, Johnson, Weasley, and Wood. Widely acknowledged as the best team Hogwarts has seen in a good few years. Lee's comments were drowned by a tide of boos from the Slytherin end. And here come the Slytherin team, led by Captain Flint. He's made some changes in the lineup and seems to be going for size rather than skill. More boos from the Slytherin crowd. I, however, thought Lee had a point. Malfoy was easily the smallest person on the Slytherin team. The rest of them were enormous. "Captains, shake hands," said Madame Hooch. Flint and Wood approached each other and grasped each other's hand very tightly. It looked as though each was trying to break the other's fingers. "Mount your brooms," said Madame Hooch. 3, 2, 1. The sound of her whistle was lost in the roar from the crowd as 14 brooms rose into the air. I immediately looked up to catch the quaffle, and I did. The second it touched my hands, I was off. And it's Gryffindor in possession. Emma Granger of Gryffindor with the quaffle, heading straight for the Slytherin goalposts. "Looking good, Bemma." Arg. No quaffle intercepted by Warrington. Warrington of Slytherin tearing up the field. Wham. Nice bludger work there by George Weasley. Warrington drops the quaffle. It's caught by Johnson. Gryffindor back in possession. Come on, Angelina. Nice swerve around Montague Duck. Angelina, that's a bludger. She scores. 10-0 to Gryffindor. Angelina punched the air as she soared around the end of the field. The sea of scarlet below was screaming its delight. Ouch. Angelina was nearly thrown from her broom as Marcus Flint went smashing into her. "Sorry," said Flint as the crowd below booed. "Sorry, didn't see her." A moment later, Fred Weasley chucked his beater's club at the back of Flint's head. Flint's nose smashed into the handle of his broom and began to bleed. "That will do," shrieked Madame Hooch, zooming between them. Penalty shot to Gryffindor for an unprovoked attack on their chaser. Penalty shot to Slytherin for deliberate damage to their chaser. "Come off it, miss," howled Fred, but Madame Hooch blew her whistle and I flew forward to take the penalty. "Come on, Emma," yelled Lee into the silence that had descended on the crowd. I take a deep breath and shoot. Yes. She's beaten the keeper. 20-0 I exhale, and a weight is lifted off my shoulders. Course, was a superb keeper. Lee Jordan told the crowd as Flint waited for Madame Hooch's whistle. Superb. Very difficult to pass. Very difficult indeed, yes. I don't believe it. He's saved it. Gryffindor in possession. No. Slytherin in possession, no. Gryffindor back in possession, and it's Emma Granger. Emma Granger for Gryffindor with the quaffle. As I flew up the field, I saw a Slytherin chaser cut in front of me. I tried to swerve around him, but he was too fast. He grabbed my head, and I was upside down. No, I was right side up. I had done a cartwheel, but when I looked at my hands, the quaffle was gone. It all happened in an instant. She's streaking up the field that was deliberate. Madame Hooch's whistle rang out again as she soared over to Montague and began shouting at him. A minute later, Katie had put a penalty past the Slytherin seeker. 30-0. Take that, you dirty, cheating. Jordan, if you can't commentate in an unbiased way, I'm telling it like it is, professors. It was Slytherin in possession. I tried to defend, but they were 3 times my size. Soon, they lose it, and Angelina gets it. Ha-ha, yelled Lee Jordan as the Slytherin beaters lurched away from each other, clutching their heads. Too bad, boys. You'll need to get up earlier than that to beat a firebolt. And it's Gryffindor in possession again. As Johnson takes the quaffle Flint alongside her, poke him in the eye. Angelina. It was a joke, Professor. It was a joke. Oh no, Flint in possession. Flint flying toward the Gryffindor goalposts. Come on now, would save. But Flint had scored. There was an eruption of cheers from the Slytherin end, and Lee swore so badly that Professor McGonagall tried to tug the magical megaphone away from him. Sorry, Professor, sorry. Won't happen again. So, Gryffindor in the lead, 30 points to 10, and Gryffindor in possession. It was turning into the dirtiest game I had ever played in. Everyone was doing anything to get the quaffle. I got hit with Bull's bat, and his excuse was, I thought she was a bludger, with a smirk. Enraged, Fred started beating him with his bat. Madame Hooch gave both teams penalty shots. Angelina made hers, and luckily Wood blocked his. I got the quaffle and sped as fast as I could to the goal. I made it. Fred and George were swooping around me, clubs raised, in case any of the Slytherins were thinking of revenge. Bull and Derek took advantage of Fred's and George's absence to aim both bludgers at Wood. They caught him in the stomach, one after the other, and he rolled over in the air, clutching his broom, completely winded. Madame Hooch was beside herself. You do not attack the keeper unless the quaffle is within the scoring area, she shrieked at Bull and Derek. Gryffindor penalty. And Angelina scored. 60-10. Moments later, Fred Weasley pelted a bludger at Warrington, knocking the quaffle out of his hands. Katie seized it and put it through the Slytherin goal 70-10. The Gryffindor crowd below was screaming itself hoarse. Gryffindor was 60 points in the lead, and if Harry caught the snitch now, the cup was ours. I saw Malfoy push Harry, and I saw him being pushed away from the snitch. I was shaking. That cheating little cockroach. Penalty. Penalty to Gryffindor. I've never seen such tactics. Madame Hooch screeched, shooting up to where Malfoy was sliding back onto his Nimbus 2001. You cheating scum. Lee Jordan was howling into the megaphone, dancing out of Professor McGonagall's reach. You filthy, cheating bee. Professor McGonagall didn't even bother to tell him off. She was actually shaking her finger in Malfoy's direction. Her hat had fallen off, and she too was shouting furiously. I went up, and I was shaking. How dare he? I threw the ball without thinking and missed. The first penalty shot I ever missed. Slytherin in possession. Slytherin heading for goal. Montague scores. Lee groaned. 70-20 to Gryffindor. I was racing behind the Slytherin chasers, and I got it. I got the quaffle. I saw Angelina a couple feet in front of me and passed it to her. Emma Granger gets the quaffle for Gryffindor and passes it to Angelina Johnson. Come on. Angelina, come on. Fred hits a quaffle into the people in Angelina's way. Arg. They scattered as it zoomed toward them. Angelina's way was clear. She scores. She scores. Gryffindor leads by 80 points to 20. Harry, who had almost pelted headlong into the stands, skidded to a halt in midair, reversed, and zoomed back into the middle of the field. I looked for Harry. He had to catch it now. I finally found him. Him neck and neck with Malfoy. Harry threw himself forward, took both hands off his broom. He knocked Malfoy's arm out of the way and... Yes, I yelled. He pulled out of his dive, his hand in the air, and the stadium exploded. Harry soared above the crowd. The tiny golden ball was held tight in his fist, beating its wings hopelessly against his fingers. I sped down to tackle him in a hug. I got down first, but before I could do anything, Wood was speeding toward him, half blinded by tears. He seized Harry around the neck and sobbed unrestrainedly into his shoulder. Fred, George, and I hit him. Then Angelina's and Katie's voices. We've won the cup. We've won the cup. Tangled together in a many-armed hug, the Gryffindor team sank, yelling hoarsely, back to earth. Wave upon wave of Crimson supporters was pouring over the barriers onto the field. Hands were raining down on their backs. I had a confused impression of noise and bodies pressing in on us. Then Harry was hoisted onto the shoulders of the crowd. Thrust into the light, he saw Hagrid plastered with crimson rosettes. Yeah, beat M. Harry, yeah, beat M. Wait till I tell Buckbeak. There was Percy, jumping up and down like a maniac, all dignity forgotten. Professor McGonagall was sobbing harder even than Wood, wiping her eyes with an enormous Gryffindor flag, and there, fighting their way toward Harry and me, were Ron and Hermione. Words failed them. We simply beamed as Harry was borne toward the stands, where Dumbledore stood waiting with the enormous Quidditch cup. We all touched it, and right then was the best thing in my life. Our euphoria at winning the cup lasted for about a week. Even the school was happy. The paintings were friendlier, the weather was nicer, and morale was higher. Although this didn't last long. We wanted to relax like this forever. But we couldn't. Exams were nearly upon us, and instead of lazing around outside, we were forced to remain inside the castle, trying to bully our brains into concentrating while enticing wafts of summer air drifted in through the windows. Even Fred and George had been spotted working. They were about to take their OWLS, Ordinary Wizarding Levels. Percy was getting ready to take his NEWTS, Nastily Exhausting Wizarding Tests, the highest qualification Hogwarts offered. As Percy hoped to enter the Ministry of Magic, he needed top grades. He was becoming increasingly edgy and gave very severe punishments to anybody who disturbed the quiet of the common room in the evenings. In fact, the only person who seemed more anxious than Percy was Hermione. Harry and Ron had given up asking her how she was managing to attend several classes at once. Thank God. But they couldn't restrain themselves when they saw the exam schedule she had drawn up for herself. The first column read,
Monday,
9 o'clock arithmancy, 9 o'clock transfiguration, lunch, 1 o'clock charms, 1 o'clock ancient runes. Hermione, Ron said cautiously because she was liable to explode when interrupted these days. Are you sure you've copied down these times right? What? Snapped Hermione, picking up the exam schedule and examining it. Yes, of course I have. Is there any point asking how you're going to sit for 2 exams at once? Said Harry. No, said Hermione shortly. Have either of you seen my copy of Numerology and Grammatica? Oh, yeah, I borrowed it for a bit of bedtime reading, I said, but very quietly. Hermione started shifting heaps of parchment. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I had plenty of opportunity to speak to Hagrid. Beaky's getting a bit depressed, Hagrid told us, bending low on the pretense of checking that Harry's flobberworm was still alive. Been cooped up too long. But still, we'll know day after tomorrow one way or the other. We had potions that afternoon, which was pretty good for me. Then came astronomy at midnight, up on the tallest tower. History of magic on Wednesday morning. Wednesday afternoon meant herbology, in the greenhouses under a baking, hot sun, then back to the common room once more, with sunburnt necks, thinking longingly of this time next day, when it would all be over. My second-to-last exam, on Thursday morning, was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Lupin had compiled the most unusual exam any of us had ever taken, a sort of obstacle course outside in the sun, where we had to wade across a deep paddling pool containing a grindilo, cross a series of potholes full of red caps, squish our way across a patch of marsh while ignoring misleading directions from a hinkapunk, then climb into an old trunk and battle with a new boggart. When it was my turn, it was a breeze. The boggart was definitely the hardest part. I was anxious for it, and when it appeared, I saw everyone I knew on the floor, dead. I looked around and saw Hermione, Mom, Dad, Fred, Ron, Harry, George, everyone. I shook my head to snap out of it. Ridiculous, I chanted, and it disappeared. I climbed out and Lupin smiled at me. Great, Emma. Full marks, he said. I watched Harry, Ron, and Hermione too. Harry and Ron did pretty good. Hermione was perfect till the Boggart. After about a minute inside, she came out crying and screaming. Hermione, said Lupin, startled. What's the matter? Professor McGonagall's. Hermione gasped, pointing into the trunk. She said I'd failed everything. It took a little while to calm Hermione down. When at last she had regained a grip on herself, she, Harry, Ron, and I went back to the castle. Ron was still slightly inclined to laugh at Hermione's boggart, but an argument was averted by the sight that met them on the top of the steps. Cornelius Fudge, sweating slightly in his pinstriped cloak, was standing there staring out at the grounds. He started at the sight of Harry. Hello there, Harry, he said. Just had an exam, I expect? Nearly finished? Yes, said Harry. Hermione, Ron, and I, not being on speaking terms with the Minister of Magic, hovered awkwardly in the background. Lovely day, said Fudge, casting an eye over the lake. Pity. He sighed deeply and looked down at Harry. I'm here on an unpleasant mission, Harry. The Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures required a witness to the execution of a mad hippogriff. As I needed to visit Hogwarts to check on the Black situation, I was asked to step in. Does that mean the appeal's already happened? Ron interrupted, stepping forward. No. It's scheduled for this afternoon, said Fudge, looking curiously at Ron. Then you might not have to witness an execution at all, said Ron stoutly. The hippogriff might get off. Before Fudge could answer, two wizards came through the castle doors behind him. One was so ancient he appeared to be withering before our very eyes. The other was tall and strapping, with a thin back mustache. I gathered that they were representatives of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, because the very old wizard squinted toward Hagrid's cabin and said in a feeble voice, Dear, I'm getting too old for this. 2 o'clock, isn't it, Fudge? The black, mustached man was fingering something in his belt. I looked and saw that he was running one broad thumb along the blade of a shining axe. Ron opened his mouth to say something, but Hermione and I nudged him hard in the ribs, and she jerked her head toward the entrance hall. Why'd you stop me? Said Ron angrily as we entered the great hall for lunch. Did you see them? They've even got the axe ready. This isn't justice. Ron, your dad works for the ministry. You can't go saying things like that to his boss, said Hermione, but she too looked very upset. As long as Hagrid keeps his head this time and argues his case properly, they can't possibly execute Buckbeak. I added, with a frown. But I could tell Hermione didn't really believe what she was saying. I didn't either. All around us, people were talking excitedly as we ate their lunch, happily anticipating the end of the exams that afternoon. But Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I, lost in worry about Hagrid and Buckbeak, didn't join in. Harry's and Ron's last exam was divination, Hermione's Muggle studies. I couldn't go with them, so I went to the common room to hang out with the twins. I walked back and none of my friends were there, so I took one of Hermione's books and started reading because I was done with all the exams. An hour passed and Hermione and Ron were back. They looked terrified and full of worry. What's up? I said, an eyebrow raised with worry. They handed me a note from Hagrid. Lost appeal. They're going to execute at sunset. Nothing you can do. Don't come down. I don't want you to see it. Hagrid. It didn't have tears, but he was shaking while writing it, and it was barely legible. Soon, we saw Harry run through the portrait. Professor Trelawney, Harry panted, just told me. But he stopped abruptly at the sight of our faces. Buckbeak lost, said Ron weakly. Hagrid's just sent this. We've got to go, said Harry at once. He can't just sit there on his own, waiting for the executioner. Sunset, though, I said, staring out the window in a glazed sort of way. "We'd never be allowed, especially you, Harry." Harry sank his head into his hands, thinking, if we only had the invisibility cloak. "Where is it?" said Hermione. Harry told her about leaving it in the passageway under the one-eyed witch. "If Snape sees me anywhere near there again, I'm in serious trouble," he finished. "That's true," said Hermione, getting to her feet. "If he sees you, how do you open the witch's hump again?" You tap it and say, "Descendium," said Harry.
But
Hermione didn't wait for the rest of a sentence. She strode across the room, pushed open the fat lady's portrait, and vanished from sight. "She hasn't gone to get it," Ron said, staring after her. She had. Hermione returned a quarter of an hour later with the silvery cloak folded carefully under her robes. "Hermione, I don't know what's gotten into you lately," said Ron, astounded. "First you hit Malfoy, then you walk out on Professor Trelawney." I put an arm around her and said, "Yeah, I am so proud of you." Hermione looked rather flattered. We went down to dinner with everybody else, but did not return to Gryffindor Tower afterward. Harry had the cloak hidden down the front of his robes. He had to keep his arms folded to hide the lump. We skulked in an empty chamber off the entrance hall, listening until we were sure it was deserted. We heard a last pair of people hurrying across the hall and a door slamming. I poked her head around the door. "Okay," I whispered. "No one their cloak on." Walking very close together so that nobody would see us, we crossed the hall on tiptoe beneath the cloak, then walked down the stone front steps into the grounds. The sun was already sinking behind the forbidden forest, gilding the top branches of the trees. We reached Hagrid's cabin and knocked. He was a minute in answering, and when he did, he looked all around for his visitor, pale-faced and trembling. "It's us," Harry hissed. "We're wearing the invisibility cloak. Let us in, and we can take it off." "Yes, Shunbi, come," Hagrid whispered, but he stood back, and we stepped inside. Hagrid shut the door quickly, and Harry pulled off the cloak. Hagrid was not crying, nor did he throw himself upon our necks. He looked like a man who did not know where he was or what to do. This helplessness was worse to watch than tears. "Want some tea?" he said. His great hands were shaking as he reached for the kettle. "Where's Buckbeak, Hagrid?" said Hermione hesitantly. "I took him outside," said Hagrid, spilling milk all over the table as he filled up the jug. "He's tethered in me pumpkin patch. Thought he ought to see the trees and smell fresh air before." Hagrid's hand trembled so violently that the milk jug slipped from his grasp and shattered all over the floor. "I'll do it, Hagrid," I said quickly, hurrying over and starting to clean up the mess. "There's another one in the cupboard," Hagrid said, sitting down and wiping his forehead on his sleeve. "Isn't there anything anyone can do, Hagrid?" Harry asked fiercely, sitting down next to him. "Dumbledore." "He's tried," said Hagrid. "He's got no power to overrule the committee. He told them Buckbeak's all right, but they're scared. You know what Lucius Malfoy's like. Threaten I expect. And the executioner, McNair, he's an old pal Malfoy's, but it'll be quick and clean if I'll be beside him." Hagrid swallowed. His eyes were darting all over the cabin, as though looking for some shred of hope or comfort. "Dumbledore's gonna come down while it happens. Wrote me this morning. Said he wants to be with me. Great man, Dumbledore." Hermione, who had been rummaging in Hagrid's cupboard for another milk jug with me, let out a small, quickly stifled sob. She straightened up with a new jug in her hands, fighting back tears. "We'll stay with you too, Hagrid," she began, but Hagrid shook his shaggy head. "Yeri to go back up to the castle. I told ya I don't want ya watchin', and ya shouldn't be down here anyway. If Fudge and Dumbledore catch you out without permission, Harry, you'll be in big trouble." Silent tears were now streaming down Hermione's face, but she hid them from Hagrid. Then, as I picked up the milk bottle to pour some into the jug, I looked down and saw a brown fur ball. It looked like a rat. I let out a shriek. "Ron, I don't believe it, it's Scabbers." Ron gaped at me. "What are you talking about?" I carried the milk jug over to the table and turned it upside down. With a frantic squeak and much scrambling to get back inside, Scabbers the rat came sliding out onto the table. "Scabbers," said Ron blankly. "Scabbers, what are you doing here?" He grabbed the struggling rat and held him up to the light. Scabbers looked dreadful. He was thinner than ever. Large tufts of hair had fallen out, leaving wide bald patches, and he writhed in Ron's hands as though desperate to free himself. "It's okay, Scabbers," said Ron. "No cats. There's nothing here to hurt you." Hagrid suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on the window. His normally ruddy face had gone the color of parchment. "They're comin'." Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I whipped around. A group of men was walking down the distant castle steps. In front was Albus Dumbledore, his silver beard gleaming in the dying sun. Next to him trotted Cornelius Fudge. Behind them came the feeble old committee member and the executioner, McNair. "You gotta go," said Hagrid. Every inch of him was trembling. "They mustn't find you here, go now." Ron stuffed Scabbers into his pocket, and Hermione picked up the cloak. "I'll let you out the back way," said Hagrid. We followed him to the door into his back garden. I felt strangely unreal, and even more so when I saw Buckbeak a few yards away, tethered to a tree behind Hagrid's pumpkin patch. Buckbeak seemed to know something was happening. He turned a sharp head from side to side and pawed the ground nervously. "It's okay, Beaky," said Hagrid softly. "It's okay." He turned to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and me.
"Go on," he said.
"Get going." But we didn't move. "Hagrid, we can't. We'll tell them what really happened. They can't kill him. He's innocent." "Go," said Hagrid fiercely. "It's bad enough without you lot in trouble and all." We had no choice. As Hermione and I threw the cloak over Harry and Ron, we heard voices at the front of the cabin. Hagrid looked at the place where we had just vanished from sight. "Go quick," he said hoarsely. "Don, listen." And he strode back into his cabin as someone knocked at the front door. Slowly, in a kind of horrified trance, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I set off silently around Hagrid's house. As we reached the other side, the front door closed with a sharp snap. "Please, let's hurry," Hermione whispered. "I can't stand it. I can't bear it." We started up the sloping lawn toward the castle. The sun was sinking fast now. The sky had turned to a clear, purple-tinged gray, but to the west there was a ruby-red glow. Ron stopped dead. "Oh, please, Ron," Hermione began. "It's Scabbers, he won't stay put." Ron was bent over, trying to keep Scabbers in his pocket, but the rat was going berserk, squeaking madly, twisting and flailing, trying to sink his teeth into Ron's hand. "Scabbers, it's me, you idiot, it's Ron," Ron hissed. We heard a door open behind them and men's voices. "Oh, Ron, please let's move. They're going to do it." Hermione breathed. "Okay, Scabbers, stay put." They walked forward. I, like Hermione, was trying not to listen to the rumble of voices behind them. Ron stopped again. "I can't hold him, Scabbers. Shut up. Everyone will hear us." The rat was squealing wildly, but not loudly enough to cover up the sounds drifting from Hagrid's garden. There was a jumble of indistinct male voices, a silence, and then, without warning, the unmistakable swish and thud of an axe. Hermione swayed on the spot. "They did it," she whispered to me. "I don't believe it, they did it." My mind had gone blank with shock. The four of us stood transfixed with horror under the invisibility cloak. The very last rays of the setting sun were casting a bloody light over the long, shadowed grounds. Then behind us, we heard a wild howling. "Hagrid," Harry muttered. Without thinking about what he was doing, he made to turn back, but the rest of us seized his arms. "We can't," said Ron, who was paper white. "He'll be in worse trouble if they know we've been to see him." Hermione's breathing was shallow and uneven. "How could they?" she choked. "How could they?" "I don't know," I replied, choking back a tear. "Come on," said Ron, whose teeth seemed to be chattering. We set off back toward the castle, walking slowly to keep ourselves hidden under the cloak. The light was fading fast now. By the time we reached open ground, darkness was settling like a spell around us. "Scabbers, keep still," Ron hissed, clamping his hand over his chest. The rat was wriggling madly. Ron came to a sudden halt, trying to force Scabbers deeper into his pocket. "What's the matter with you, you stupid rat? Stay still, OUCH. He bit me." "Ron, be quiet," Hermione whispered urgently. "Fudge'll be out here in a minute. He won't stay put." Scabbers was plainly terrified. He was writhing with all his might, trying to break free of Ron's grip. What's the matter with him? But I had just seen stinking toward them, his body low to the ground, wide yellow eyes glinting eerily in the darkness Crookshanks. Whether he could see them or was following the sound of Scabbers' squeaks, I couldn't tell. "Crookshanks," Hermione moaned. "No, go away, Crookshanks. Go away." But the cat was getting nearer. "Shoo, shoo, Crookshanks," I said. He was close. Scabbers and oh. Too late, the rat had slipped between Ron's clutching fingers, hit the ground, and scampered away. In one bound, Crookshanks sprang after him, and before Harry, Hermione, or I could stop him, Ron had thrown the invisibility cloak off himself and pelted away into the darkness. "Ron," Hermione moaned. She, Harry, and I looked at each other, rolled our eyes, then followed at a sprint. It was impossible to run full out under the cloak. We pulled it off, and it streamed behind us like a banner as we hurtled after Ron. We could hear his feet thundering along ahead and his shouts at Crookshanks. "Get away from him, get away, Scabbers. Come here." There was a loud thud. "Gotcha. Get off, you stinking cat." Harry, Hermione, and I almost fell over Ron. We skidded to a stop right in front of him. He was sprawled on the ground, but Scabbers was back in his pocket. He had both hands held tight over the quivering lump. "Ron, come on back under the cloak," Hermione panted. "Dumbledore, the minister, they'll be coming back out in a minute." But before we could cover ourselves again, before we could even catch their breath, we heard the soft pounding of gigantic paws. Something was bounding toward us, quiet as a shadow, an enormous, pale-eyed, jet black dog. I reached for my wand, but too late. The dog had made an enormous leap, and the front paws hit Harry on the chest. He keeled over backward in a whirl of hair. Harry tried to stand up, but struggled. Ron was on his feet. As the dog sprang back toward us, he pushed Harry aside. The dog's jaws fastened instead around Ron's outstretched arm. Harry lunged forward. He seized a handful of the brute's hair, but it was dragging Ron away as easily as though he were a rag doll. Then, out of nowhere, something hit me so hard across the face, I was knocked off my feet. I heard Hermione shriek with pain and fall to. I heard Harry grunt and get his wand. "Lumos," he whispered. The wand light showed us the trunk of a thick tree. We had chased Scabbers into the shadow of the Whomping Willow, and its branches were creaking as though in a high wind, whipping backward and forward to stop us going nearer. And there, at the base of the trunk, was the dog, dragging Ron backward into a large gap in the roots. Ron was fighting furiously, but his head and torso were slipping out of sight. "Ron," Harry shouted, trying to follow, but a heavy branch whipped lethally through the air and he was forced backward again. All we could see now was one of Ron's legs, which he had hooked around a root in an effort to stop the dog from pulling him farther underground, but a horrible crack cut the air like a gunshot. Ron's leg had broken, and a moment later, his foot vanished from sight. Catch! He shrieked and threw Scabbers at me. Ron! I yelled as I caught him. Scabbers started freaking out, and the dog, after throwing Ron down the hole, came for me. I started running, but dogs are faster than humans. It jumped and grasped my arm with its teeth. Pain seared through my arm. I was on the verge of tears, and the grip got tighter as he dragged me into the ditch. It kept getting tighter, and soon crack. I screamed again, and a couple tears streamed down my cheek. My arm was broken, and I was in a ditch with Ron, and I was claustrophobic.
Great.
The dog grabbed us, and I kept hold of Scabbers and put him in my pocket. It dragged us through a tunnel, and pain spread through my body. IT dagged us for about a minute till we were in a building. Where are we? Ron said, shaking. I have no idea, Ron, I said, also shaking. Soon, we were in a room, and the dog laid us on a bed. I looked at my arm, and it is bent in an extremely strange way. Same thing with Ron's leg. I looked over at the dog, and it was making weird noises. Soon it was getting bigger and its snout smaller. Soon it was a person. A gruff person, with long hair. He looked up, and it was Sirius Black.
It's
Sirius Black. Ron shrieked. I know, Ronald. I yelled, trying to get up. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, he said. Yeah, right, Ron and I said, shaking and trying to get our wands.
Keep quiet, he snapped.
We heard rustling, and it was Crookshanks. I exhaled, but I heard more noises. Voices. Harry and Hermione. Black stood behind the door, and it slammed open. Harry and Hermione dashed across to us. Ron, are you okay? Where's the dogs? Not a dog, Ron moaned. His teeth were gritted with pain. Harry, it's a trap. What? He's the dog. He's an animagus, I said weakly. I was staring over Harry's shoulder. Harry wheeled around. With a snap, the man in the shadows closed the door behind them. Expelliarmus, he croaked, pointing Ron's wand at them. Harry's and Hermione's wands shot out of their hands, high in the air, and Black caught them. Then he took a step closer. His eyes were fixed on Harry. I thought you'd come and help your friend, he said hoarsely. His voice sounded as though he had long since lost the habit of using it. Your father would have done the same for me. Brave of you not to run for a teacher. I'm grateful. It will make everything much easier. He started forward, but Ron and Hermione held him back. My arms were not supposed to be moved. No, Harry. Hermione gasped in a petrified whisper. Ron, however, spoke to Black. If you want to kill Harry, you'll have to kill us too, he said fiercely, though the effort of standing upright was draining him of still more color, and he swayed slightly as he spoke. Yeah, I added, standing up. Luckily, my wand-wielding arm wasn't broken, but he had my wand. Something flickered in Black's shadowed eyes. Lie down, he said quietly to Ron. You will damage that leg even more. He looked to me. And you, set that arm down, you'll hurt it more. Did you hear me? Ron said weakly, though he was clinging painfully to Harry to stay upright. You'll have to kill all four of us. There'll be only one murder here tonight, said Black, and his grin widened. Why is that? Harry spat, trying to wrench himself free of Ron and Hermione. Didn't care last time, did you? Didn't mind slaughtering all those muggles to get at Pettigrew. What's the matter? Gone soft in Azkaban? Harry, Hermione whimpered. Be quiet. He killed my mom and dad. Harry roared, and with a huge effort, he broke free of Hermione's and Ron's restraint and lunged forward. Perhaps it was the shock of Harry doing something so stupid, but Black didn't raise the wands in time. One of Harry's hands fastened over his wasted wrist, forcing the wand tips away. The knuckles of Harry's other hand collided with the side of Black's head and they fell backward into the wall. Hermione was screaming. Ron was yelling. I was shrieking. There was a blinding flash as the wands in Black's hand sent a jet of sparks into the air that missed Harry's face by inches. Harry felt the shrunken arm under his fingers twisting madly, but he clung on, his other hand punching every part of Black it could find. But Black's free hand had found Harry's throat. No, he hissed. I've waited too long. The fingers tightened. Harry choked, his glasses askew. Then I saw Hermione's foot swing out of nowhere. Black let go of Harry with a grunt of pain. Ron had thrown himself on Black's wand hand, and I heard a faint clatter. I saw Harry's wand fly across the room, and I tried to get up to go get it, but Ron's leg was on my lap. Arg, cried Harry. Crookshanks had joined the fray. Both sets of front claws had sunk themselves deep into Harry's arm. Harry threw him off, but Crookshanks now darted toward Harry's wand. And oh, you don't, roared Harry, and he aimed a kick at Crookshanks that made the cat leap aside, spitting. Harry snatched up his wand and turned. Get out of the way, he shouted at Ron, Hermione, and me. We didn't need telling twice. Hermione, gasping for breath, her lip bleeding, scrambled aside, snatching up her and Ron's wands. Ron crawled to the fourth poster and collapsed onto it, panting, his white face now tinged with green, both hands clutching his broken leg. I got up and walked over to Hermione. She held my arm in both hands. Black was sprawled at the bottom of the wall. His thin chest rose and fell rapidly as he watched Harry walking slowly nearer, his wand pointing straight at Black's heart. Going to kill me, Harry, he whispered. Harry stopped right above him, his wand still pointing at Black's chest, looking down at him. A livid bruise was rising around Black's left eye, and his nose was bleeding. You killed my parents, said Harry, his voice shaking slightly, but his wand hand quite steady. Black stared up at him out of those sunken eyes. I don't deny it, he said very quietly. But if you knew the whole story, the whole stories, Harry repeated furiously, you sold them to Voldemort. That's all I need to know. You've got to listen to me, Black said, and there was a note of urgency in his voice now. You'll regret it if you don't. You don't understand. I understand a lot better than you think, said Harry, and his voice shook more than ever. You never heard her, did you? My mom, trying to stop Voldemort killing me. And you did that. You did it. Before either of them could say another word, something ginger streaked past Harry. Crookshanks leapt onto Black's chest and settled himself there, right over Black's heart. Black blinked and looked down at the cat. Get off, Harry murmured, trying to push Crookshanks off Black. But Crookshanks sank his claws into Black's robes and wouldn't shift. He turned his squashed face to Harry and looked up at him with those great yellow eyes. To my right, Hermione gave a dry sob. Harry stared down at Black and Crookshanks, his grip tightening on the wand. Harry raised the wand. The seconds lengthened. And still Harry stood frozen there, wand poised, Black staring up at him, Crookshanks on his chest. Ron's ragged breathing came from near the bed. I was sniffling from the pain and distress. Hermione was quite silent. And then came a new sound. Muffled footsteps were echoing up through the floor. Someone was moving downstairs. We're up here. Hermione screamed suddenly. We're up here, serious, Black, quick. Black made a startled movement that almost dislodged Crookshanks. Harry gripped his wand convulsively, but the footsteps were thundering up the stairs, and Harry still hadn't done it. The door of the room burst open in a shower of red sparks, and Harry wheeled around as Professor Lupin came hurtling into the room, his face bloodless, his wand raised and ready. His eyes flickered over Ron, lying on the floor, over Hermione, cowering next to the door, over me, shaking next to Hermione, to Harry, standing there with his wand covering Black, and then to Black himself, crumpled and bleeding at Harry's feet. "Expelliarmus!" Lupin shouted. Harry's wand flew once more out of his hand. So did the two Hermione was holding, and mine. Lupin caught them all deftly, then moved into the room, staring at Black, who still had Crookshanks lying protectively across his chest. Harry still just stood there. Black was going to be handed back to the Dementors. Then Lupin spoke, in a very tense voice. "Where is he? Sirius?" I looked quickly at Lupin. I didn't understand what Lupin meant. Who was Lupin talking about? Harry turned to look at Black again. Black's face was quite expressionless. For a few seconds, he didn't move at all. Then, very slowly, he raised his empty hand and pointed straight at me. My heart started racing. What would he do to me? At least Lupin was here. But then, Lupin muttered, staring at Black so intently it seemed he was trying to read his mind. Why hasn't he shown himself before now? Unless Lupin's eyes suddenly widened, as though he was seeing something beyond Black, something none of the rest could see, unless he was the one, unless you switched, without telling me. Very slowly, his sunken gaze never leaving Lupin's face, Black nodded. "Professor," Harry interrupted loudly, "what's going on?" But he never finished the question. Lupin was lowering his wand, gazing fixed at Black. The professor walked to Black's side, seized his hand, pulled him to his feet so that Crookshanks fell to the floor, and embraced Black like a brother. I filled with anger. Hermione and I kept a secret. Well, not anymore. "I don't believe it." Hermione screamed. "You're with him." I screamed. Lupin let go of Black and turned to her. She had raised herself off the floor and was pointing at Lupin, wild-eyed. You, Hermione, Emma. You and him," we screamed. "Girls, calm down. We didn't tell anyone." Hermione shrieked. "We've been covering up for you," I yelled. "Hermione, Emma, listen to me. Please," Lupin shouted. I can explain. I could feel himself shaking, not with fear, but with a fresh wave of fury. "I trusted you," Harry shouted at Lupin, his voice wavering, out of control, "and all the time you've been his friend." "You're wrong," said Lupin. "I haven't been Sirius's friend, but I am now. Let me explain." "No." Hermione screamed. "Harry, don't trust him. He's been helping Black get into the castle. He wants you dead too," I screamed. "He's a werewolf," we yelled at once. There was a ringing silence. Everyone's eyes were now on Lupin, who looked remarkably calm, though rather pale. "Not at all up to your usual standard, girls," he said. "Only 1 out of 3, I'm afraid. I have not been helping Sirius get into the castle, and I certainly don't want Harry dead." An odd shiver passed over his face. "But I won't deny that I am a werewolf." Ron made a valiant effort to get up again, but fell back with a whimper of pain. Lupin made toward him, looking concerned, but Ron gasped, "Get away from me, werewolf." Lupin stopped dead. Then, with an obvious effort, he turned to us and said, "How long have you known?" "Ages," Hermione whispered. "Since we did Professor Snape's essay." I finished. "He'll be delighted," said Lupin coolly. "He assigned that essay, hoping someone would realize what my symptoms meant. Did you check the lunar chart and realize that I was always ill at the full moon? Or did you realize that the boggart changed into the moon when it saw me?" "Both," we said quietly. Lupin forced a laugh. "You're the cleverest witches of your age I've ever met." "I'm not," I whispered. If I'd been a bit cleverer, I'd have told everyone what you are. But they already know, said Lupin. At least the staff do. I whimpered at my arm. He looked at me. Emma, please go sit and rest that arm. I didn't want to obey, but it hurt really bad. I grunted, but sat down anyway. Dumbledore hired you when he knew you were a werewolf, Ron gasped. Is he mad? Some of the staff thought so, said Lupin. He had to work very hard to convince certain teachers that I'm trustworthy, and he was wrong. Harry yelled. You've been helping him all the time. He was pointing at Black, who suddenly crossed to the 4-poster bed and sank onto it, his face hidden in one shaking hand. Crookshanks leapt up beside him and stepped onto his lap, purring. Ron edged away from both of them, dragging his leg. I have not been helping Sirius, said Lupin. If you'll give me a chance, I'll explain. Look, he separated our wands and threw each back to its owner. I dropped mine, and Hermione had to pick it up. We were stunned. There, said Lupin, sticking his own wand back into his belt. You're armed, we're not. Now will you listen? I didn't know what to think. Was it a trick? If you haven't been helping him, Harry said, with a furious glance at Black, how did you know he was here? The map, said Lupin. The Marauder's map. I was in my office examining it. You know how to work it? Harry said suspiciously. Of course I know how to work it, said Lupin, waving his hand impatiently. I helped write it. I'm Moony, that was my friend's nickname for me at school. You wrote. The important thing is, I was watching it carefully this evening because I had an idea that you, Ron, Hermione, and Emma might try and sneak out of the castle to visit Hagrid before his hippogriff was executed. And I was right, wasn't I? He had started to pace up and down, looking at them. Little patches of dust rose at his feet. You might have been wearing your father's old cloak, Harry. How'd you know about the cloak? The number of times I saw James disappearing under it, said Lupin, waving an impatient hand again. The point is, even if you're wearing an invisibility cloak, you still show up on the Marauder's map. I watched you cross the grounds and enter Hagrid's hut. 20 minutes later, you left Hagrid and set off back toward the castle. But you were now accompanied by somebody else. What? Said Harry. No, we weren't. I couldn't believe my eyes, said Lupin, still pacing, and ignoring Harry's interruption. I thought the map must be malfunctioning. How could he be with you? No one was with us, said Harry. And then I saw another, moving fast toward you, labeled Sirius Black. I saw him collide with you. I watched as he pulled 3 of you into the Whomping Willow. 2 of us. Ron said angrily. No, Ron, said Lupin. 3 of you? He had stopped his pacing, his eyes moving over to me, and Scabbers in my shirt pocket. Do you think I could have a look at the rat? He said evenly. What? Said Ron. What's Scabbers got to do with it? Everything, said Lupin. Could I see him, please? I hesitated, then put a hand inside my robes. Scabbers emerged, thrashing desperately. I had to seize his long bald tail to stop him escaping. Crookshanks stood up on Black's leg and made a soft hissing noise. Lupin moved closer to me. He seemed to be holding his breath as he gazed intently at Scabbers. What? Ron said again, looking scared. What's my rat got to do with anything? That's not a rat, croaked Sirius Black suddenly. What do you mean, of course he's a rat, I said. No, he's not, said Lupin quietly. He's a wizard, an animagus, said Black, by the name of Peter Pettigrew. It took a few seconds for the absurdity of this statement to sink in. Then Ron voiced what I was thinking. You're both mental. Ridiculous, said Hermione faintly. There's no way, I said. Peter Pettigrew's dead, said Harry. He killed him 12 years ago. He pointed at Black, whose face twitched convulsively. I meant to, he growled, his yellow teeth bared, but little Peter got the better of me. Not this time, though. And Crookshanks was thrown to the floor as Black lunged at Scabbers. He landed on my arm, the broken one.
Ack.
I screamed with the pain. Serious, N.O. Lupin yelled, launching himself forwards and dragging Black away from me again. Wait. You can't do it just like that. They need to understand. We've got to explain. We can explain afterwards, snarled Black, trying to throw Lupin off. One hand was still clawing the air as it tried to reach Scabbers, who was squealing like a piglet, scratching my face and neck as he tried to escape. They've got a right to know everything. Lupin panted, still trying to restrain Black. Ron's kept him as a pet. There are parts of it even I don't understand. And Harry, you owe Harry the truth. Serious. Black stopped struggling, though his hollowed eyes were still fixed on Scabbers, who was clamped tightly under Ron's bitten, scratched, and bleeding hands. All right, then, Black said, without taking his eyes off the rat. Tell them whatever you like. But make it quick, Remus. I want to commit the murder I was imprisoned for. You're nutters, both of you, said Ron shakily, looking round at Harry, Hermione, and me for support. I've had enough of this. I'm off. He tried to heave himself up on his good leg, but Lupin raised his wand again, pointing it at Scabbers. You're going to hear me out, Ron, he said quietly. Just keep a tight hold on Peter while you listen, he said to me. He's not Peter, he's Scabbers. Ron yelled. This startled me so much I almost dropped Scabbers. Then, ignoring Black, Harry turned to Lupin. There were witnesses who saw Pettigrew die, he said. A whole street full of them. They didn't see what they thought they saw, said Black savagely, still watching Scabbers struggling in my hands. Everyone thought Sirius killed Peter, said Lupin, nodding. I believed it myself until I saw the map tonight. Because the Marauder's map never lies. Peter's alive. Emma's holding him, Harry. Harry looked down at me, and as our eyes met, we agreed, silently. Black and Lupin were both out of their minds. Their story made no sense whatsoever. How could Scabbers be Peter Pettigrew? Azkaban must have unhinged Black after all, but why was Lupin playing along with him? Then Hermione spoke, in a trembling, would-be-calm sort of voice, as though trying to will Professor Lupin to talk sensibly. But Professor Lupin, Scabbers can't be Pettigrew. It just can't be true, you know it can't. Why can't it be true? Lupin said calmly, as though we were in class, and Hermione had simply spotted a problem in an experiment with Grindylows. Because people would know if Peter Pettigrew had been an animagus. We did animagi in class with Professor McGonagall. And I looked them up when I did my homework. The Ministry of Magic keeps tabs on witches and wizards who can become animals. There's a register showing what animal they become and their markings and things. And I went and looked Professor McGonagall up on the register. And there have been only 7 animagi this century, and Pettigrew's name wasn't on the list. I had barely had time to marvel inwardly at the effort Hermione put into her homework when Lupin started to laugh. Right again, Hermione, he said. But the Ministry never knew that here used to be 3 unregistered animagi running around Hogwarts. If you're going to tell them this story, get a move on, Remus, said Black, who was still watching Scabbers' every desperate move. I've waited 12 years. I'm not going to wait much longer. All right, but you'll need to help me. Sirius, said Lupin. I only know how it began. Lupin broke off. There had been a loud creak behind him. The bedroom door had opened of its own accord. All 5 of them stared at it. Then Lupin strode toward it and looked out into the landing. No one there. This place is haunted, said Ron. It's not, said Lupin, still looking at the door in a puzzled way. The Shrieking Shack was never haunted. The screams and howls the villagers used to hear were made by me. He pushed his graying hair out of his eyes, thought for a moment, then said, That's where all of this starts with my becoming a werewolf. None of this could have happened if I hadn't been bitter, And if I hadn't been so foolhardy. He looked sober and tired. Ron started to interrupt, but Hermione said, "Show." She was watching Lupin very intently. I was a very small boy when I received the bite. My parents tried everything, but in those days there was no cure. The potion that Professor Snape has been making for me is a very recent discovery. It makes me safe, you see. As long as I take it in the week preceding the full moon, I keep my mind when I transform. I'm able to curl up in my office, a harmless wolf, and wait for the moon to wane again. Before the wolfsbane potion was discovered, however, I became a fully fledged monster once a month. It seemed impossible that I would be able to come to Hogwarts. Other parents weren't likely to want their children exposed to me. But then Dumbledore became headmaster, and he was sympathetic. He said that as long as we took certain precautions, there was no reason I shouldn't come to school. Lupin sighed and looked directly at Harry. I told you months ago that the Whomping Willow was planted the year I came to Hogwarts. The truth is that it was planted because I came to Hogwarts. This house, Lupin looked miserably around the room. The tunnel that leads to it, they were built for my use. Once a month, I was smuggled out of the castle into this place to transform. The tree was placed at the tunnel mouth to stop anyone coming across me while I was dangerous. I couldn't see where this story was going, but I was listening raptly all the same. It was even harder with Scabbers fussing around. The only sound apart from Lupin's voice was Scabbers' frightened squeaking. My transformations in those days were terrible. It is very painful to turn into a werewolf. I was separated from humans to bite, so I bit and scratched myself instead. The villagers heard the noise and the screaming and thought they were hearing particularly violent spirits. Dumbledore encouraged the rumor. Even now, when the house has been silent for years, the villagers don't dare approach it. But apart from my transformations, I was happier than I had ever been in my life. For the first time ever, I had friends, 3 great friends. Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and of course your father, Harry James Potter. Now, my 3 friends could hardly fail to notice that I disappeared once a month. I made up all sorts of stories. I told them my mother was ill and that I had to go home to see her. I was terrified they would desert me the moment they found out what I was. But of course, they, like you, Hermione and Emma, worked out the truth. And they didn't desert me at all. Instead, they did something for me that would make my transformations not only bearable, but the best times of my life. They became animagi. My dad too, said Harry, astounded. Yes, indeed, said Lupin. It took them the best part of 3 years to work out how to do it. Your father and Sirius here were the clever students in the school, and lucky they were because the animagus transformation can go horribly wrong. One reason the ministry keeps a close watch on those attempting to do it. Peter needed all the help he could get from James and Sirius. Finally, in our 5th year, they managed it. They could each turn into a different animal at will. But how did that help you? Said Hermione, sounding puzzled. They couldn't keep me company as humans, so they kept me company as animals, said Lupin. A werewolf is only a danger to people. They sneaked out of the castle every month under James's invisibility cloak. They transformed. Peter, as the smallest, could slip beneath the willow's attacking branches and touch the knot that freezes it. They would then slip down the tunnel and join me. Under their influence, I became less dangerous. My body was still wolfish, but my mind seemed to become less so while I was with them. Hurry up, Remus, snarled Black, who was still watching Scabbers with a horrible sort of hunger on his face. I'm getting there, Sirius, I'm getting there. Well, highly exciting possibilities were open to us now that we could all transform. Soon we were leaving the Shrieking Shack and roaming the school grounds and the village by night. Sirius and James transformed into such large animals, they were able to keep a werewolf in check. I doubt whether any Hogwarts students ever found out more about the Hogwarts grounds and Hogsmeade than we did, and that's how we came to write the Marauders map and sign it with our nicknames. Sirius is Padfoot. Peter is Wormtail. James was Prongs. What sort of animals? Harry began, but Hermione cut him off. That was still really dangerous. Running around in the dark with a werewolf. What if you'd given the others the slip and bitten somebody? A thought that still haunts me, said Lupin heavily. And there were near misses, many of them. We laughed about them afterwards. We were young, thoughtless, carried away with our own cleverness. I sometimes felt guilty about betraying Dumbledore's trust, of course. He had admitted me to Hogwarts when no other headmaster would have done so, and he had no idea I was breaking the rules he had set down for my own and others' safety. He never knew I had led 3 fellow students into becoming animagi illegally. But I always managed to forget my guilty feelings every time we sat down to plan our next month's adventure. And I haven't changed. Lupin's face had hardened, and there was self-disgust in his voice. All this year, I have been battling with myself, wondering whether I should tell Dumbledore that Sirius was an animagus. But I didn't do it.
Why?
Because I was too cowardly. It would have meant admitting that I'd betrayed his trust while I was at school, admitting that I'd led others along with me, and Dumbledore's trust has meant everything to me. He let me into Hogwarts as a boy, and he gave me a job when I have been shunned all my adult life, unable to find paid work because of what I am. And so I convinced myself that Sirius was getting into the school using dark arts he learned from Voldemort, that being an animagus had nothing to do with it. So, in a way, Snape's been right about me all along. Snape, said Black harshly, taking his eyes off Scabbers, for the first time in minutes, and looking up at Lupin. What's Snape got to do with it? He's here, Sirius, said Lupin heavily. He's teaching here as well. He looked up at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Professor Snape was at school with us. He fought very hard against my appointment to the Defense Against the Dark Arts job. He has been telling Dumbledore all year that I am not to be trusted. He has his reasons. You see, Sirius here played a trick on him which nearly killed him, a trick which involved me. Black made a derisive noise. It served him right, he sneered. Sneaking around, trying to find out what we were up to, hoping he could get us expelled. Severus was very interested in where I went every month. Lupin told Harry, Ron, Hermione, and me. We were in the same year, and we didn't like each other very much. He especially disliked James. Jealous, I think, of James's talent on the Quidditch field. Anyway, Snape had seen me crossing the grounds with Madame Pomfrey one evening as she led me toward the Whomping Willow to transform. Sirius thought it would be amusing to tell Snape all he had to do was prod the knot on the tree trunk with a long stick, and he'd be able to get in after me. Well, of course, Snape tried it if he'd got as far as this house. He'd have met a fully grown werewolf, but your father, who'd heard what Sirius had done, went after Snape and pulled him back, at great risk to his life. Snape glimpsed me, though, at the end of the tunnel. He was forbidden by Dumbledore to tell anybody, but from that time on he knew what I was. So that's why Snape doesn't like you, said Harry slowly, because he thought you were in on the joke? That's right, sneered a cold voice from the wall behind Lupin. Severus Snape was pulling off the invisibility cloak, his wand pointing directly at Lupin. Hermione and I screamed. Black leapt to his feet. Harry felt as though he'd received a huge electric shock. I found this at the base of the Whomping Willow, said Snape, throwing the cloak aside, careful to keep this wand pointing directly at Lupin's chest. Very useful, Potter. I thank you. Snape was slightly breathless, but his face was full of suppressed triumph. You're wondering, perhaps, how I knew you were here, he said, his eyes glittering. I've just been to your office, Lupin. You forgot to take your potion tonight, so I took a gobletful along. And very lucky I did. Lucky for me, I mean. Lying on your desk was a certain map. One glance at it told me all I needed to know. I saw you running along this passageway and out of sight. Severus, Lupin began, but Snape overrode him. I've told the headmaster again and again that you're helping your old friend Black into the castle, Lupin, and here's the proof. Not even I dreamed you would have the nerve to use this old place as your hideout. Severus, you're making a mistake, said Lupin urgently. You haven't heard everything I can explain. Sirius is not here to kill Harry. 2 more for Azkaban tonight, said Snape, his eyes now gleaming fanatically. I shall be interested to see how Dumbledore takes this. He was quite convinced you were harmless. You know, Lupin, a tame werewolf. You fool, said Lupin softly. Is a schoolboy grudge worth putting an innocent man back inside Azkaban's?
Bang.
Thin, snake-like cords burst from the end of Snape's wand and twisted themselves around Lupin's mouth, wrists, and ankles. He overbalanced and fell to the floor, unable to move. With a roar of rage, Black started toward Snape, but Snape pointed his wand straight between Black's eyes. Give me a reason, he whispered. Give me a reason to do it, and I swear I will. Black stopped dead. It would have been impossible to say which face showed more hatred. Harry stood there, paralyzed, not knowing what to do or whom to believe. He glanced around at Ron, Hermione, and me. Ron looked just as confused as he did, and I wanted to help, but Scabbers was still fussing, and my arm was injured. Hermione, however, took an uncertain step towards Snape and said, in a very breathless voice, Professor Snape, it wouldn't hurt to hear what they've got to say. Would it? Miss Granger, you are already facing suspension from this school, Snape spat. You, your sister, Potter, and Weasley are out of bounds, in the company of a convicted murderer and a werewolf. For once in your life, hold your tongue. But if there was a mistake, keep quiet, you stupid girl. Snape shouted, looking suddenly quite deranged. Don't talk about what you don't understand. A few sparks shot out of the end of his wand, which was still pointed at Black's face. Hermione fell silent. Vengeance is very sweet, Snape breathed at Black. How I hoped I would be the one to catch you. The joke's on you again, Severus, Black snarled. As long as this boy brings his rat up to the castle, he jerked his head at Ron. I'll come quietly. Up to the castle, said Snape silkily. I don't think we need to go that far. All I have to do is call the Dementors once we get out of the willow. They'll be very pleased to see you, Black. Pleased enough to give you a little kiss, I dare say. What little color there was in Black's face left it. You've got to hear me out, he croaked. The rat looked at the rat, but there was a mad glint in Snape's eyes that I had never seen before. He seemed beyond reason. Come on, all of you, he said. He clicked his fingers, and the ends of the cords that bound Lupin flew to his hands. I'll drag the werewolf. Perhaps the Dementors will have a kiss for him, too. Before he knew what he was doing, Harry had crossed the room in 3 strides and blocked the door. Get out of the way, Potter. You're in enough trouble already, snarled Snape. If I hadn't been here to save your skin, Professor Lupin could have killed me about 100 times this year, Harry said. I've been alone with him loads of times, having defense lessons against the Dementors. If he was helping Black, why didn't he just finish me off then? Don't ask me to fathom the way a werewolf's mind works, hissed Snape. Get out of the way, Potter. You're pathetic. Harry yelled. Just because they made a fool of you at school, you won't even listen. Silence. I will not be spoken to like that. Snape shrieked, looking madder than ever. Like father, like son, Potter. I have just saved your neck. You should be thanking me on bended knee. You would have been well served if he'd killed you. You'd have died like your father. Too arrogant to believe you might be mistaken in Black. Now get out of the way, or I will make you. Get out of the way, Potter. I filled with anger and brought out my wand. Expelliarmus. I yelled. There was a blast that made the door rattle on its hinges. Snape was lifted off his feet and slammed into the wall, then slid down into the floor, a trickle of blood oozing from under his hair. He had been knocked out. I looked around. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had tried to disarm Snape at exactly the same moment. Snape's wand soared in a high arc and landed on the bed next to Crookshanks. You shouldn't have done that, said Black, looking at Harry. You should have left him to me. Harry avoided Black's eyes. He wasn't sure, even now, that he'd done the right thing. We attacked a teacher. We attacked a teacher? Hermione whimpered, staring at the lifeless Snape with frightened eyes. Oh, we're going to be in so much trouble. Lupin was struggling against his bonds. Black bent down quickly and untied him. Lupin straightened up, rubbing his arms where the ropes had cut into them. Thank you, Harry, he said. I'm still not saying I believe you, he told Lupin. Then it's time we offered you some proof, said Lupin. He looked at me. Emma, give me Peter, please.
Now.
I looked over at Ron for permission, and he shook his head. Come off it, he said weakly. Are you trying to say he broke out of Azkaban just to get his hands on Scabbers? I mean... He looked up at Harry and Hermione for support. Okay, say Pettigrew could turn into a rat. There are millions of rats. How's he supposed to know which one he is after if he was locked up in Azkaban? You know, Sirius. That's a fair question, said Lupin, turning to Black and frowning slightly. How did you find out where he was? Black put one of his claw-like hands inside his robes and took out a crumpled piece of paper, which he smoothed flat and held out to show the others. It was the photograph of Ron and his family that had appeared in the Daily Prophet the previous summer, and there, on Ron's shoulder, was Scabbers. How did you get this? Lupin asked Black, thunderstruck.
Fudge, said Black.
When he came to inspect Azkaban last year, he gave me his paper. And there was Peter on the front page on this boy's shoulder. I knew him at once. How many times had I seen him transform? And the caption said the boy would be going back to Hogwarts, to where Harry was. My God, said Lupin softly, staring from Scabbers to the picture in the paper and back again. His front paw. What about it? Said Ron defiantly.
He's got a toe missing, said Black.
Of course, Lupin breathed. So simple, so brilliant, he cut it off himself? Just before he transformed, said Black. When I cornered him, he yelled for the whole street to hear that I'd betrayed Lily and James. Then, before I could curse him, he blew apart the street with the wand behind his back, killed everyone within 20 feet of himself, and sped down into the sewer with the other rats. Didn't you ever hear, Ron? Said Lupin. The biggest bit of Peter they found was his finger. Look, Scabbers probably had a fight with another rat or something. He's been in my family for ages, right? 12 years, in fact, said Lupin. Didn't you ever wonder why he was living so long? We've been taking good care of him, said Ron. Not looking too good at the moment, though, is he? Said Lupin. I guess he's been losing weight ever since he heard Sirius was on the loose again. He's been scared of that mad cat, said Ron, nodding toward Crookshanks, who was still purring on the bed. But that wasn't right. I thought suddenly Scabbers had been looking ill before he met Crookshanks, ever since Ron's return from Egypt, since the time when Black had escaped. This cat isn't mad, said Black hoarsely. He reached out a bony hand and stroked Crookshanks's fluffy head. He's the most intelligent of his kind I've ever met. He recognized Peter for what he was right away. And when he met me, he knew I was no dog. It was a while before he trusted me. Finally, I managed to communicate to him what I was after, and he's been helping me. What do you mean? Breathed Hermione. He tried to bring Peter to me, but couldn't, so he stole the passwords into Gryffindor Tower for me. As I understand it, he took them from a boy's bedside table. My brain seemed to be sagging under the weight of what I was hearing. It was absurd, and yet... But Peter got wind of what was going on and ran for it, croaked Black. This cat Crookshanks, did you call him? Told me Peter had left blood on the sheets. I supposed he bit himself. Well, faking his own death had worked once. And why did he fake his deaths? Harry said furiously. Because he knew you were about to kill him like you killed my parents. No, said Lupin. Harry, and now you've come to finish him off. Yes, I have, said Black, with an evil look at Scabbers. Then I should have let Snape take you, Harry shouted. Harry, said Lupin hurriedly, don't you see? All this time we've thought Sirius betrayed your parents and Peter tracked him down, but it was the other way around, don't you see? Peter betrayed your mother and Father Sirius tracked Peter down. That's not true, Harry yelled. He was their secret keeper. He said so before you turned up. He said he killed them. He was pointing at Black, who shook his head slowly. The sunken eyes were suddenly overbright. Harry, I as good as killed them, he croaked. I persuaded Lily and James to change to Peter at the last moment, persuaded them to use him as secrets keeper instead of me. I'm to blame, I know it. The night they died, I'd arranged to check on Peter, make sure he was still safe, but when I arrived at his hiding place, he'd gone. Yet there was no sign of a struggle. It didn't feel right. I was scared. I set out for your parents' house straight away. And when I saw their house destroyed and their bodies, I realized what Peter must have done. What I'd done? His voice broke. He turned away. Enough of this, said Lupin, and there was a steely note in his voice I had never heard before. There's one certain way to prove what really happened. Emma, give me that rat. What are you going to do with him if she gives him to you? Ron asked Lupin tensely. Force him to show himself, said Lupin. If he really is a rat, it won't hurt him. Ron hesitated. I looked over, and at long last he nodded. Scabbers began to squeak without stopping, twisting and turning, his tiny black eyes bulging in his head. Ready, Sirius? Said Lupin. Black had already retrieved Snape's wand from the bed. He approached Lupin and the struggling rat, and his wet eyes suddenly seemed to be burning in his face. Together, he said quietly. I think so, said Lupin, holding Scabbers tightly in one hand and his wand in the other. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. A flash of blue-white light erupted from both wands. For a moment, Scabbers was frozen in midair, his small gray form twisting madly. Ron yelled. The rat fell and hit the floor. There was another blinding flash of light. And then, it was like watching a speeded-up film of a growing tree. A head was shooting upward from the ground. Limbs were sprouting. A moment later, a man was standing where Scabbers had been, cringing and wringing his hands. Crookshanks was spitting and snarling on the bed. The hair on his back was standing up. He was a very short man, hardly taller than Hermione and me. His thin, colorless hair was unkempt, and there was a large bald patch on top. He had the shrunken appearance of a plump man who has lost a lot of weight in a short time. His skin looked grubby, almost like Scabbers' fur, and something of the rat lingered around his pointed nose and his very small, watery eyes. He looked around at them all, his breathing fast and shallow. I saw his eyes dart to the door and back again. Well, hello, Peter, said Lupin pleasantly, as though rats frequently erupted into old-school friends around him. Long time no see. S. Sirius. R. Remus. Even Pettigrew's voice was squeaky. Again, his eyes darted toward the door. My friends, my old friends. Black's wand arm rose, but Lupin seized him around the wrist, gave him a warning tuck, then turned again to Pettigrew, his voice light and casual. "We've been having a little chat, Peter, about what happened the night Lily and James died. You might have missed the finer points while you were squeaking around down there on the bed." "Remus," gasped Pettigrew, and Harry could see beads of sweat breaking out over his pasty face. "You don't believe him, do you?" "He tried to kill me, Remus." "So we've heard," said Lupin more coldly. "I'd like to clear up one or two little matters with you, Peter, if you'll be so—" "He's come to try and kill me again," Pettigrew squeaked suddenly, pointing at Black, and Harry saw that he used his middle finger because his index was missing. "He killed Lily and James, and now he's going to kill me too. You've got to help me, Remus." Black's face looked more skull-like than ever as he stared at Pettigrew with his fathomless eyes. "No one's going to try and kill you until we've sorted a few things out," said Lupin. "Sorted things out," squealed Pettigrew, looking wildly about him once more, eyes taking in the boarded windows and, again, the only door. "I knew he'd come after me. I knew he'd be back for me. I've been waiting for this for 12 years. You knew Sirius was going to break out of Azkaban," said Lupin, his brow furrowed. "When nobody has ever done it before? He's got dark powers the rest of us can only dream of." Pettigrew shouted shrilly. "How else did he get out of there? I suppose he, who must not be named, taught him a few tricks." Black started to laugh, a horrible, mirthless laugh that filled the whole room. "Voldemort, teach me tricks," he said. Pettigrew flinched as though Black had brandished a whip at him. "What? Scared to hear your old master's name," said Black. "I don't blame you, Peter. His lot aren't very happy with you, are they?" "Don't know what you mean." "Sirius," muttered Pettigrew, his breathing faster than ever. His whole face was shining with sweat now. "You haven't been hiding from me for 12 years, said Black. "You've been hiding from Voldemort's old supporters. I heard things in Azkaban, Peter. They all think you're dead, or you'd have to answer to them. I've heard them screaming all sorts of things in their sleep. Sounds like they think the double-crosser double-crossed them. Voldemort went to the Potters on your information, and Voldemort met his downfall there. And not all Voldemort's supporters ended up in Azkaban, did they? There's still plenty out here, biding their time, pretending they've seen the error of their ways. If they ever got wind that you were still alive, Peter, don't know what you're talking about," said Pettigrew again, more shrilly than ever. He wiped his face on his sleeve and looked up at Lupin. "You don't believe this madness, Remus? I must admit, Peter, I have difficulty in understanding why an innocent man would want to spend 12 years as a rat," said Lupin evenly. "Innocent, but scared," squealed Pettigrew. "If Voldemort's supporters were after me, it was because I put one of their best men in Azkaban the spy, Sirius Black." Black's face contorted. "How dare you?" he growled, sounding suddenly like the burr-sized dog he had been. "I, a spy for Voldemort? When did I ever sneak around people who were stronger and more powerful than myself? But you, Peter, I'll never understand why I didn't see you were the spy from the start. You always liked big friends who'd look after you, didn't you? It used to be us, me and Remus and James." Pettigrew wiped his face again. He was almost panting for breath. "Me, a spy, must be out of your mind. Never don't know how you can say such a—" "Lily and James only made you secret keeper because I suggested it," Black hissed, so venomously that Pettigrew took a step backward. "I thought it was the perfect plan, a bluff. Voldemort would be sure to come after me. Would never dream they'd use a weak, talentless thing like you. It must have been the finest moment of your miserable life, telling Voldemort you could hand him the Potters." Pettigrew was muttering distractedly. Harry caught words like far-fetched and lunacy, but he couldn't help paying more attention to the ashen color of Pettigrew's face and the way his eyes continued to dart toward the windows and door. "Then I thought of something. But Hermione beat me to it," Professor Lupin, said Hermione timidly. Can I say some things? Certainly, Hermione, said Lupin courteously. Well, Scabbers, I mean, this man, she stuttered, but she couldn't get the words out. He's been sleeping in Harry's dormitory for 3 years. If he's working for you know who, how come he never tried to hurt Harry before now? I said. There, said Pettigrew shrilly, pointing at Ron with his maimed hand. Thank you. You see, Remus? I have never hurt a hair of Harry's head. Why should I?
I'll tell you why, said Black.
Because you never did anything for anyone unless you could see what was in it for you. Voldemort's been in hiding for 15 years. They say he's half dead. You weren't about to commit murder right under Albus Dumbledore's nose for a wreck of a wizard who'd lost all of his power, were you? You'd want to be quite sure he was the biggest bully in the playground before you went back to him, wouldn't you? Why else did you find a wizard family to take you in? Keeping an ear out for news, weren't you, Peter? Just in case your old protector regained strength and it was safe to rejoin him. Pettigrew opened his mouth and closed it several times. He seemed to have lost the ability to talk. But then I had another thought. I said it this time. Mr. Black serious? I asked. Black jumped at being addressed like this and stared at me as though he had never seen anything quite like her. But then, he looked at me with a sense of familiarity, as if he was relieved to see me. If you don't mind me asking, how did you get out of Azkaban if you didn't use dark magic? I asked, confused. Thank you, gasped Pettigrew, nodding frantically at her. Exactly. Precisely what I... But Lupin silenced him with a look. Black was frowning slightly at me, but not as though he were annoyed with me. He seemed to be pondering his answer. I don't know how I did it, he said slowly. I think the only reason I never lost my mind is that I knew I was innocent. That wasn't a happy thought, so the Dementors couldn't suck it out of me, but it kept me sane, and knowing who I am helped me keep my powers, so when it all became too much, I could transform in my cell, become a dog. Dementors can't see, you know. He swallowed. They feel their way toward people by feeding off their emotions. They could tell that my feelings were less human, less complex when I was a dog, but they thought, of course, that I was losing my mind like everyone else in there, so it didn't trouble them. But I was weak, very weak, and I had no hope of driving them away from me without a wand. But then I saw Peter in that picture. I realized he was at Hogwarts with Harry, perfectly positioned to act. If one hint reached his ears that the dark side was gathering strength again, Pettigrew was shaking his head, mouthing noiselessly, but staring all the while at Black as though hypnotized. Ready to strike at the moment he could be sure of allies, and to deliver the last Potter to them. If he gave them Harry, who dare say he'd betrayed Lord Voldemort, he'd be welcomed back with honors. So you see, I had to do something. I was the only one who knew Peter was still alive. It was as if someone had lit a fire in my head and the Dementors couldn't destroy it. It wasn't a happy feeling. It was an obsession, but it gave me strength. It cleared my mind. So, one night when they opened my door to bring food, I slipped past them as a dog. It's so much harder for them to sense animal emotions that they were confused. I was thin, very thin enough to slip through the bars. I swam as a dog back to the mainland. I journeyed north and slipped into the Hogwarts grounds as a dog. I've been living in the forest ever since, except when I came to watch the Quidditch, of course. You fly as well as your father did, Harry. He looked at Harry, who did not look away. Believe me, croaked Black. Believe me, Harry. I never betrayed James and Lily. I would have died before I betrayed them. And at long last, Harry believed him. Throat too tight to speak, he nodded. No. Pettigrew had fallen to his knees, as though Harry's nod had been his own death sentence. He shuffled forward on his knees, groveling, his hands clasped in front of him as though praying. Sirius, it's me. It's Peter, your friend. You wouldn't. Black kicked out, and Pettigrew recoiled. There's enough filth on my robes without you touching them, said Black. Remus. Pettigrew squeaked, turning to Lupin instead, writhing imploringly in front of him. You don't believe this when Sirius have told you they'd change the plan? Not if he thought I was the spy, Peter, said Lupin. I assume that's why you didn't tell me, Sirius, he said casually over Pettigrew's head. Forgive me, Remus, said Black. Not at all. Padfoot, old friend, said Lupin, who was now rolling up his sleeves. And will you, in turn, forgive me for believing you were the spy? Of course, said Black, and the ghost of a grin flitted across his gaunt face. He, too, began rolling up his sleeves. Shall we kill him together? Yes, I think so, said Lupin grimly. You wouldn't, you won't, gasped Pettigrew, and he scrambled around to Ron. Ron, haven't I been a good friend? A good pet? You won't let them kill me, Ron, will you? You're on my side, aren't you? But Ron was staring at Pettigrew with the utmost revulsion. I let you sleep in my bed, he said. Kind boy, kind master. Pettigrew crawled toward Ron. You won't let them do it. I was your rat. I was a good pet. If you made a better rat than a human, it's not much to boast about, Peter, said Black harshly. Ron, going still paler with pain, wrenched his broken leg out of Pettigrew's reach. Pettigrew turned on his knees, staggered forward, and seized the hem of Hermione's robes. Sweet girl, clever girl, you won't let them help me? Hermione pulled her robes out of Pettigrew's clutching hands and backed away against the wall, looking horrified. Pettigrew knelt, trembling uncontrollably, came to me. Kind girl, help me. At the beginning his eyes were begging, but then they turned into the same look Black had earlier, as if he was relieved to see me, or as if he just realized who I was. Get away from her. How dare you, Black said through gritted teeth. He gave him a look, as if they knew something that we didn't. You can't, won't. I had had enough. I tugged on my robes with my good hand and walked over to a trembling Hermione. He crawled over to Harry. Harry, you look just like your father, just like him. How dare you speak to Harry, roared Black. How dare you face him? How dare you talk about James in front of him? Harry, whispered Pettigrew, shuffling toward him, hands outstretched. Harry, James wouldn't have wanted me killed. James would have understood. Harry, he would have shown me mercy. Both Black and Lupin strode forward, seized Pettigrew's shoulders, and threw him backward onto the floor. He sat there, twitching with terror, staring up at them. You sold Lily and James to Voldemort, said Black, who was shaking too. Do you deny it? Pettigrew burst into tears. It was horrible to watch, like an oversized, balding baby, cowering on the floor. Sirius, what could I have done? The Dark Lord, you have no idea. He has weapons you can't imagine. I was scared. Sirius, I was never brave like you and Remus and James. I never meant it to happen. He who must not be named forced me. Don't lie, bellowed Black. You'd been passing information to him for a year before Lily and James died. You were his spy. He was taking over everywhere, gasped Pettigrew. What was there to be gained by refusing him? What was there to be gained by fighting the most evil wizard who has ever existed? Said Black, with a terrible fury in his face. Only innocent lives, Peter. You don't understand, whined Pettigrew. He would have killed me, Sirius. Then you should have died, roared Black. Died rather than betray your friends, as we would have done for you. Black and Lupin stood shoulder to shoulder, wands raised. You should have realized, said Lupin quietly, if Voldemort didn't kill you, we would. Goodbye, Peter. Hermione and I covered our faces with her hands, and she turned to the wall. No, Harry yelled. I uncovered my eyes. He ran forward, placing himself in front Pettigrew, facing the wands. You can't kill him, he said breathlessly. You can't. Black and Lupin both looked staggered. Harry, this piece of vermin is the reason you have no parents, Black snarled. This cringing bit of filth would have seen you die too, without turning a hair. You heard him. His own stinking skin meant more to him than your whole family. I know, Harry panted. We'll take him up to the castle. We'll hand him over to the Dementors. He can go to Azkaban, but don't kill him. Harry, gasped Pettigrew, and he flung his arms around Harry's knees. Thank you. It's more than I deserve, thank you. Get off me, Harry spat, throwing Pettigrew's hands off him in disgust. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it because I don't reckon my dad would have wanted them to become killers just for you. No one moved or made a sound except Pettigrew, whose breath was coming in wheezes as he clutched his chest. Black and Lupin were looking at each other. Then, with one movement, they lowered their wands. You're the only person who has the right to decide, Harry, said Black. But think what he did. He can go to Azkaban, Harry repeated. If anyone deserves that place, he does. Pettigrew was still wheezing behind him. Very well, said Lupin. Stand aside, Harry. Harry hesitated. I'm going to tie him up, said Lupin. That's all, I swear. Harry stepped out of the way. Thin cord shot from Lupin's wand this time, and next moment, Pettigrew was wriggling on the floor, bound and gagged. But if you transform, Peter, growled Black, his own wand pointing at Pettigrew too, we will kill you. You agree, Harry? Harry looked down at the pitiful figure on the floor and nodded so that Pettigrew could see him. Right, said Lupin, suddenly businesslike. Ron, Emma, I can't mend bones nearly as well as Madame Pomfrey, so I think it's best if we just strap your leg and arm up until we can get you to the hospital wing. He hurried over to Ron, bent down, tapped Ron's leg with his wand, and muttered, Farla. Bandages spun up Ron's leg, strapping it tightly to a splint. Lupin helped him to his feet. Ron put his weight gingerly on the leg and didn't wince. That's better, he said. Thanks. Then he walked over to me and did the same thing. When he looked into my eyes, he had the same look as Black and Pettigrew. I made a note to ask about it later. I moved my arm a little, and it didn't hurt as much. What about Professor Snape? Said Hermione in a small voice, looking down at Snape's prone figure. There's nothing seriously wrong with him, said Lupin, bending over Snape and checking his pulse. You were just a little overenthusiastic. Still out cold. Perhaps it will be best if we don't revive him until we're safely back in the castle. We can take him like this. Lupin muttered, mobile corpus, as though invisible strings were tied to Snape's wrists, neck, and knees. He was pulled into a standing position, head still lolling unpleasantly, like a grotesque puppet. He hung a few inches above the ground, his limp feet dangling. Lupin picked up the invisibility cloak and tucked it safely into his pocket. And two of us should be chained to this, said Black, nudging Pettigrew with his toe. Just to make sure. I'll do it, said Lupin. And me, I said, walking up. I can't really do anything else, so, I added, smiling. Black conjured heavy manacles from thin air. Soon Pettigrew was upright again, left arm chained to Lupin's right arm to Ron's left. Ron's face was set. He seemed to have taken Scabbers' true identity as a personal insult. Crookshanks leapt lightly off the bed and led the way out of the room, his bottle-brush tail held jauntily high. I had never been part of a stranger group. Crookshanks led the way down the stairs. Lupin, Pettigrew, and I went next, looking like entrants in a six-legged race. Next came Professor Snape, drifting creepily along, his toes hitting each stair as they descended, held up by his own wand, which was being pointed at him by Sirius. Harry and Hermione brought up the rear. Ron walked behind us. Getting back into the tunnel was difficult. Lupin, Pettigrew, and I had to turn sideways to manage it. Lupin still had Pettigrew covered with his wand. Harry could see them edging awkwardly along the tunnel in single file. Crookshanks was still in the lead. Harry went right after Black, who was still making Snape drift along ahead of them. He kept bumping his lolling head on the low ceiling. Harry had the impression Black was making no effort to prevent this. "You know what this means?" Black said abruptly to Harry as we made their slow progress along the tunnel. "Turning Pettigrew in?" "You're free," said Harry. "Yes," said Black. "But I don't know if anyone ever told you I'm your godfather." "Yeah, I knew that," said Harry. "Well, your parents appointed me your guardian," said Black stiffly. "If anything happened to them, I'll understand, of course, if you want to stay with your aunt and uncle," said Black. "But, well, think about it. Once my name's cleared, if you wanted a different home, what live with you?" Harry said, "Leave the Dursleys?" "Of course, I thought you wouldn't want to," said Black quickly. "I understand. I just thought I'd—" "Are you insane?" said Harry, his voice easily as croaky as Black's. "Of course I want to leave the Dursleys. Have you got a house? When can I move in?" Black turned right around to look at him. Snape's head was scraping the ceiling, but Black didn't seem to care. "You want to," he said. "You mean it?" "Yeah, I mean it," said Harry. They did not speak again until we had reached the end of the tunnel. Crookshanks darted up first. He had evidently pressed his paw to the knot on the trunk, because Lupin, Pettigrew, and I clambered upward without any sound of savaging branches. Black saw Snape up through the hole, then stood back for Harry, Hermione, and Ron to pass. At last, all of us were out. The grounds were very dark now. The only light came from the distant windows of the castle. Without a word, we set off. Pettigrew was still wheezing and occasionally whimpering. "One wrong move, Peter," said Lupin threateningly ahead. His wand was still pointed sideways at Pettigrew's chest. Silently, we tramped through the grounds, the castle lights growing slowly larger. Snape was still drifting weirdly ahead of Black, his chin bumping on his chest. And then, a cloud shifted. There were suddenly dim shadows on the ground. Our party was bathed in moonlight. Snape collided with Lupin, Pettigrew, and me, who had stopped abruptly. Black froze. He flung out one arm to make Harry, Hermione, and Ron stop. I could see Lupin's silhouette. He had gone rigid. Then his limbs began to shake. "Oh, Mime," Hermione gasped. "He didn't take his potion tonight. He's not safe." "Run," Black whispered.
"Run. Now?"
I was chained to Pettigrew and Lupin. My heart was pounding. Hermione and Harry leapt forward, but Black caught them around the chest and threw them back. "Leave it to me, run." There was a terrible snarling noise. Lupin's head was lengthening. So was his body. His shoulders were hunching. Hair was sprouting visibly on his face and hands, which were curling into clawed paws. Crookshanks's hair was on end again. He was backing away. As the werewolf reared, snapping its long jaws, Sirius disappeared from Harry's side. He had transformed. The enormous, bear-like dog bounded forward. As the werewolf wrenched itself free of the manacle binding it, the dog seized it about the neck and pulled it backward, away from me and Pettigrew. They were locked, jaw to jaw, claws ripping at each other. Ron started limping forward to set me free. Soon, Hermione screamed Harry's name. Pettigrew had dived for Lupin's dropped wand. Ron and I leaped in the way, but I fell on my arm, and it broke even more. He fell on me and got the wand. There was a bang, a burst of light, and it all went black. My eyes flitted open, and the first thing I thought of was Sirius and Lupin. Ron was already up. What happened? I groaned. Harry? Hermione? Why are we in here? Where's Sirius? Where's Lupin? What's going on? Harry and Hermione looked at each other. You explain. I explained to Ron, said Harry, helping himself to some more chocolate. When Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I left the hospital wing at noon the next day, it was to find an almost deserted castle. The sweltering heat and the end of the exams meant that everyone was taking full advantage of another Hogsmeade visit. None of us felt like going, however, so we wandered onto the grounds, still talking about the extraordinary events of the previous night and wondering where Sirius and Buckbeak were now. Sitting near the lake, watching the giant squid waving its tentacles lazily above the water. A shadow fell across them, and we looked up to see a very bleary-eyed Hagrid, mopping his sweaty face with one of his tablecloth-sized handkerchiefs and beaming down at them. No, I shouldn't feel happy after what happened last night, he said. I mean, Black escaping began and everything, but guess what? What? They said, pretending to look curious. Beaky. He escaped. He's free. Been celebrating all night. That's wonderful, said Hermione, giving Ron and me a reproving look because we looked as though we was close to laughing. Yeah, can't be tied him up properly, said Hagrid, gazing happily out over the grounds. I was worried this morning, thought he might have met Professor Lupin on the grounds, but Lupin says he never ate anything last night. What? Said Harry quickly. Blimey, haven't ya heard? Said Hagrid, his smile fading a little. He lowered his voice, even though there was nobody in sight. Snape told all the Slytherins this morning. Thought everyone know by now. Professor Lupin's a werewolf, see. And he was loose on the grounds last night. He's packing now, of course. He's packing, said Harry, alarmed. Why? Leavin'. And he, said Hagrid, looking surprised that Harry had to ask. Resigned first thing this morning. Says he can't risk it happening again. Harry scrambled to his feet. I'm going to see him, he said to Ron, Hermione, and me. But if he's resigned, doesn't sound like there's much we can do, or anything for that matter. I don't care. I still want to see him. I'll meet you back here. So, until Harry got back, we had tea with Hagrid, and it was the most normal thing I'd felt in a while. Nobody at Hogwarts now knew the truth of what had happened the night that Sirius, Buckbeak, and Pettigrew had vanished except Harry, Ron, Hermione, Professor Dumbledore, and me. As the end of term approached, I heard many different theories about what had really happened, but none of them came close to the truth, and there were some pretty wild ones from the twins, who were both very happy when I woke up. They brought me a bunch of candies from Hogsmeade. Malfoy was furious about Buckbeak. He was convinced that Hagrid had found a way of smuggling the hippogriff to safety and seemed outraged that he and his father had been outwitted by a gamekeeper. Percy Weasley, meanwhile, had much to say on the subject of Sirius's escape. If I manage to get into the ministry, I'll have a lot of proposals to make about magical law enforcement, he told the only person who would listen, his girlfriend, Penelope. Although the end of year meant summer and seeing Mum and Dad again, I was sad about defense against the dark arts. Lupin was a great teacher. I certainly wasn't the only one who was sorry to see Professor Lupin go. The whole of our defense against the dark arts class was miserable about his resignation. Wonder what they'll give us next year, said Seamus Finnegan gloomily. Maybe a vampire, suggested Dean Thomas hopefully. The exam results came out on the last day of term. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and I had passed every subject. Percy had got his top grade NEWTS. Fred and George had scraped a handful of OWLS each, contrary to my expectations. Gryffindor House, meanwhile, largely thanks to our spectacular performance in the Quidditch Cup, had won the house championship for the third year running. This meant that the end-of-term feast took place amid decorations of scarlet and gold, and that the Gryffindor table was the noisiest of the lot, as everybody celebrated. As the Hogwarts Express pulled out of the station the next morning, Hermione gave Harry, Ron, and I some surprising news. I went to see Professor McGonagall this morning, just before breakfast. I've decided to drop Muggle studies. But you passed your exam with 320%, said Ron. I know, sighed Hermione, but I can't stand another year like this one. That time, Turner, it was driving me mad.
I've handed it in.
Without Muggle studies and divination, I'll be able to have a normal schedule again. I still can't believe you didn't tell us about it, said Ron grumpily. We're supposed to be your friends. I promised I wouldn't tell anyone, and Emma is my sister. I had to tell her, said Hermione severely. I looked around at Harry, who was watching Hogwarts disappear from view behind a mountain. Oh, cheer up, Harry,
I said.
I'm okay, said Harry quickly. Just thinking about the holidays. Yeah, I've been thinking about them too, said Ron. Harry, you've got to come and stay with us. I'll fix it up with Mom and Dad, then I'll call you. I know how to use a Felietone now. A telephone, Ron, I said, rolling my eyes. Honestly, you should take Muggle studies next year. Hermione added. Ron ignored us. It's the Quidditch World Cup this summer. How about it, Harry? Come and stay, and we'll go and see it. Dad can usually get tickets from work. This proposal had the effect of cheering Harry up a great deal. Yeah, I bet the Dirsleys be pleased to let me come, especially after what I did to Aunt Marge. Feeling considerably more cheerful, Harry joined Ron, Hermione, and I in several games of exploding snap. Harry, said Hermione suddenly, peering over his shoulder. What's that thing outside your windows? Harry turned to look outside. Something very small and gray was bobbing in and out of sight beyond the glass. He stood up for a better look and saw that it was a tiny owl carrying a letter that was much too big for it. The owl was so small, in fact, that it kept tumbling over in the air, buffeted this way and that in the train's slipstream. Harry quickly pulled down the window, stretched out his arm, and caught it. It was like a very fluffy snitch. He brought it carefully inside. The owl dropped its letter onto Harry's seat and began zooming around their compartment, apparently very pleased with itself for accomplishing its task. Hedwig clicked her beak with a sort of dignified disapproval. Crookshanks sat up in his seat, following the owl with his great yellow eyes. I, noticing this, snatched the owl safely out of harm's way. Harry picked up the letter. It was addressed to him. He ripped open the letter and shouted, "It's from Sirius." "What?" said Ron, Hermione, and I excitedly. "Read it aloud. Dear Harry, I hope this finds you before you reach your aunt and uncle. I don't know whether they're used to our post. Buckbeak and I are in hiding. I won't tell you where, in case this owl falls into the wrong hands. I have some doubt about his reliability, but he is the best I could find, and he did seem eager for the job. I believe the Dementors are still searching for me, but they haven't a hope of finding me here. I am planning to allow some Muggles to glimpse me soon, a long way from Hogwarts, so that the security on the castle will be lifted. There is something I never got around to telling you during our brief meeting. It was I who sent you the firebolt." "Huh," said Hermione triumphantly.
"See.
"I told you it was from him." "Yes, but he hadn't jinxed it, had he?" said Ron.
Ouch.
The tiny owl, now hooting happily in his hand, had nibbled one of his fingers in what it seemed to think was an affectionate way. "Crookshanks took the order to the owl office for me. I used your name, but told them to take the gold from my own Gringotts vault. Please consider it as 13 birthdays worth of presents from your godfather. I would also like to apologize for the fright I think I gave you that night last year when you left your uncle's house. I had only hoped to get a glimpse of you before starting my journey north, but I think the sight of me alarmed you. I am enclosing something else for you, which I think will make your next year at Hogwarts more enjoyable. If ever you need me, send word. Your owl will find me. I'll write again soon. Sirius." I, Sirius Black, Harry Potter's godfather, hereby give him permission to visit Hogsmeade on weekends. That'll be good enough for Dumbledore, said Harry happily. He looked back at Sirius's letter. Hang on, there's a P.S. I thought your friend Ron might like to keep this owl, as it's my fault he no longer has a rat. Ron's eyes widened. The minute owl was still hooting excitedly. Keep him, he said uncertainly. He looked closely at the owl for a moment. Then, to my great surprise, he held him out for Crookshanks to sniff. What do you reckon? Ron asked the cat. Definitely an owl. Crookshanks purred. That's good enough for me, said Ron happily. He's mine. The letter was still clutched tightly in Harry's hand as he, Ron, Hermione, and I stepped back through the barrier of platform 9 3/4. We met up with Mrs. Weasley, and she hugged us all and kissed our heads. I'll call about the World Cup, Ron yelled after Harry as Harry left us. I looked around and spotted Mum and Dad. They were waving at us, but I waited for the twins. Soon, they emerged from the train. I walked over and hugged them both. See you guys later, I said, walking towards Mum and Dad, the whole summer ahead. Thank you for joining us on this thrilling and emotional journey through Captured. We hope this story of courage and resilience kept you captivated from beginning to end. Did you know that PotterGirl123 was inspired by the Order of the Phoenix movie when crafting the darker tones of Captured? The story draws on themes of resistance and the strength of bonds formed in the face of adversity. It's a fan favorite for its ability to reimagine beloved characters in intense, high-stakes situations. What did you think of Captured? Which moment stood out the most for you? Was it the suspense, the emotional reunions, or the unexpected twists? Let us know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this audiobook, don't forget to give this video a like, share it with your friends, and subscribe to Grimoire Audiobooks for more gripping tales and magical adventures. And if you want to take your support to the next level, join as a channel member. You'll get exclusive perks, behind-the-scenes updates, and help us bring even more amazing stories to life. As this story reminds us, true strength lies in standing together, even in the darkest of times. Until our next adventure, stay strong, stay magical, and keep finding courage in every story. See you soon and happy listening.